morning. Sorry not to be able to be with you today. When I look out over this room, I see blue skies, verdant fields, clear water and air, and smiling faces all over the world. You are the gateway to this vision. Your kids are the antidote to the separateness that is strangling the world today. The nurturing of their inborn spirituality in K through 12 schools and at home is the key to tomorrow's leadership. Leadership of their own lives, their families, and all institutions of society. The beauty of this challenge is that you do not have to change a thing about your kids. You just have to nurture what they have that is awake and alive. The adult world, on the other hand, has a different challenge: to reawaken to its unnurtured, dormant spirituality, a much harder job if it can be accomplished at all. Other than humanity and the earth in general, business specifically will be the primary beneficiary of this shift in consciousness. A shift that is really in your hands. I have long felt that business should be taking a lead role in supporting what you are doing. We are working on a strategy around a proof of concept story and consulting work to take to business so we can expand our gratis work with under-resourced K through 12 schools across the country. We will be asking for your help with this story. Have a fantastic conference.
What if I told you that we have the antidote to the greatest epidemic of our time, suicide in young adults? The rate of death by suicide now rivals the rate of death by auto accident in young adults. And basic science, clear as a bell, shows us that we are 4/5 less likely to take our lives when we have a strong spiritual life that is shared. There's nothing in the clinical or social sciences as profoundly protective against suicide. Together with my colleagues at Columbia Medical School, when we looked at structural MRI, when we looked at the architecture of the brain through MRIs, what we see is in people with a sustained spiritual life, broad and pervasive regions of cortical thickness represented in red. These are regions of perception, reflection, and orientation. With 80% overlap, these regions are not thick, but thin in people with recurrent major depression. Normally in an MRI study, you see an article published with there's a little tiny speck of difference. These are huge regions of the brain to show effectively greater processing power, a thicker cortex. The cortical thickness across the regions of the spiritual brain decreased the level of symptomology of depression 1 year out, a year from now. That is very strong evidence that indeed spiritual life is neuroprotective against depression. The Army gets the same slice of American pie as does higher ed or entry-level jobs, 18 through 25-year-olds. It's one story. It's our American story, and it's the epidemic of suicide. And so the Army decided to take a data-driven approach and support the spiritual core of every soldier. And in 1 year, we are already seeing a 28% decreased rate of suicide. Can higher ed do that? Yeah. Of course higher education can do that. Can all of our institutions to receive young adults transform to support the spiritual core? Can we move from narrowly transactional relationships with young adults to ones that are loving, that are far more generative, that are transformational? People's personal spiritual life can be formed many ways. Some people say it is through prayer, meditation. Others say in nature. Nature is my cathedral. That's where I realize. And in fact, we have a great deal of science that says nature actually entrains the brain. Walking through nature does very much what prayer might do. It awakens our natural spiritual awareness. People realize their spiritual nature through many paths, one of which is religion. For about 2/3 of people, they say, I am spiritual and I am religious. And then for about 1/3 of people, they say, I am a profoundly spiritual person, but I am not religious. Both are good, and both tap the same neural correlates. There's much Strom and Dross. I am Catholic, I am Jewish, I am Muslim. Well, actually, we're all using the same spiritual neural correlates. So I often hear people say, am I a spiritual person, or how do you define spirituality? And everyone is welcome to define it and know it and feel it exactly as they want. And it is also the case that just as we are born with 2 eyes, 2 ears, and a nose, we are born spiritual beings with a natural seat, a neuro seat of transcendent awareness. We are born, every one of us, with an innate capacity for spiritual awareness. There's one spiritual brain, and we all have it. When we realize our nature, when we build, if you will, and strengthen the spiritual core of who we really are, then our lives unfold in an entirely different way. Life is healthier. Life is far more full of resilience. Life looks different. It's far more of an adventure, an expedition. And when we boil down and look right at the data, where hundreds of peer-reviewed articles say beyond a shadow of a doubt, there's nothing as profoundly protective against the diseases of despair, the epidemic of our time, as a strong spiritual core. Over the past 25 years as a scientist and as a clinical psychologist, it's become crystal clear to me that suffering is an invitation for a deepening of spiritual life. But we have to say yes to it. Spirituality is not a life hack. Spirituality is a deep reorientation in our lives through which we see into the truer, more foundational nature of reality. There are always 2 realities, and they both matter. We are a point and we are a wave. We are magnificently distinct with GPS coordinates all over the globe and exquisitely diverse zipped up bio bodysuits, and at the very same time, we are part of one human heart, one field of life, a oneness, a unit of reality, one field of consciousness, loving, sacred consciousness. And we are built to be able to toggle between these 2 realities. Every one of us is built to be able to perceive that we are exquisitely unique and we are part of one great sea of life. We are way oversold on the idea that we can control life. And we are really almost indoctrinated into an illusion that achieving awareness alone can be enough to handle the challenges of life. We must be able to look at life in a bigger way, in a deeper way. And that is our awakened awareness. Awakened awareness is when we shift and we say, what is life showing me now? What is being revealed here? It's a stance of deep curiosity, total observation of the eyes, yes, but also of the heart. But whatever our language, we are no longer controlling life. We are in a dynamic conversation with life. I think that in K-12, I was taught to have the wrong conversation. I was taught to go after what I want and get it, and give it every bit of strength I could so that I could win the day. And that's a helpful skill, but it's completely insufficient to live a meaningful, full life. So we need to teach children, and really maybe as adults, we need to help revisit this and teach ourselves to have a different conversation with life, to go from saying, what do I want and how am I going to get it, to the deeper, more fundamental question of what is life showing me now and what is life showing us now. So we need both achieving awareness and awakened awareness. And when the 2 go hand in hand, our life becomes a magnificent adventure. It becomes a quest. We're constantly part of the symphony, helping each other realize the grander opus. this gift of life, we are loved, we are held, we are guided, and we are never alone. And not only that, we are given the ultimate opportunity to show up for one another so that we might be loving and holding and guiding and never leave anyone alone. That's the spiritual path.
Spirituality is not just for you, it's for the person next to you. It's for the group of people that are near you. It's for the people that you might impact in some way, shape, or form at some point in time in your life. And it's better if it goes to somebody else. If you just keep it to yourself, it's like a secret. I used to have a notebook that I called my book of secrets. And I would write people's names down in it. And I found that notebook 3 years ago during a move. And I had never done anything with those names. They're still a secret. How did I impact those folk? As I look back on my own life, how did I touch them? Did I do the things that I set out to do? I'll tell you a little bit today about how the Army plans to do those things. Dr. Miller, I thank you again, ma'am, for the opportunity to be here. I told you when you came out to JBLM last, and she'll be back out there next week. So that's like quid pro quo. But I told her then, I said, wherever you need me, whenever you need me, whether it's 1 or 1,000, I'll show up. And I was pleasantly pleased that we're somewhere in the middle there right now. That made it an easier sell to my wife. But what I also believe, and what I hope comes across in the remarks that I have today, is that I'm a strong believer in love. I'm a strong believer that love, much like hope, is the key building block of any life well lived. It is. People will tell you carbon, I'm a political science major in college, no science at all, just politics, right? We talked earlier, Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, I got you. That's it, we're done. Here's your degree. Degree conferred, I'm moving out. But I would respectfully submit to you that when love comes into play, love of nation, love of your partner, love of someone you serve with, someone you teach with, someone that you teach, love of those people changes things. And I think if we start to get to, if everybody in the world just said, you know what, I'm not going to tell you anymore what I'm against, but I'm going to tell you what I'm for. And if the answer was love, then there'd be a lot less division amongst the polity. There would be. So now on to the contractually obligated things that I must say so that I can pay for this trip. Good morning, distinguished guests. I'm proud to be here and to participate in this National Council for Spirituality and Education, Awaken Schools. I'd like to extend again my appreciation to Dr. Lisa Miller and her team, not only for inviting and allowing me to be here, but for all the work she has spearheaded with our Army to make it better. And as both an Army officer and a proud man of faith, I'm truly grateful for the undertaking in schools and in our Army to recognize spiritual fitness. And I'll use those terms, I'll intermingle those, I'll intermix them, I will use one when I mean another, but I would just ask for your indulgence and your patience as we work our way through this. And I'll talk about maybe 15 more minutes, and then I'd be open to answer any questions you might have on a whole range of issues. And I will let you know whether it's, there's like Bloom's taxonomy, right? Some of my answers might be at the very base of that sucker, okay? And others might go higher. And when I talk to the people that I lead, I tell them, hey, sir, I believe a thing. Well, buddy, let's not work there. That's at the base. There's things that you believe, right? Which requires no real thought. There are things that you think, okay? And that means that you've got some collection of facts, maybe, that are going into your thought, and then there are things that you know. And the only things that I really know is that love can change the world, and that it requires us to be of the right spirit and mind to continue anybody to move forward in their life. Those are things that I know. So if you ask me questions in that vein, I will tell you what I know, and I'll tell you what I think, and I'll tell you what I believe. Is that fair? Okay. The Army is a microcosm of the nation. To join the Army, you must have a high school degree. So soldiers in my command were first shaped by key influencers like yourselves. I'm always amazed that people forget that the first influencers that ever existed before somebody did a makeup tutorial, or somebody showed you how to do skateboard tricks, or somebody showed you where to get the cheapest luggage at, were teachers. Teachers are the first influencers that any of us had. It started in the home, but our parents trusted us to go to a place for the large majority of the day. I'm busy right now, so I can't get that call right now, but tell them I'll call back. I told Dr. Miller earlier, I said, I don't care if people come in late or anything else. My job is just to deliver. How you receive it, or if you receive it at all, that's not my job. I'm gonna keep talking for 15 to 20 minutes either way. So if you need to get up and walk out to the bathroom or something, have at it. I'm gonna be here. All right, anyway. So anyway, teachers are key influencers. I'm a proud father of 3 children. Not only have I witnessed firsthand how influential teachers are, as a parent, my 2 adult daughters are now teaching English in Korea, of all places. In all seriousness, our Army is a human endeavor. Our soldiers are our greatest strength, our most formidable tool for our nation's defense, but moreover, unlike other services, which are heavily centered on technology and vehicles and planes and things, our Army has always, since the American Revolution, been about people. It's an organization that's centered on people. Without people, we don't have soldiers. Without soldiers, we don't have an army. That's not very scientific, but. Therefore, in the Army, we recognize that people are our number one priority. Our Chief of Staff of the Army, General McConville, says, people first. And that means something. It's that recognition of the things I just stated, that we need our people to make our Army. But he also says winning matters. In order for people to win, what we've realized in the Army through the efforts of Dr. Miller and our Chaplains Corps is that we've got to make sure our people are resilient and that they're ready and that they can do the jobs and the things that we're asking them to do. And spirituality is a key to that. There's an old adage in the Army and in my business which states that there are no atheists in foxholes. As a leader in combat for the past 2 decades, I've witnessed such spiritual transformations in desperate times. Our quest, though, is to produce enduring spirituality, not temporal or situational spirituality. And that starts long before people come to the Army. It started well in advance of the 18 years old that a soldier can come join the Army. It starts well before the 22 years old that I was when I graduated from college and entered the Army. It starts well before. And where it starts is with you all and in our education system. For soldiers to endure physical hardship, danger, and uncertainty in our Army, we've got to be professionally committed and guided by an ethic that motivates and guides our force. It requires our men and women to be physically fit and trained professionals, and as importantly, they must be mentally and spiritually tough. Providing the purpose, direction, and motivation required to inspire others to accomplish missions requires leaders committed to not only the profession, but to the ethic and its people. But as this and other discussions these 2 days will probably portend to you, at some point, it comes down to what Frederick Douglass said, that it's far easier to build a good child than it is to fix a broken man. Education can do that. It can build that child. I believe Army leaders must first instill trust between the American people and their Army, and second, instill trust in our Army soldiers with their leaders. And again, it starts well before they come to the service, well before. Our soldiers must trust that I am always in pursuit of something bigger than me. and that I am guided by a set of universally accepted values, beliefs, ethics. And our Army ethic is a set of enduring moral principles, values, and beliefs and laws that guide the Army profession and create a culture of trust that's essential for every mission we might undertake. It's essential for daily duties. It's essential for every aspect of those whom we lead and serve. And in the Army, it's an acronym, of course, because that's the way we do things in the Army, is an acronym. Because who could type out the word leadership or type out the word loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, personal courage? Those are the Army values, and those are things that we share. So again, when we start to look at the things that underpin the things that we're trying to do around the world, that is the one unifying characteristic amongst all of us who are here today in uniform and those who have served. Is there anybody in here today who's been in the service before you became an educator? Thank you so much for your service. What service were you in? Solid. I was really hoping you didn't say the Marines. Wow. We got over that little hurdle. Woo! Scary for a minute there. I was about to tell my boys to pack our stuff, we're out of here. Our investment in the leader and human development of our soldiers is how the Army inspires young people to volunteer to accept a calling to noble service and develops and certifies our character, our competence, and our commitment. Therefore, senior Army leaders have a direct stewardship responsibility to strengthen those whom we have been entrusted to lead. Everything discussed this weekend will be just words without leadership. And what does that look like? I'm not a teacher, but I can tell you again, I think it comes back to absolutely loving those that you're teaching. I think it goes back to being committed to seeing them develop a quest for something bigger than themselves. If we can get our young people to get on fire about pursuing something bigger than themselves, I think that's a world changer. Knowing that there are committed professionals that are going to usher them to the next stage. And I know that sometimes it's hard. I know it's hard sometimes. But when it does get hard, what I would ask you to do, please, think about the alternative. What if you're not there? Again, go back to that window. Figure out who needs you, because somebody really does. There are many, many mornings at 56 years old that I do not want to be up at 5:30 in the morning. But I think about the alternative. I think about the fact that my job, my real job, is not the medals that I wear. My real job is not combat hashes on my sleeve. My real job is to show up. And sometimes if you just show up long enough, you'll find something that'll excite you. You'll find an opportunity to go someplace you never would have been. Sometimes that happens when you just show up. So I would encourage you, please, just keep showing up. And if you think about the alternative, who else but you? So, all right. That'll make me cry. It can't be just words. I would encourage you, I would ask you to take action and to lead. You know, we've got tremendous support in our Army by our wonderful chaplains. What they're able to do is have meetings, whether that's one-on-one, closed-door counseling sessions, or talking with people about their burdens, pointing them to comforting words from the Bible or other faith resources, listening to couples work through tough times, helping people forgive others or forgive themselves, and even helping people grieve. And as I'm standing here right now thinking about that, that sounds a lot like our educators. You do all those things. So please take care of your flocks. Our chaplains are gateways, and they're gateways for opportunities that our soldiers might not otherwise realize, see, or understand. They take the time to understand what's going on in the lives of the people that they encounter every day. And in our Army now, thanks to the work of Dr. Miller and others, we recognize that spirituality is more than just religion and faith. The Holistic Health and Fitness Initiative created by the U.S. Army's Training and Doctrine Command The Center for Initial Military Training focuses on a new approach to training soldiers, the mental, sleep, and spiritual readiness domains, and understanding that they're all highly codependent. And as they're all non-physical domains that affect one's ability to reliably and resiliently perform, that resilience drives personal readiness, and personal readiness relies on 5 dimensions that we call pillars: the physical, the emotional, the social, the spiritual, and the family pillar. Sustaining healthy behaviors within and across these dimensions is essential to optimizing performance. And as we've talked here ad nauseum, probably, how did that come across? Is it spelled correctly? Spirituality is a feeling of purpose. It's a feeling of being part of something bigger than self. It's important for people to have a sense of connection that gives meaning and drives ambition. It's unique to every individual. And the spiritual dimension applies to all people, whether religious or not. Imagine if this started, as I said earlier, again with Frederick Douglass saying, "It's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." You see that our Army benefits from what's done in the education of our nation's sons and daughters. And where connections in this world are increasingly virtual and impersonal, we as Army leaders have a duty to ensure our soldiers have a sense of connection to their mission and their nation and one another. These connections must be personal and they must be real. And that's why spiritual readiness is so important. The hardships soldiers face are oftentimes ponderous. And for a soldier to have a truly enduring resiliency, they need to build a strong spiritual core. Spiritual readiness strengthens as individuals identify their spiritual dimension, their purpose, their core values, beliefs, identity, and life vision. This connection to something bigger than themselves can get lost, and it does most often in the day-to-day of our lives. It's essential that leaders set the standard for mental resilience and lead by example. People enhance their spiritual readiness through reflection and practice of a lifestyle based on their personal qualities that they'll need during times of stress, hardship, and tragedy. But they have to be practiced. They have to be demonstrated by those who lead, and they must be understood. I start every day in the mirror, and the rakishly handsome bit was a joke. What I'm doing in that mirror every day is simply thinking. And I've mentioned my faith. I started out, commanding 30 people. And then I went from 30 people to 120 people. And then I went from 120 people to 4,000 people. And then I went from 4,000 people to 12. And then I went from 12,000 people to 40,000 people. And then, and it keeps going. But our young people need the benefit that love can give them, that care can give them to grow into these roles. Because there's somebody out there right now that's going to grow beyond where they can see right now. That's the hazard, is sometimes we don't have this spiritual vision that allows us to see deeper, that allows us to believe deeper for ourselves, that we might be more. And that's what we have to get into our young people, that they can be more. They've got to be able to see that. And when I stand in that mirror, I'm looking and I'm thinking about how well did I do? All that I've been called to do is to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly. That's what I've been called to do. How well did I do that yesterday? How well did I do it the day before? What do I need to do today? How do I drive into my day to get to where I need to be? And when I figure that out, when I come away from that mirror, I go to the window. And when I'm in that window, what I'm asking myself is, where do I need to be to do what I've been called to do? And it's far more complex than just, I'm here to lead a unit of 40,000 people plus their families. So now we're up to about, 80,000 people on my installation. Then you add the divisions. That's just at Joint Base Lewis McChord. Then you add the divisions that are in Alaska and in Hawaii, and you start to do the math there, right? So 18,000 folks in Hawaii, 15,000 folks in Alaska. You start to add these things up plus their families. So now we're into the hundreds of thousands. Never saw that when I was leading 30. But having a spiritual base helps me to say that I recognize I can't do this alone. I can't. but I understand a way that it can happen. And I believe I can be meet for the task set before me. And that's hope. It's just hope. I hope that I'm enough. And I'll tell you, sometimes when I look in the mirror in the morning, I say, Lord, I hope I'm meet for this today. Because I don't feel it. And then I turn around, give myself a little pat on the backside and say, get going, man. Somebody needs you. Somebody needs you. So again, I would encourage you to keep showing up, because it matters more than you know. Because somebody showed up for me. And lastly, I think about, in my case, it's the gospel, but when I'm talking to the soldiers, I remind them of our values. Just live the values. And when you look left and right, make sure they're living these values and walk in that, recognizing that you're not alone. You know, if I didn't want to talk to Tad and Mark about anything, like say maybe they made me mad one day, true story. Maybe they made me mad. We still, you know what happens. But we can still talk about our shared values if nothing else. That's the power of being able to put folks on track, because they'll always have that. They'll never walk alone if they share something with someone else. And again, it's not as important to me, again, big G, not little g. It's not as important to me what you believe, but do you believe in someone or something that's bigger or outside of you that we can identify one another with? I'm looking at you women because that's about as far as I can see. I wear glasses, left them in the green room. So your shirts stand out to me. Those pink shirts, they both stand out. And I'm like, boom, there they are right there. And you queens over here, I see y'all. All right. But that's what we've got to do. We have to do that. And we have to take this charge on to say, I need to help people to move forward. And so that would be the second note of my encouragement to you. Number one, show up. And number two, recognize that you're absolutely needed to push people forward and to get them with their eyes off themselves and looking to the welfare of others. And I'll wrap here. General George C. Marshall said, the soldier's heart, the soldier's spirit, the soldier's soul are everything. Unless the soldier's soul sustains him, cannot be relied on, and will fail himself and his commander and his country in the end. I'm so very proud to be here today at this National Council, and I find myself, by virtue of my own experiences, not only reminded of how far we've collectively come as a nation, but inspired to keep moving forward. Thank you again, Dr. Miller, for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. And I'm crying because I'm so thankful. Never be afraid to cry in places, okay? Don't ever be afraid to cry. Okay. I was not done, but I appreciate it. I had a couple more things to say, but we'll just table that and I'll answer some questions now. Do we still have time, Dr. Miller? Can we answer questions? Okay. So, who's got the first question? Anything? Yes?
I really appreciate. You are a beautiful man, and I really
sorry,
appreciate.
I didn't hear that.
You are a beautiful man. I so appreciate everything you said. I'm curious how you think about boundaries in the sense of the Army, how we identify ourselves, how we are separate, but also how we join together. My perception sometimes of the Army is that it's a lot about defining us and them. And I think in spirituality, we try to get rid of that duality and we really try to think about the one. And so I'm just curious to hear your perspective on that when you're on a front line, when you're fortifying a boundary, when you're looking at humanity in that global way.
Yeah, I suppose, can everybody hear me if I just talk away from this microphone? As you heard, it's my birthday, so I'm using my birthday voice today. more often concerned with, are you for me or are you against me? You know, I need to know that, so I know the conversation we're having. And I'll give you an example in the story. So everyone knows, it's probably seen in the news, that the Army fell short of our recruiting goals this year. So I did an interview. And from the interview, what came out was, General says, first I was kind of happy because the Bureau UK called me a 4-star general. So if the Army gets mad at me, I can say, I didn't say it. It's a 4-star general. But they said, General says Americans too fat, too criminal to serve. What I said was, the challenges that we have in recruiting are not Army problems, they're American problems. And the American problem that we have is criminality, youth obesity. We have problems with pre-existing medical conditions, and all these things I just listed out. Okay, sorry, Zoom people. Sorry, Zoom folks. But I listed all these things out. And so what I have to look at oftentimes is, to bring this back around, is, are you for me and us, or are you against us? Because then we can have a conversation. And if I try to go into these conversations by thinking first, let me explain to you what I'm for. What I'm for is national defense. What I'm for is taking care of the soldiers entrusted in my care. What I'm for is doing what I said I was going to do when I raised my right hand, that I would support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I would bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Now, if you're against that, then you can't be a part of what I'm doing. And I honestly believe that despite the recruiting challenges, I would rather have somebody than everybody, if that makes sense to you. And I'm not trying to exclude anyone, but I think, what I believe, what I know, what I see in my leaders is simply this. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're for us in the nation and you want to serve, then come serve. Why would we, there was a discussion a while ago, as we looked, and you probably remember this, to put women in combat arms, okay? Now, I'm not a mathematician by any stretch of the imagination, but if you just imagine that based on the start, women made up 50% of the population of the world, okay? There was an Adam, there was an Eve, okay? So why would you cut yourself off from 50% of the population? It's the same thing about the repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Why would you cut someone off that would be for you, regardless of what they do? Regardless of what they believe or who they love? Why would you cut them off? Again, if you are willing to raise your right hand and say that I'm willing to support and defend the Constitution, I don't care. Because that means you're for what I'm doing. And that you're willing to take on the values that we share. I'm okay with that. The rest of that mess is just that. It's just mess. Okay? Because what I'm called to do is love folks. That's what I'm called to do. I'm called to love. That's, when you take on a leadership role in the military, you're called to love the people that you serve with. And based on what I believe, no greater love hath any man than this, than who would lay down his life for his friend. That's how I'm supposed to lead, sacrificially. Now, if you'll let noise and clutter get in your way, then you can't be inclusive. Because you're putting too much of yourself to the fore. But again, shared values, shared beliefs, those things break those walls down. They break those barriers down. But we all have to be willing to call out wrong when we see wrong. When we see injustice. To say nothing makes us the hands of people committing the excesses, okay? Did that answer your question, man? Thank you. She's around the corner.
Hi.
Yeah, I don't want to be in charge of this. If you get a microphone, just throw a question out, and then I'll just answer as best I can. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, nice to meet you. Happy birthday, and thank you so much for this. I have one question. Thank you so much for being who you are and this initiative that you're embarking on or have embarked on in the Army culture. My question is, how are you spreading this initiative within your culture, Army, Navy, Marines, etc.? And how are they taking it? Because I used to be a contractor, I never served, but I've seen enough, and I understand that you have so many challenges ahead of you. how is it going? How are they taking? I mean, seriously, because sorry, sorry if it's a little bit, but I'm curious because I myself have seen the challenges, and it's nobody's fault. It's just the way that things have been and etc. Right, and it's a mission that's difficult. But how is this initiative going within your own culture? Because it's so important, because I mean, I want to feed off of you, right? I want to take this and I want to take this initiative elsewhere, but you guys have a lot of power in this universe. So that's why I'm asking, how are they taking it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what we're trying to do, and Dr. Miller and I talked earlier, is that with any message that you have, with anything that you're doing, you have to find a means of checking penetration of the message, right? So is my message getting beyond the gentleman in the red shirt? Is it getting back there? That you've got to check that. And sometimes when you're speaking to people, you're looking to see who's asleep, who maybe sat behind a pole and knocked off, who's coming in and out of a room. You can concern yourself with that, or you can connect with those that you can see. And what you can't ever do is you can't curse. You can't say, oh man, this is not working. This is the worst thing ever. Everybody's not picking up. Again, you don't need everybody. You need somebody. You need somebody. Okay. And Dr. Miller and I were talking here, and I was like, man, I'm talking this auditorium full of educators and people with letters behind their names and all these things, right? And I'm thinking, that's not really my job. I was provided an opportunity. What I have to do is just give what I have to give. The receipt of it is not my deal. It's really not. Whether I'm reaching somebody in the back of the room, or just people in the first row, or just the dudes that I work with that are going to serve longer than I will. So my only job is to love on folks and do as much good as I can for as long as I can. Okay? I was not promoted to 3 stars. I was appointed to 3 stars, which means I have a 3-year term to be a 3-star. And one day the Army may say, hey, we don't see you being a 4-star, and we're not going to promote you laterally and appoint you again. It's time for you to go home, and I'll have 6 months to get myself ready to go home. Okay? I'm not mad at anybody about that, because I never saw myself being where I am right now. So I'm still a winner. So when they tell me that, I'll say, hey, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Okay? But I can't worry about how well that thing's working. I've been given a place with 40,000 people in it. My job, my only job, is to make sure they get it and that the message gets into them. Don't ever confuse your ability, your proximity to a problem, with your ability to affect that problem. This is going to be a poor paraphrase here, okay? But I'm trying to think. Baldwin said something. James Baldwin once said, not everything that's faced can be changed, but nothing that's not faced. Get with somebody who just whispered that out. No. But nothing can be changed that's not faced is the rest of it. I was trying to be funny and I shouldn't have been.
But you can't change it if you don't face it.
Yes. Whoever said that? Okay. Yeah. Hey, just to be clear, I did get it right at the end there. There was a break, but I got it right eventually. That's a teacher back there. Go Army, beat Navy. All right. Did that answer your question? Yes, but don't. Yeah, but whatever you do, don't allow frustration to creep in, okay? If it's just one person that gets it, then you do that one person, and then you just keep moving, okay? But don't stop. Yeah. And you, thanks for what you do.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for being here.
Yes, ma'am.
Especially it's your birthday.
Yeah.
So convey our gratitude to your wife for allowing you to be here.
She's at the National Association of Women Judges in Detroit right now, so she wasn't going to be home anyway. Great legal professional, great judge, not a good cake cooker.
We're writing it down. We're going to get to her. So I have a question to you. If you could share with us something about, you started sharing with us about leadership. So I think there is a lot of dilemmas in decision-making leaderships, ethical dilemmas. And I just imagine that you have gone through a lot of ethical dilemmas in your own decision-making in your leadership position. If you could share with us a specific dilemma you went through and how you dealt with that. What was your route to address that dilemma? Just a question about ethical dilemmas in leadership positions.
Right.
How to address that if you have a specific example. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. So, if I think about problems with ethics, all of us have a moral compass. Everybody does. You call it what you want to, but you have a moral compass. You know right from wrong. You can be a shader of, if you look at one of those color scales that photographers use, it's got from like, this chromatic white all the way through with the grays and all that. But I prefer to stay on the side of angels. And I think if there's an ethical dilemma that you might have, then you come to a decision point. And you have to make a decision, good, bad, or indifferent. If you deal with shades, I have always believed that I may make the wrong decision here, but what I can't do is impugn my integrity. I can't do that ever. Because, thank you, sir. The rest of you all. Ladies, grab your purses tight. There's some folks in here that are going to walk out of here with your purse the minute they get a chance. Except for that gentleman back there. He's solid. But that's just me, right? And I can only speak for myself, but I try to stay away from that. But an example I'm going to tell you about leading through, I think what might help here is crisis, because crisis can be a dilemma, if you don't mind if I go that way with it. So this was 2012. I was a brigade commander. And, brigades, 4,000 or 5,000 people in it, okay? Actually closer to 6, between 6 and 8, depending on the day. And there was a large formation. And in this formation, we had the entirety of the brigade out in the field. And there was a disgruntled soldier who brought a gun to the formation. I was sitting in the office, and I was supposed to be out there because I was supposed to address the brigade at this time. And I hear young soldiers running the office saying, "Sir, don't go out there because they're shooting." So I had a choice. I could have stayed there in the security of my office, or I could have moved to where people would need me. You see, I don't ever give anybody advice. So when I talk about the mirror and the window and the gospel, I'm only telling you things that I'm doing. I'm not trying to drive you toward anything. I'm telling you what I do and how I try to live my life every day. And I put those young folks in there. I was like, "Come on in here. You're going to be fine. I'm going out there." "Sir, don't go. Don't go." And I went out there. And that me going out there, the events were done. One of my battalion commanders was killed out on the field. But I was able to be there in crisis for my soldiers. And they saw me there. They saw me running toward them, telling them to get down on the ground because the MPs were coming, the military police were coming. And I moved to them. So when I went to see them later on and I talked to them, they knew I understood. So when you come to an ethical dilemma or a crisis, remember the far side of that thing. What are you going to be thought? How are people going to see you then? If you didn't step up and do the right thing, how are they going to listen to you? Tell them you need to do this when they haven't seen you do that. The things that we say should be molded, should be shaped, should be formed by the practices that people see in us. Who you are when nobody's looking is just as important because that's going to come out of your mouth. That will come out of your mouth and you'll be found out. So when faced with an ethical dilemma, look to the far side of that thing. If you confine yourself to the short side, you're just looking at the problem. You're not beyond it. And that's that level of education that we have to have about ourselves as we're making decisions. Because that's the only way you can lead. Leaders live in the future. Okay? I think everybody knows and understands that, right? If you're leading in the present, you're in the wrong place. Leaders lead in the future. So I need to be able, from this perspective, this vantage point that I have as a titular head of an organization, to be able to see further than you can. And for me, seeing further than the people that I'm leading can means I can't make bad decisions. And one that's unrecoverable. I could choose to say, hey, we're taking the core right, and we could be off for a little bit, but we could execute that right turn violently, with all aggression, with all alacrity and dispatch, and we'd probably be okay. But if I allow my integrity to be questioned, if I allow an ethical dilemma to exist in the formation without people knowing clearly where I stand on that issue, that's a failure. And that organization starts to come apart, okay? So when faced with those things, always look to the other side. I did not think about myself when I went out the door. The only thing I could think about is, what are those kids going to need from me so that I can be there for them later, okay? If I had stayed in my office, it would have meant we would not have been able to recover the way we did, because they remembered seeing me, making them lay down. They remembered seeing me rush to the battalion commander as he lay on the ground. They remember seeing me kicking a gun away from a guy who'd shot himself. They remembered those things, so they knew I understood. So when faced with an ethical dilemma, sit still, breathe, and think about the far side, then make your decision. And whatever you decide to do, you go at it, and know that you have either created an opportunity for yourself in the future, or have you destroyed any chance that you have to move that organization forward. Okay? Did that answer your question? Okay. All right.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hi.
Hi, ma'am. I was looking at my man Scott down here. Scott and I shared the trustee room together earlier before we got him up out of there.
First of all, you're awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank
really
you.
Awesome meeting you. Second of all, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Blessing to your wife that let you come. My question is twofold. One, you spoke a lot at the beginning when you were doing your speech about spiritual readiness. And I wonder if you can say something more about that in your life experience and the combination of practice towards it from and the grace of God and being spiritual ready. And then following to that, if you wouldn't mind sharing with us one of your bigger challenges in life, whether it's personal, professional, whatever it is, a real one, and how you met with spiritual readiness. And
Okay.
thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, so when you think about spiritual readiness, it's a well. I believe it's a well that you go to. And for me, it's the Lord. It just is. It always has been, with varying degrees of effectiveness, depending on where I was in my life. You know, I was young once, okay? And like most young people, you do dumb stuff. I did those dumb things, but I always came back home, okay? So for me, spiritual readiness is as much about recognizing the fact that at some point in time, I'm going to come to the end of myself. And this is where I've sort of matured over time, where I still believe that there's one way, but I believe that with love, we can move people toward that one way. I think that if we love people where they are, we can move them to where we think they should be or where we want them to be. I think you can. I honestly believe that. So spiritual readiness for me was a recognition that the problems that I see in units that I lead are always when people come to the end of themselves. And there's got to be someplace else to go. Now, I believe you can build this reservoir, almost like a reservoir of goodwill, right? That you can build in people to harden them, to make, and not harden in any pejorative sense, but so that they understand that when things get bad, here's where I can go. And that's people. That's their beliefs. That's the way that they approach problem solving. That's the way that they look at the world. It's the way that they see themselves as part of that world. And I think that's what spiritual readiness gives you. And what we find is, in leading organizations, is that when people don't have that next level to go to, they just froze. I would call it they're moored in place. And I don't think that's what we want for our young people. We don't want them to be moored in place. We want them to be able to see a problem, to see a situation, to see even an individual and say, I can get beyond this because there's something bigger than me that I'm believing, that I'm pursuing, that I'm after every day, that's going to change the way things are for me right now. This is not an always situation that I'm in. And a great many times what we find, you know, the suicide rate in the Army, for example, has dropped some 28% in the past year, okay? And it's really 2021 stats is what they are, but it's a difference of 28%. And I believe, I would say one of the things that's responsible for that is our understanding that spiritual readiness is not just religion and going to a church. It's believing in something other than yourself. And I think that for myself and others, it's a recognition that we have to build this reservoir. And goodwill is the wrong word to use for it, but there must be this tank that we fill by virtue of the way that we lead our people, that's filled by the way that I'm affirming you every day, that, hey, I don't care who you are or what you do. What I want you to know is that I love you, I'm going to lead you the right way, and I'm concerned about your welfare. You start to get a little bit more. It's way easier than filling your gas tank right now in Washington at $5.25 a gallon. Okay? But that's what we have to do. So spiritual readiness, I think, takes on a new connotation when you look at the fact that those that have it, it's incumbent on them to give it to others. And everybody's not going to want it. I'm telling you right now, out of 40,000 people, if you think that everybody's on board with what we're doing, you're wrong. Okay? But I think that it's healing. It's helping people to heal from hurts that they haven't even had yet. So in a way, there's a sort of prophylaxis that goes on with spiritual readiness and spiritual well-being that helps our folks deal with what might come, what may be. And for me personally, I will tell you that, there's another, I mentioned there's no atheists in foxholes, but there's also this thing that sometimes people see the elephant and they don't want to take a bite. Okay? I can remember, I can remember one night standing outside of a building in downtown Baghdad, and watching the door get blown, and knowing that I was supposed to go into a room, and hearing somebody say, and that will stop you. That will stop you in your tracks. Okay? And I can remember thinking, you got me, Lord, so I'm going. And I went. I can remember being on the back ramp of an aircraft at 29,000 feet, thinking, why did I come to this school? Bless you. Why did I come to this school? Badge isn't that important, but it looks pretty impressive. And I'm on the back ramp of that aircraft, and I'm looking down, and they said, don't look down, look straight out. And I keep doing this, And it's that point where they tell you we're beginning our initial descent and everything looks like squares. And I was standing there because of my spiritual readiness. I was able to say, Lord, you got me. Let me just go do this. And I went. It's unnatural. But it's every day that I find my spiritual readiness is increased or tested, but I've got this reservoir that I built up over time that keeps me safe. I was telling the good doctor earlier that I try to find something to wonder about the Lord every day. And it's, you sometimes get lost in this. Now this thing will make me cry. But I met Dr. Miller a couple years back the first time. But there's this God that knew her in her mother's womb and knew me in my mother's womb, and had his sovereignty says, I'm going to put those two together. And then I'd see her, and then I wouldn't see her for a couple years. And then I'd see her, and I wouldn't see her for a couple years. And if you think that I knew I'd be at Columbia one day, I'll now be able to get myself a t-shirt that says I went to Columbia. That I saw this, I didn't. But I can wonder about my God. And that increases my spiritual readiness because I know he's doing things for me. And that I can share, or I could keep to myself. I could put it under a rock, or I could tell you all. Now that story is now your story, and you're responsible for that story now. But that's what spiritual readiness can do, okay? So a couple examples where I was scared, by all right scared, 29,000 feet, and somebody just got shot, and I still got to go through that door, okay? And then an example of what it looks like to find those things to wonder about every day, okay? Thank you, ma'am.
So, General Brunson, we are so grateful. Can we sing?
You have all my contact information.
We're so very grateful to you. It was extraordinary, inspirational. I was getting whispers in my ear that you should run for president.
This is the Reverend Dr. Canon Julian Bull. He is the head of school of Campbell Hall out in Studio City, California. He's an Episcopal priest. He's an incredibly nice guy. And when we talk about the research that we have done, he is in some ways our dean of that research. He is the gracious statesman who knows all the things and has been doing this for so long, and yet doesn't make us feel like we haven't been doing it as long as he has, or as well, or as robustly. He always makes me feel like I have my act together. I very rarely do. And I don't have your official bio in front of me, so I don't know what else you wanted to say about yourself. However, he brought this lovely short video of kids from his school. Campbell Hall is preschool through grade 12, right? Starts in kindergarten. And he's going to introduce this video, and then the rest of our panel is going to come up and join us. That's our story. Thanks, Julie.
You're going to show it off like you got it?
He's working his magic. He being Eric. Eric is back there. Eric is doing a marvelous job.
Can I ask Norman Hull, the chaplain of Campbell Hall, to stand up? Well, stand up, Norman. So these are elementary school students. And Norman, following Lisa's research, has set up elementary school chapel so that the students lead it. It's student speakers, sixth graders, so the oldest kids in the division. This was filmed during Zoom, so there's a loss during Zoom of in-person chapel.
Chapel has always been such a safe and sacred place. For me, one of the great things is hearing a younger voice talk about such important topics in a presentation. It's easier to connect with someone closer to your age because most times you can relate to a situation or understand them better.
In my life, I've seen so many people speak about what they believe in, from fighting climate change to standing up against racial discrimination. There are so many issues that are important to speak up about, but not all of them have to be big. The small things can be just as great.
Rosh Hashanah is one of the holiest days of the year. This holiday is difficult to understand because it's not a celebration of some historical event. Rather, it celebrates the human's ability to change. Rosh Hashanah is the start of the 10 days of repentance. This is a time for thought, self-examination, and prayer. During this time, you must do certain things to correct the mistakes you made in the past year. These things include repentance, deep prayer, and charity.
I think forgiving a person is hard because it's human instinct not to forgive a person who did something wrong. The only way to get over this is practice. You can practice by putting yourself in a situation where you might have to forgive someone, or you could get a friend to help you. Yes, I do think forgiveness is very hard to do, even if you're Christian. Thank you for watching this short little presentation. Bye.
Before taking out the DNA from a strawberry, I was lost and confused for what my work was for. I had a different view of science. I thought it was just cool information. But now seeing the main thing of what I've been studying gave me a different view of science. For now, DNA is how far science has gotten in biology. But who knows, maybe you can find something beyond there.
In the Dominican Republic, when my grandparents were younger, they would take showers in the warm rainwater. They said that it was very fun and that most people did it. They also used to live on a farm and do chores and play with the animals. There wasn't much running water or paying someone else to do things for you, like chores on the farm. This makes me proud. This makes me feel good about my family as an independent and proud of who they are.
There's a little Jeremiah in all of us. Sometimes we doubt ourselves, but God has given us the confidence to speak our minds. You just have to find it in you to use it. God puts trust in us children because children are a bit more understanding, patient, and open-minded than some adults. God told us not to let being a kid be an excuse not to use our voice. So stand up and use your voice for someone in need. You never know, you may change someone's day. Remember that God has given us the confidence, the words, and the voice, just like he did with Jeremiah, who became prophet of the nations. So take a chance today
and get comfortable being uncomfortable. Thank you for your time.
When you hear the word Christmas, do you think of a beautiful Christmas tree, joyful music, and opening presents? Well, to be honest, I do too. But I also think of the baby Jesus being born, the birth of a newborn king, the Son of God. Jesus wasn't the king who was born into royalty with a big castle. He was born in a small stable on a bed of hay. Surrounded by animals, kings, and loved ones, Jesus was brought into this world as an innocent baby and grew to become a great leader.
On the other hand, the pandemic has been very scary and ruined a lot of lives. I'm extremely aware of how lucky I've been to be okay during this time. I always pray for those affected negatively during this last year. A lot has changed in the world. I know I am lucky to have turned this time into a positive by homeschooling, running, training on my own, and I've been enjoying the quiet. I have a great relationship with my parents. I run with my mom and play basketball with my dad. Another thing I have learned during the pandemic is that I became more independent, doing assignments on my own with no help from teachers or tutors. I have taught myself how to research topics and figure out math problems with no assistance. It's been challenging, but has made me stronger and smarter.
I'm here to talk about art, faith, and spirituality. Spirituality is something that you believe in and put passion into. Art is the expression of someone's imagination in a visual form. Faith is the complete trust in someone or something. These three things are connected because in the Bible there are many examples of art being displayed. And all three of these things you have to spend time on to be better.
A great example of music and faith is Chapel. One of my favorite Chapel songs is The Lord of the Dance. My mom used to sing it to me when I was a baby, so it has a very special place in my heart. It's my family's favorite hymn, and we even have the lyrics on our wall. Crazy, right?
One day I was swinging on my swing overlooking the city view. It felt so calm and clean because the air was so nice and fresh and the trees were all green and you could hear all the animals playing and singing to each other. It felt like the earth was telling us, thank you so much for this peaceful time. And here's an example. Get the difference? And I think the Bible passage relates to climate crisis because although birds and animals and the earth can't speak human, in their mind they're trying to warn and remind the humans that this is not okay.
As you see in the chapter reading, something that comes from the heart is the most valuable gift. Thank you, Campbell Hall, for listening to my presentation. All of you do one act of kindness that will come from the heart. Bye!
COVID is the gravity, and all we have to do is defy it. Defying COVID! I know it sounds silly, but we are doing it right now. Being in Chapel together, even if we see boxes of ourselves, we are defying it. By making memories during this time, we are defying it. By cheering on the frontline workers and doctors, we are defying it. By wearing masks and social distancing, I can't speak in this, we are not letting it prevent us from doing the things we love. So I encourage you to find that special song or type of music, or even something that makes you happy and that will help you defy COVID. That will bring a smile upon your face in this pandemic. And as the Bible passage says, you will go out in joy and be led forth in peace. The mountains and hills will burst into song before you, and all the trees in the field will clap their hands.
Can't follow it. It's great. You're great. I'm just conscious of using the microphone for our friends on Zoom. We're so glad you're here. Please welcome to the stage the people who are named up here behind me. Macrae, McGuire, Pryor, Lorentz. Julian, come back with us. Stick around. I'm not going to talk that much. Okay. So we are here to talk to you about, and I'm going to trust somebody to tell me if the audio levels are wrong. We're here to talk about the Collaborative for Spirituality in Education's original research and where that's going now. And we're sitting in exactly a weird order in my head. Maybe it's right in your head. In that, we're up. Great. Even better. Okay. Starting in 2017, we went into 21 schools around the country that were supporting kids' spirituality. The schools ranged in lots of ways. Some were religious, some were secular, some were private, some were public. Some were big and some were small. And all grades from preschool through grade 12 were represented. And we harvested, to use Lisa's word, the acumen of master teachers and administrators. Two of them are sitting here, and one of them was supposed to be here. He's called away on a community emergency. But if you have picked up a button, she, Cameron Hardy, is the one who said that all students in her school are seen, known, and valued. So she is with us here in spirit. So all I am sitting here to do is to bridge the gap between the people who were part of that original research, Paul, Pryor Lorentz, who is the chair of community life, the chair of the theology department at Convent and Stewart Hall, Schools of the Sacred Heart in San Francisco, California, and Julian that we met. I like these guys a lot. I've known them for 3 years. I could say a lot more and they'd probably be embarrassed. And also we're running late on time. So take my word for it, you want to get to know them. They're brilliant. They do this work from their socks. Then we have with us Jim McGuire and Rob Macrae. Rob is the head and Jim is the associate head of Louisville Collegiate School in Louisville. And they are starting to do this work. They're more than starting. They're well on their way. They might say they're starting. And they're going to talk about how the work that the collaborative have done, that Paul and Julian and many others have done, is influencing their work. And I'm just here to make it seem in the room. I don't know. I'm going to get out of the way, though, because they've been doing this longer than I have. So, Jim, I'm going to turn it over. Or not Jim. Who's going first? You did your thing. It's your turn.
I'll jump in. And then I might invite Julian
And
also. We're gonna do it. We're gonna be expedited. Are we good? Hi. So I thought before we came in here, I was like, oh, it's a little bit like the meme of how it started and how it's going, but in a really positive way. And things kind of started in terms of our inclusion. I come from Convent at Stewart Hall in San Francisco. We're a Catholic Sacred Heart school, independent school. And we invited Lisa to San Francisco, to speak on the spiritual child. And I think you noticed something while you were there that maybe we didn't notice in the same way, because in Catholic world, Catholic San Francisco, sometimes we're just stuck in, are we Catholic enough? Are we too Catholic? But I think Lisa had an inkling of there might be some common DNA here with some of the other institutions that she was becoming familiar with. But briefly, just in terms of how we exist and operate as a school, our mission is taken from the Religious of the Sacred Heart, an order of Catholic nuns founded in France by Madeleine Sophie Barrat. And our mission that we share with them is to discover and reveal the love of God in the world and to embody and animate that love through education. We communicate that through transformative relationships. And if that term sounds familiar, again, I think that was some of the common DNA. Julian and I, along with Norman, Chris Tate, Renee Owen, a handful of folks here, gathered at Teachers College in October of 2017. Happy 5-year anniversary, everyone. And started those kind of initial conversations about what might we have to offer to schools that don't have a specifically religious affiliation. And kind of what emerged, just to bring you along for the ride in case you're not familiar with this, are these dozen or so drivers of cultural, spiritual animation within schools, spiritually awakened schools. They are transformative relationships, transcendent practice, ritual, inherent worth, integrated mission, aspirational values, intentional lexicon, authentic core, meaningful learning, nature consciousness, and some authorized keepers that help to bring that forth and make it real. So Julian, did you want to add to what those kind of initial experiences felt like?
Yeah, I mean, partly what you have to do is articulate something that you've been doing a long time in your own tradition. And then also, following Lisa's research, we realized that there was also another mission to make it, as you say, translatable to other kinds of schools and even the public school system. And so that's an edge that we're all growing on. I mean, and it is almost, other people were doing the work, but not in the same way that Lisa has done it and made it digestible by anybody who is open to research, anybody who's open to science. And so we, really inspired by that, have been working in public partnership with the public school system in terms of after-school programming and summer programming, because budget cuts, have eliminated arts from those schools. And also the public schools tend to be pretty afraid of allowing kids to speak about the things that are passionate to them because it could cross some sort of boundary. But it's really safe if you have an authorized keeper like a chaplain or somebody coaching them. Any kind of assembly can be a safe space for children speaking from the heart. There are some exceptions. Some people want to bring something into that space that isn't appropriate, so you do need a keeper to sort of set the guardrails up. But I'm just excited, I would say, just in the interest of brevity, I'll just say that I'm really interested in that growing edge for our schools. And so private schools have a responsibility to be in partnership and to be in dialogue with schools that have other budget concerns and apparent concerns about what you can and can't do, that really the limits aren't what people think they are. And I know in working with these folks from Louisville Collegiate, which is not a religiously affiliated school, we discuss some of those barriers, and so maybe that's a good segue to your work there.
Yeah, great. So I had a serendipitous moment with Lisa just about that 5 years ago mark, when she came to Festival of Faith in Louisville, and I was heading out there to prepare to be head of school. So we'd both come from a couple miles apart in Connecticut to Louisville to be at the Festival of Faith, and she started talking about all the work that she was doing for Spiritual Child. And as we all were during the session with the general a moment ago, it was clear our kids need this. I was like, give me the manual, Lisa. Like, how do we raise human beings? How do we raise resilient human beings? What do we do to that? And we had been working a lot on social emotional, and yet there was more than social emotional. And so when I saw you at Festival of Faith, and we had met one other time prior, what was really interesting, I hadn't started at Louisville Collegiate, and I'm like, we are going to be a spiritually aware school. And it's a secular school. So I think we can add to the petri dish of non-religious and then bringing it to a school. Collegiate was always really good at whole child, but hadn't contemplated the spiritual part. So we've been working for the last 4 years and talking with Amy once a month and talking with Lisa a bunch about how do we intentionally change the culture and climate of the school. And one of my biggest aha moments was I was talking to the whole student body, and I said to the 4-year-olds, to the 85-year-old teacher we have, every single one of you plays a part in our culture. And what do you want it to be? And just that sense of that we all have a stake in the culture, and that we can be intentional in creating what we want it to be, was my big aha moment. Now Jim's going to start talking about some of the specifics we did.
Yeah, and so I had the really good fortune. I've been at Louisville Collegiate now for about 10 years, and prior to that, about 12 years in public schools in the Chicago area. And I'm going to take just a second to gush on my boss, which is never a bad thing to do in public, by the way. But for us at Collegiate, we were going through a head of school search, and we were very much for someone in particular to come in and support the work and do the work and have the vision for this work that Rob had. And so it was a really great match for us when we were going through that process. And I still remember when Rob first started at Collegiate, you know, he came in and one of his North Star, his vision was to make Louisville Collegiate School the healthiest community for kids to grow up. That was it. It was, you know, straightforward. It was direct. And he literally met with every single board member, faculty and staff member, parent, students in his opening summer. I mean, he was busy, really busy, and really talked about this vision for that and what that would look like at Louisville Collegiate, and putting climate and culture at the very top of the list in terms of our school community. And, you know, I've certainly had the good fortune of working at some other great schools, and for different leaders and different folks, you know, will emphasize and celebrate different things. But to have a leader that would come in and put at the top of the list this work, which meant, you know, some not just kind of older definitions of whole child education, but this idea that in our school, our secular school, that we were going to talk openly about, you know, mind, body, and spirit, and the spiritual core and the importance of that. And so it was a great opportunity to then lean into the research and whatnot that we had picked up. And I always say we're kind of like the new kids on the block. We were able to kind of learn from the amazing work that Dr. Lisa Miller, Amy Chapman, and their team have done, and then all the schools. And it was sort of handed to us almost like this manual of like, okay, if you want transformative school culture, here are the magic ingredients. You know, here's what you need. And so we spent a lot of time really thinking about, well, how do we be more intentional about transformative relationships? How do we think about integrated mission work and aspirational values, and, you know, so on and so forth, and rituals? And it's looked lots of different ways. I mean, one of the things that we have tried at Louisville Collegiate is to try a number of different things to help bring along and get some early adoption of this culture and this climate. Probably primarily, we decided very intentionally that we were starting with our faculty and staff. That in order for our students to really be able to engage in this sort of work, we really needed to start first and foremost with our faculty and staff. This airplane mask model, right, where, you know, put yours on before you can't give what you don't have. And so we spent time really thinking about, well, how do we create a culture of community wellness, a whole being wellness, where the whole human being is really honored and valued and seen and heard in our community. And so that meant, like, you know, training our teachers, everything from, you know, going through mindfulness and meditation trainings, all of which were just offerings and invitations, right? Nothing that was ever mandatory, compulsory. A summer institute where we really spent time talking about, you know, how do we understand our emotions and our students' emotions, and how do they show up for us? How do we work with them? Our thoughts, what are our thoughts? Who's the observer of those thoughts? All of those really kind of big and important questions, and really trying to do a lot of exploration around that. And then additionally, you know, doing some targeted things in our classrooms, certain programming with, you know, some meditation, mindfulness work, and also a variety of like SEL initiatives. And what we have found, not only do a lot of these like individual programs just sort of like sprout some new things across our campus, but it's also been great because what we've seen now is in our own school community that everybody understands and realizes that this priority, this institutional goal and priority, is here to stay, and this is the most important thing. And we have this whole faculty and staff and student body that is like leaning into this and trying all kinds of things. And so what you're really seeing on our campus, I think, is a real momentum to be a spiritually supportive school and spiritually aware school. It's very much a part of our lexicon now and our culture, and it's great because now we're seeing this kind of sprout all kinds of wonderful you know, blossoms around our campus.
I want to ask, has that had any impact on admissions?
No, oh my gosh, like, you know, it's like we find that, in fact, so when Rob first started at our school, we were at about 640 students, junior kindergarten all the way through 12. We are now at 777 students, and we have grown tremendously. And sure, there's like lots of reasons for that. But I will tell you that Rob meets with every single one of our families, our prospective families, and he talks about this specifically. This is his pitch. right? This is why we are different, and this is why coming to Louisville Collegiate School matters, and why your children need to be with us. And it is not a coincidence, in my opinion, that like this is what parents are really looking for, and this is what students are looking for. And so we have these conversations. Our enrollment has skyrocketed. Our attrition numbers have plummeted. Students aren't going other places. And faculty and staff were like historical lows when it comes to this. And, just a couple of quick anecdotes. I mean, I've been there for about 10 years now, and I've seen sort of a lot of evolutions of our culture and climate at our school. I have had more faculty and staff, some of which have been there for 25, 30 years. And some of them, I will tell you, are really hard to please. have pulled me aside, stopped me in the hallways, and just said, "Hey, this is the best the school has ever felt." And people are just so excited and enthusiastic about this work. And then, of course, like doing this work, all outcomes improve, right? And so our academic outcomes, our social, emotional outcomes, our annual fund giving is the highest it's been at least in the last 15 years. So we're just seeing lots of data points that suggest that this work is really resonating with our community. It's resonating in the Louisville community, and we're sold. We've drank the Kool-Aid. So.
I would say post-pandemic, people are especially hungry. I see hands out there. So I think, do we have the microphone still? But
I may have missed this. Can you contextualize the school, independent school, private school, public school?
It's an independent school that has pre-kindergarten through 12th grade, and secular, so no religious affiliation, which I think is relevant to adding to the landscape of the research for public schools. Yes, we can do things differently from public schools, but being a secular school, people are very much on guard about not being religious. And so we've had to be very careful with the use of the word spirituality and what we mean by that.
And we've had lots of questions about that from faculty, staff, parents, perspectives, and had to really help folks understand and define what that means so that they know that it's not code for something else. That what it means is cultivation, development of inner self, and this connection to something bigger than self.
Yeah. You guys ready to take your questions?
Yeah.
So we're happy to take your questions. As a courtesy to the people on Zoom, they really can't hear you unless we give you microphones. So there's one right here. If I could get a, or we can repeat the question. Or we can repeat your question. So, sir, go ahead and I'll say it again. I would be happy to.
Thank you. I was just wondering what kind
Thank
of
you.
pushback that was experienced and you came aboard and started sharing your ideas, your thoughts, your vision. What was the common pushback that came up from students, parents? I'll be interested in hearing that.
What the question was, what kind of pushback came from students, parents, and other community members when we started going down this road from the schools, not from me? And I can hand you my microphone.
So I think it was a conflation with religion was the significant pushback, to the point where we were contemplating, and then I went to see Lisa this summer, we were contemplating phasing out spirituality and using whole child a little bit more.
Yeah, a variety of other words, yeah.
Or other greater than yourself, or and then I watched your video and saw you in Rhinebeck, and I was convinced forever from there. But probably that's been the biggest pushback of a secular school, is people coming in and saying, Rob, we're not a religious school. And I'm like, I agree with you 100%. And but to be spiritual is different from being religious. And they're not the same. And it's starting to get traction, and people are starting to understand. I particularly will use the word spiritual when I have more than 30-second elevator, right? If you have a minute to talk to somebody, you can explain it a little bit more. So, but the people are we're still careful about spirituality, but we're now convinced that it is part of our ethos, and the faculty now are fully bought in, where it took a year or two for them to adjust to that, for sure.
Yeah, we constantly calibrate trying to like get that just right. And there's been times when we've over-indexed on our explanation and definition, so much so that I've had faculty and staff who've come, or parents who said, look, we are religious. We have a religious practice in our house. Is it okay for us to have that? We're like, yeah, of course, absolutely. You know, like, so yeah.
We get pushback as an Episcopal school. We get pushback from people who say you're not being religious enough. Which just means they don't understand the research, in the sense you can be both religious and spiritual. You can be spiritual and not religious. And we are trying to give practices and create a culture that is inclusive as American democracy needs to be. And we use the language of training people for citizenship in democracy, following on Stephen's research. And you can't be training people for democracy if you are only teaching religious studies. They need to be prepared for this multi-religious, multicultural democracy.
I'll follow on that. You know, in Catholic world, we say it's a big church. There's a lot of diversity, and we got to imagine that spirituality is even bigger. And to quote poet David White, like, don't keep yourself small. Don't keep spirituality small. Like, make it a bigger conversation.
I just had a curiosity about the term secular. When I think of the term secular, I think of the term meaning absent of religion and spirit. And so it's just a wondering. I'm just pushing back on.
What's interesting, I use secular, and then right after it I say or multi-faith, to make it clear that it can be faith-based. And so it's secular or multi-faith is the way that I try to describe it. And then I borrow some of Lisa's words to talk about transcendent practices, what was used a lot today, believing in things that are greater than yourself, not being the sum of your parts and pieces. I listen carefully to you about your language, and to make it clear what we mean by spiritual but not religious. And so that the possibilities of what the transcendent practices are, and for it not to be specifically tied to a specific religion.
Hi, my question is related to mainly how does your vision as being leaders of this translate with teachers, and what would be some of the key components of teacher development when you're trying to translate this for educators and teachers to be able to translate this in their classrooms? What are some of the challenges, and what are some of the key aspects of teacher development?
Like, again, for us, a couple of things that we did, we've done a number of different professional development opportunities and offerings, everything from like certainly books and book discussion groups and things along those those lines to transcendent practices and different things, and then also open invitations to participate in like the Awakened Schools Institute, which I think we had ended up with like 14 or 15 of our teachers who did it. Like, we were able to at least generate enough curiosity, you know, in an early stage for them to jump in and try that. And I will say, as a plug for that, like if you can, you know, within your school communities, just have folks try and engage in that sort of work. It'll, one, give them a deeper understanding for the research, but then there's a lot of like really great practical applications. Like how okay, so great. So if I want to, you know, if I want aspirational values, I want to really target that and be conscientious about that in my classroom. What does that look like? And so there was some really great work that came out of that. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Awakened Schools Institute is an opportunity that was born out of Dr. Lisa Miller's work, and also Amy Chapman have kind of led the charge there. And it was really a series of meetings that took place on Wednesdays throughout the school year, Wednesday evenings. It was an opportunity to kind of learn a little bit more about the research, but also really understand from practitioners and whatnot, like how it actually gets applied in in schools. And so a variety of different speakers would talk about kind of their experiences in their school, and you know, walk away with notebooks full of like, you know, ideas for like how to execute the work in your schools.
What's interesting about this work is it's important, but almost never urgent, right? We can be spiritual tomorrow instead of today. And so it's really helpful that I'm very involved and that I have Jim. That's his main responsibility is doing this. He has other jobs as assistant head of school, but that I have him thinking about this all the time and making sure that we are tending to the important and not just the urgent, which I think has been really important for our school.
We have a two-day teacher training that all teachers have to go through. They have to go through other trainings as well in diversity and inclusion and technology and so on. But the key to the two-day training is to make sure that every teacher, every coach, every assistant in the office knows the importance of making school relevant to young people. And this happens in different ways in different contexts. You know, an AP science teacher has to be teaching AP science, but they also, if they're aware of the human being in front of them as having goals and needing a sense of purpose, and if that's always in the background, it leads to a lot of kinds of magical connections, some of them in class, a lot after class, a lot kind of in the conversations that happen, you know, during lunchtime or whatever. And none of it is, again, any kind of religious conversion. All of it is the vocation of seeing the divine, to use that language, in the student, and then doing everything we can to connect to that through a traditional college preparatory curriculum. And there's more opportunities for that kind of connection than are immediately apparent. And the more you teach at the school and learn from other teachers, sort of the tricks, the more that becomes apparent.
And I think the more encouragement that you give to faculty along the way to say that while there might be someone who has a responsibility or accountability for it, the keeper, the head of school, really important, that for teachers to feel invited into these practices and have those development opportunities like what you offer, you know, and to say, hey, this creation of space at the beginning of class, that can be a wonderful opportunity. This mindfulness activity, not only will help your students to focus really well, but it also then makes you a participant in how this work happens. And then when there's those community activities that have spiritual significance, to make sure that everyone feels not just invited, but that they have to be there to really represent how important it is to the culture of the community.
I'll tell a story about a veteran science teacher at our school who he still at least once a year comes to me and says, you know, I'm an atheist and I don't believe any of this stuff. Say, first of all, you're not an atheist, you're an enchanted agnostic, okay? Because I've been in your classroom, and when you're teaching, you're teaching with an incredible sense of awe about the wonder of the universe. And I went in the other day, he was showing images from the telescope, you know, and just with this childlike sense of wonder as he talked about these things with the students. And I'm going, yeah, Mr. Atheist, you've just done more to convert these kids to a spiritual life than I have ever done. So it's you know, a little counterintuitive, the ways that we open that world up to students.
Tara Ragbear, I believe we can all agree that rituals really matter in our lives. For example, for the Irish as a culture, you know, the black coal for New Year's by a dark-haired man walks through the door. For someone who's Roman Catholic or Episcopalian, it's a cross. How have rituals within families and communities strengthened the work that you're doing to promote spirituality within the school body and within the general community?
That's a great advertisement for a session we're having in about a half an hour. So we can briefly talk about how important rituals are. I remember Pearl Kane, who was a famous teacher here at Teachers College, talked about how relevant the rites and rituals of independent schools are. And she's, so, you know, people have been, Peter Drucker talks about rites and rituals and culture. And so it is a great opportunity to really focus on and enhance parts of your culture that you feel need addressing. And so anytime your school gathers, whether it's as a classroom or as a whole school or divisions, is an opportunity to create a rite or a ritual. And so what's been interesting for us is we've spent the last 2 years about quarterly evaluating our rituals and saying, how can we do this pep rally better? Like, right, a crazy high school pep rally, how do we make it more community centered and connected to something greater than yourself? And it's just little changes, but you can bring a lot more meaning by thinking about things like, I never thought of a pep rally having meaning before. And all of a sudden it was about the community and the community being something greater than themselves. And you just add a little bit more and it shifts the focus of what you're doing.
We do something similar, just directing the intentionality of the gathering in a purposeful way.
Yeah.
And we're riding the wave of having experienced not being together for a long time. So anytime we come together now, we can say, see how important it is that we're together for this, whatever the context is. A rally is a great example.
In my faculty meetings, we now always start with a time to settle in, and then we talk about how grateful we are to be together, and it makes a big difference.
And you can call it sacred.
Yeah.
You could call it something greater than what we could do separately.
I think also just real quick, don't be afraid to do some really hard examination of your rites, rituals, and ceremonies. I think that's something that we've also been engaged in the last couple of years, because there's some things that are part of our community that have been for a long, long time. And in some cases, we feel like, it's maybe nobody's really clear what the goal or the purpose is of that rite or that ritual or that ceremony. And so it's like, okay, well, let's unpack that. Let's understand what we're doing and how we're doing it. And if it's expressing the kinds of values that we hold dear in our community. So I think also just going through that exercise of hard examination and awareness about what you're doing in that space is really, really critical and important.
The most popular parent program at our school has become the Parent Mindfulness Program, which when it went onto Zoom meant that it could be open to 200 people at once, as opposed to the 40 that could fit in the room before. And they have a very simple ritual. It's a ritual of mindfulness meditation, and then sort of sharing in a circle. Lisa has actually Zoomed in a couple of times to that group. And so rituals can be very simple, they can be very inclusive, very broad, and again, post-pandemic, people are so hungry for this. Mm-hmm. The question about enrollment, interest in schools that are doing this, I think this is true. Every single spiritual school that I talk to has risen dramatically after the pandemic. People are looking for something, definitely.
We have a question from Zoom, and that's going to be our last question for this session, which is there a distinction between spiritual and faith-based?
I would defer to more expert people that are in this, but I would suggest that the difference is that spiritual can be either multi-faith or not a specific faith, where faith-based is talking about a specific practice of a specific deity or a specific path towards enlightenment, is how I would differentiate the two. But I defer to my experts here.
Well, that's a good definition. I mean, Lisa's done a good job of defining spirituality in terms of the research she does. And faith-based is one way to be spiritual, but it's not the only way. So yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah.
So I've had the great opportunity to see each of you as heads with your parents. And of all places they have to go, they feel most enlivened, they feel most spiritually whole, they feel most connected in your schools. Can you talk about how many parents who perhaps in their own path have chosen not to pursue their faith tradition outside of your schools are actually finding a spiritual home in your school?
I mean, it's just true that participation in the churches and temples has been dropping, and even for the Catholics who would go to church once a week and then didn't during the pandemic, that trend has continued. But people are still hungry, and you also have people coming from, say, a Jewish day school or a Catholic day school or a Muslim day school, and wanting their middle school students then to see something bigger, and then the parents go on that journey with them. So I think we're, it would take scholars of religion and sociology or whatever to really analyze this, but there's a bigger movement happening here, and there's this hunger for this bigger picture that is not necessarily satisfied by being in the same room with people who think the same way you do with all the stories that you have. That's very, I mean, I'm an Episcopalian and I love that, the depth of that tradition in my own practice, but I'm also invigorated by the diversity in a room that is at the same time committed to spiritual development. So we're not just yelling at each other, and there's not just a sense of feudal conflict, but the sense of searching in all humility and and with real courage for something bigger, and recognizing that our country needs that too. So that's a sense of adventure that a few people have talked about today. That I think I love that in your new video. That sense of adventure. It's so important.
Think about the number of hours one might spend going to church or temple. Maybe maxes out at 3 hours a week, right? For those that feel devoted. We're not a boarding school and we have these students for 40 hours plus a week. It's a very high bar, right? And there has to be a ton of trust there, obviously. I mean, it goes without saying, but it's the case. And to enter into a partnership in that way and to say, we are going to extend this partnership to realms of meaning and significance that go beyond just the grades that students are trying to earn or meeting deadlines. It's a wonderful opportunity, and it's been there, right? And it's just about kind of stepping into it and saying yes.
Let me be a little more precise.
Yeah.
I see parents not wanting to leave after drop off, right? So they're staying.
Yeah.
And because it feels so good to be at your school.
Well, we can be their community, right, Jim?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see parents, just attendance at a lot of the parent programming and stuff where we're talking about this stuff explicitly and we're providing space for discussions around it. I will tell you, just in terms of students and their enthusiasm, Rob and I have for the last year and a half taught a class to high school 10th graders, which they are a tough crowd. And we are teaching a course that's all about this, right? It's a class about their inner self. It's about their connection to something larger than self. And this is no hyperbole. I can't tell you the number of kids that it not only shows up in written form in terms of evaluations that we do, but in the just when they pull us aside or stop by our offices, or we hear through their parents, they're like, your class is their favorite class, right? And they love the opportunity to, I think, engage in this work, to think about this work. We've seen a lot of just mind blowing that has happened in these discussions with these when you start talking to them about the subject-object relationship between their inner self and the thoughts and the emotions that they have. It's a tremendous. I'm 23 years into education. It's probably one of the most powerful experiences I've had with students, and I'm grateful just to be a part of it.
In 2019, Dr. Jack Miller spoke. And about 5 minutes into his presentation, I suddenly became aware that Dr. Miller was communicating on more than one level. His words were very clear, his conceptualizations crisp, and yet something was happening in the room, confluent at the level of experience with the concepts he was putting forth. Dr. Jack Miller has, for decades, been a founder and leader in holistic education. And the way in which he shares the work itself is an in vivo opportunity to walk into and experience holistic education. I will read his bio. Dr. Miller, we're so grateful you're here today from Toronto. Dr. Jack Miller has been working in the field of holistic education for over 40 years. He is author-editor of more than 20 books on holistic learning and contemplative practices in education, which includes The Contemplative Practitioner, Meditation in Education, and The Workplace, Love and Compassion, Exploring Their Role in Education, and his memoir, which I read and is a journey, a beautiful, beautiful journey lived holistically. His writing has been translated into 8 languages. The holistic curriculum has inspired the program in 4 different schools, including the Equinox Holistic Alternative School in Toronto. Jack teaches courses in holistic education and contemplative education for graduate students at Ontario Institute for Studies in Education at the University of Toronto, where he is professor. Jack is really a founder. And so I invite you, as he shares today, to check in perhaps every so often and see just how it feels to be learning from Dr. Miller. Welcome.
For the leadership that you're giving to this field. It's so incredible, and we're all so grateful for it. Yeah, okay. So I work in holistic education, and holistic education is about connectedness. It's seeing how things are interrelated. So it's also, I'm going to talk about how my events in my personal life are connected to things that have happened in my professional life. So I start with my mother. Her name was Joy, and it was very appropriate because she had a wonderful sense of humor. I have a lot of memories of laughing together with my mother. And again, she was a hugger. And it's so important for a young person to have a physical touch, loving touch. And I was very fortunate to have that. And so my mother's love was the anchor for my childhood. It was the base that I grew from. And I just said a couple more things about mother. She was an incredible gardener. She loves flowers. And she was very good at finding four-leaf clovers. But I'll just say one thing about her as a mother. One thing is, as a child, I used to like to talk to myself out loud. And I think some mothers would have said, you shouldn't do that, and particularly if there's other people around. But she never said that. She let me do my own thing in a very loving way. So again, I could cry now. So this is me in high school. And I'm a nerd, right? Like I was terrified of girls. So one of the things that brought me out of myself was sports. I did play football in high school, and I just became so interested in sports. And that was the way I connected with my father, who is called John P. Miller. And I'm John P. Miller Jr. And that's the confusion. So in the family, they called me Jack. But so most people know me as Jack, but my legal name is John. But everybody in my family, my grandparents, my parents, my brother went to the University of Missouri. Right? And so listening to Missouri games on the radio with my father was the way I connected with my father. And connecting with my father through sports. So that was really, really important. And then my grandmother, Faith. Love these names that people used to have, right? Joy, Faith. And so she introduced me to Tolstoy. Not the Tolstoy of War and Peace of Anna Karenina, but the spiritual Tolstoy, who was a radical Christian. But she also introduced me to classical music. And when I hear Beethoven, I always think of my grandmother. And the music of Haydn, Mozart, Beethoven, and Schubert, as I go on in my life, I'm 79, and it just seems like the older I get, that music is such a balm to my soul. And I have a story about Haydn. I listened to Dave Hurwitz, who is head of classicals.com, and he's doing a Haydn parade. He's going through every Haydn symphony, and there's 107. But what he says about those symphonies is that Haydn created them as an integrated whole, that he had a holistic vision of each symphony. So I've been listening to that music since the 70s, and I think at some kind of subconscious level, that music has had an influence on my work in holistic education. And that's the power of music. And of course, it doesn't have to be Haydn. It's whatever touches your soul, whatever touches your soul. No. So, as a young American, I was facing the war in Vietnam and the draft of what to do. And it was a very stressful time. So I picked up this book, Yoga, Youth, and Reincarnation by Jess Stern. And in the back of that book were these asanas, these postures. And on my own, I just started to do these asanas. And within a month, I could feel the difference. So that got me really interested in Eastern thought. And I started reading, the autobiography of yoga by Yogananda, Krishnamurti. And then at this point in my life, Ram Dass was a very important teacher to me. And so that led eventually to me starting doing meditation in 1974. No. And this is to me, is the essence of the Vipassana meditation. The thought manifests as the word. The word manifests as the deed. The deed develops into habit, and the habit hardens into character. So watch the thought, and it weighs with care, and let it spring from love, born out of respect for all beings. So awareness of the thoughts as they arise, that's the beginning of awakening and liberation. So I've been doing this practice now since 1974. So this is my first wife, Jean Foley. I met her at Boston when I was going to school at Harvard. I went to the MAT program, the Masters of Teaching program. And we met and we got married at the end of 1967. So the first year of our marriage was 1968. And there've been a lot of books written about 1968. That's when Martin Luther King was assassinated, when Robert Kennedy was assassinated. There were the riots in Chicago at the Democratic Convention. But at the end of that year was when they took the picture of the Earth from the moon, which many people believe was the start of a beginning of global consciousness. So again, I was faced with what to do if I was drafted. I wrote a conscientious objector statement against the war. I couldn't understand that war. And I was called. So we went to Canada in 1969. And when you went then, you didn't know when or if you could return. So I couldn't come back to the US for 6 years. And again, when you left, it was like a death. You were leaving everything. Fortunately, my parents were supportive. But all the friends you had, it was sort of like, that was it. You were gone. So with my wife's support, we built a new life in Canada. And I couldn't have done it without her. And she's the mother of my 2 children. And we shared spirit together. We did yoga together, and we listened at night. Sometimes we would listen to Ram Dass tapes and fall asleep. And again, marriage should be a spiritual partner where you're working to help each other awaken. That's really the purpose of marriage. But in 1983, she came down with breast cancer. And then she died in 1988. But in the last year of her life, this happens to some people who have a serious illness, she was propelled into Christ consciousness. And she would say, I feel so blessed. So she became my teacher at that point. And all you can do at that point is surrender to what's happening. You have no control over anything except your own response. So that's what I did. I surrendered. So she died, and that left a big hole in our lives, in my children's lives, of course. And so since then, I've tried to be mother and father to my two children. And I have to say that parenting is the most humbling experience that I have. But I love my children dearly. But of course, anybody who's a parent knows you suffer with your children at everything, and you imagine suffering for them. It's just the being a parent. But so again, she was the second anchor in my life. And I still, at some level, feel connected to her in that other world, the vast, what Emerson called the vast. So two other things happened in 1988 that affected my work. One is that in my courses, I started to ask my students to meditate every day for 5 or 6 weeks. They keep a journal, and then they write like a closing statement. And since then, I've introduced meditation to over 2,500 students, mostly teachers doing MEd program at the University of Toronto. And of all the things I've done as a professor, the books that I've written, I think this is the most important thing that I've done. And the reason for it is that it develops, again, what the general called that well, or what the Taoists called the inner strength. So inner strength is the only true source of teaching. It makes connections. It's an uninterrupted current, one and the same water, passing from one place to another. It reaches everywhere. The true gentle person practices the Tao, building inner power, inner strength, taking every step in a measured way. So this is why, and again, this whole idea of developing presence. So I'm just going to quote again, at the end, they write these 1-page statement, 2-page statements about how the meditation has affected them. And I'm just going to read from a couple of students here. So the one on the left, I tapped something greater than me. I felt connected to something greater. This did not feel like a religious connection, rather a connection to the universe. I also found a degree of reverence for the process. It is not something you can make happen. It happens to you. And I think that's when we do a practice, meditation or whatever, it's not I'm doing this. It's this practice is doing us. It's working on us. And we surrender to that practice. We give up a sense, we have to have a sense of agency in our work, but in spiritual practice, we surrender to a practice and see what happens. We surrender to the mystery of it. And then this person finishes, I couldn't help feel many times that something else, something mysterious was at play. And if we're doing a practice, we can connect with the mystery. the mystery of life. So the other person wrote, through meditation, I'm being gently invited to observe the nature of my own humanity. Personally, I have been strongly moved and transformed through the beautiful nature of this spiritual practice. I heard my voice and soul with amusement. I slowly let go of my inner judge and be more in touch with the unspoken, the unseen, and the sacred part of myself. I had achieved a larger vision of myself and my reality, a vision that tenderly dilutes my fears, my preconceptions, judgments, and need for control. Because of meditation, I've been able to transform my fear, anger, and resistance into joy, forgiveness, and acceptance, and love. So the other thing that happened that year was the publication of my book, The Holistic Curriculum. And since then, there have been 3 more editions, so 4 altogether. But I'll talk about the 94 in a minute. But going back, it was on the other slide, that the holistic curriculum has inspired 4 different schools in Toronto. One is no longer a school because she closed the school. Barzina Peter, who worked from the Baha'i faith, developed this private school. And again, all of these 4 schools use the concept of connectedness, how you can build a curriculum of connectedness. And then the second one is really amazing. Is that I think, yeah. I thought I had one with the different schools. Is the next one? Yeah, sorry, but I go back to the other one. Katie Doring took my class in the holistic curriculum in the early 2000s. Then she was hired a teacher at the Ronald McDonald Charity School, which, as you know, that's a place where kids have cancer. And so she's been at that school now for almost 20 years, and at that institution. But she's built a school there, a classroom, and working in one of probably the most challenging situation imaginable. And I have the highest admiration for Katie Doring, and she's recently published a book about children with cancer that could be read to a child that has cancer. So if you put in Katie Doring on Amazon, that book will come up. And then this is probably the most well-known school that took the holistic curriculum, the Equinox Alternative School it's a public school within the Toronto Board. And started in 2009. It's still going. They have a new principal now, and it's a K to 8 school. And again, they have this waiting list of parents who want to get their kids into this school. And then in 2019, I had a Muslim student in my class, and his name is Muhammad Reza, and he decided to set up a school for Muslim children, again, based on the ideas in the holistic curriculum. It's called the Selm Academy, which means peace. So not just looking at my work, this shows the universal applicability of holistic education in a variety of different settings. So I'll go back to 1994. So this book has changed my life in so many ways. So in 1994, it was translated into Japanese. And I was invited to go to Japan to do workshops and teach there. And there I met my present wife, Meadery. Would you stand up? And she's been the anchor of my life since then. And I've gone almost, before COVID, I went almost every year to Japan to teach at different universities, and she would translate. So we worked together, and that eventually led also to travel really throughout different parts of Asia, Korea, and maybe the most interesting was going to Bhutan. Again, holistic education is a worldwide movement. And but going back to Meadery, what I've learned from her is, again, and from the Japanese culture, is such a deep sense of gratitude. So I've learned that from her, but particularly I've learned so much about animals. She believes that animals are a lot more intelligent than we give them credit for, and science is beginning to prove that. And of course, we are part animal. We should deny that part of ourselves, because that allows us to connect with all other beings, with all like animals on the planet. I need to go a little further. Oh, yeah. So my most recent interest or work is in Taoism. I've just published a book called Taoism, Teaching and Learning a Nature-Based Approach to Education. The reason is that, again, people like Thomas Berry said that the ultimate reference point for the work that we do is the universe, it's the cosmos. So we look for images of the cosmos that can frame what we're doing. And I find Taoism helpful because it's nature-based. Taoism is about looking at nature and aligning ourselves with nature so we're in harmony with nature. And so I'll just read a couple of. One is this from Chan Chu, who's an ancient Taoist. So he said, real people from ancient times breathed from their heels, ordinary people from their throats. And of course, again, the Taoists knew a lot about ways to be healthy. And one of them was breathing properly. And there's been a really important book that's come out called Breath by Nestor, with a lot of scientific evidence. Again, a lot of people in our culture are not breathing, and it's causing illness. So to breathe deeply, to breathe slowly, and to breathe through your nose. Those are like the main things. But again, people 2,000 years ago knew that and recommended ways to be healthy. They were used to being alone, but not rigid about it. They were so mellow, they seemed joyful. They were calm and collected to such a depth as to enhance their health, and gracious to such a degree as to stabilize their virtue. They were upright, appearing to be like society, but transcendent and impossible to constrain. It's just so beautiful, eh? And the next one is from Lorentz books about Taoism. We can say ease comes from being in harmony with the Tao in recognition of the unity of all things. Ease comes from respecting the way of nature and your own nature. Ease comes from honoring your intuition. Ease comes from with the spirit of thanksgiving, of blessing, of blessedness. Ease comes from moving from our innate strengths and gifts. Ease comes from doing without using it as a means for trying to get something else. So even in a life of struggle, we can live with ease and grace. It is possible. So just summing up, Walt Whitman, he said that something to the effect that each of us contains multitudes. And for me, these multitudes are all the people that have been part of my life. My caring parents, my grandmother, my brother, loving wives, dear children, grandchildren, all my familial relations, my childhood and college friends, people I've worked with in so many different settings, the University of Toronto, Kobe Shinhwa Women's University, as well as other places in Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, and Bhutan, and Thailand, and Malaysia. And all the students that I've taught in those places as well. People that I met in silent meditation retreats. Although there's no talking, there's an unspoken intimacy. I've had several wonderful teachers. The list of people is endless. All these people have become part of me, and I've become part of them. We're not isolated egos, but souls that are intertwined with an infinite number of other souls in a vast, mysterious, unfolding tapestry that is life. Yes, the power of love. And I love the way the general was talking about love. And I've written a book about love and compassion. And I love the last sentence in the Divine Comedy, which is really about the journey of the soul. And he writes, Dante writes, "Here my powers arrest from their high fantasy, but I could already feel my being turned, instinct and intellect balanced equally. Instinct and intellect balanced equally. And that's holistic perception, holistic understanding. And as a wheel whose motion nothing jars by the love that moves the sun and the other stars, that love is the animating principle of the universe." Gandhi and King constantly have talked about how it was at the center of the cosmos. And Thomas Berry talks about how the universe is a communion of subjects, not a collection of objects, which is another way of talking about love in the universe. And then finally, I love the phrase, or the vision of Martin Luther King, the beloved community. Our schools, a beloved community is a community of love and justice. And so much of the efforts in social justice, I think, leave out the love. There must be love to go with our efforts in social justice, or it becomes legalistic and empty. So my hope is, and my vision is, that all our schools and university be beloved communities. So I just want to finish with doing a loving kindness meditation, which I was taught by a Burmese monk, Yu Silananda. And it's sending thoughts of well-being first to ourselves, and then we move it out to our relations. So I'm just going to say a phrase, "May I be well, happy, and peaceful," and then a moment of silence, and then I'll say another phrase. So you can close your eyes or leave them open, whatever you wish. May I be well, happy, and peaceful. May my family be well, happy, and peaceful. May my friends be well, happy, and peaceful. May my colleagues be well, happy, and peaceful. May those that I teach and care for, may they be well, happy, and peaceful. May my teachers be well, happy, and peaceful. May those that I meet in daily life, may they be well, happy, and peaceful. May those that I'm having some difficulty with, may they be well, happy, and peaceful. May all beings on the planet be well, happy, and peaceful. May all beings in the cosmos, both embodied and in spirit, be well, happy, and peaceful. Thank you.
Consider taking a question or two?
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Great, great. Thank you. Any residents, questions, reflections?
Hi, Dr. Miller. Thank you so much for your sharing. My question is, with the kind of Eastern and West, balance or even integration, so how can you envision the future, a family-based or community-based, curriculum design for the holistic perspective? Thank you.
I'm not sure quite the question, but again, my work has been trying to integrate, again, Western and Eastern ways of thought. And again, I've been so drawn to Eastern thought and how it can inform what we can do. So, and it's also, again, about seeing people on the other side of the world in a more friendly way. And again, from all the work that I've done there, I've developed a lot of friends, or at least friendly associations with people in that part of the world. So, and I've learned so much from them, particularly things like humility. And again, the value of silence. It's, those, in our culture, like to be verbally to be very verbal and eloquent is rewarded. But in the East, it's the other, like the silent person who occasionally says something helpful is like more respected than somebody that's constantly like talking. And again, that's another thing that Taoism like talks about, right? And I think what I wanted to say one more thing about Taoism is that they emphasize occasionally trying to be still. And again, in this culture, stillness is almost impossible. But in stillness, we can begin to listen to the rhythms of the earth and the cosmos. That's what Taoism is about. Not just Taoism, but any like spiritual, and again, indigenous, and again, there's a lot of similarities between Taoist thought and indigenous practices. And if we can quiet down enough, we can begin to listen to the rhythms of the earth and of the cosmos. So yeah, that's what I would say, yeah.
That was great. Thank you for everything. When I came to this thing today, I'm thinking, I guess I'm getting pretty near the end, and I've been at this, 45 years or so, and you're kind of talking me out of it. But I guess I have a question of how do you keep it fresh? I mean, how do you keep it fresh? Do you ever have those moments where?
Well, yeah, like, I'm 79, so there's some, like the general said, some in the morning when you get up, you wonder a little bit, whether it's going to be a good day. But I would say, I really get I get my energy out of teaching, right? I'm half-time. I teach 2 graduate courses a year. But, and these are like mostly young people, like in their late 20s, early 30s. And I just get so much, I learn so much from them, and they energize me so much. And it's going to take a lot for me to quit teaching. I'm going to have to really and I'm going to have to be in a wheelchair or something, So it's just, that's the way I think it really helps to keep me energized. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. I'm curious how, since it seems that a lot of your work is built around mindfulness and meditation, I'm wondering how you approach students, or how you suggest educators approach students, particularly those who have difficult or uncomfortable internal environment, those who have experienced trauma, who may have a lot of discomfort with stillness and quiet, and how you introduce this and how you get students to willfully and successfully engage in these kind of practices.
Okay, I introduce them in my classes to 8 different types of meditation. So I don't say there's just one way to meditate. And one of the ways is walking meditation. For people who have a hard time sitting still, they can do walking meditation. So it's so important that I feel when I introduce the meditation that the students get a sense of ownership in the meditation, right? And again, I don't think I said this in my talk, but so I've introduced it to 2,500 students. Only 4 or 5 refused to do it for different. One was like a fundamentalist, or another one had been sexually assaulted. So, but of all the people who've taken the course, no one has said at the end, "I'm really mad at you that you made me do this." Nobody said that. Even if they don't go on, they said thank you. So I give them a lot of space, and again, but I have to say that University of Toronto is one of the most multi-ethnic cities in the world, and our classes reflect that. So I've introduced this to every conceivable, person of different faith. I've had Sikhs in my class, and again, I think if we just offer it up to them and let them have ownership, there's usually not a problem. If you try to proselytize in any way, it's over. So that's the way that I work with it. But again, I think I did have one student who, and I say this now, she, after the meditation was done, was doing it on her own, and she was struggling. And I say, well, if you go on with it, you should have a partner or a teacher to help you do, don't go solo, And of course, there are all many kinds of groups now that people can join or whatever. So there is like you say, if somebody has gone through severe trauma, meditation may not be the right thing. It's not for everybody, right? Most of the people that come in my class are in pretty good mental state, right? Yeah.
And just to clarify, you're talking about college students.
Yes. Yeah.
Through your curriculum, how do you suggest that they're required
For the younger stuff, yeah. Well, I wrote a book called Education and the Soul, and I talk about a curriculum for the inner life, okay? And that would just start with relaxation exercises, visualization exercises, which young people generally like to do. They like to imagine, and if you give them an imagery with a lot of nature in it, they usually resonates with that. And then again, one of the doctoral students I worked with, she taught in a Catholic school, and she used dream work with her students, with adolescents. So they kept dream journals And then they would come in the next day in the class, and one of them would share their dream journal. And she said, in her thesis, summing up the data, she said, this was really helpful because adolescents are dealing with so many conflicts. She said it was really helpful to these adolescents in engaging in some of the difficulties that they're having. And yeah, so yeah. I don't know who was next, so yeah.
I have a comment about someone in trauma. I have taught MBSR in a number of different situations, whether private practice, in some research with young
Yes.
people who are addicted. And when I went to do, this was a little naive, it was many, many years ago.
Okay.
And I taught some of the people who were in the addiction study walking meditation, and they all freaked out.
Really? Yeah.
They start, and not all of them, several
sure.
of them
Yeah.
freaked out.
Yeah.
And it had something to do with walking, and they were very, very upset.
Yes.
And so if you want I can't think of the man's name, there are a couple people who talk very specifically about trauma and mindfulness, and I would be happy to tell you about that. And I also have
Okay.
a book for little ones teaching meditation. So.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you very, very much. Your work is incredibly noble, Dr. Miller, and it reminds me of the presentation we had earlier with the general and yours combined together. It reminds me of Gandhi's Love in Action. It truly is not just a reflection of just doing work, but loving the work you do and embodying that love within the individuals you're affecting. I think the question that my colleague was asking earlier was, how do you see the future of curriculum using some of the Eastern wisdom traditions that you have yourself used in your career? How do you see the future of curriculum and syllabus implementing and employing and deploying some of these Eastern wisdom traditions?
Yeah, so again, my holistic curriculum book talks about three main things: balance, trying to find balance between what the Chinese call the yin and the yang. We have so much yang in our education system, which is about the individual, is about achievement. So the way that you try to bring more of the Eastern way is to bring in more yin. Okay, more like, again, a lot of schools are doing this, like cooperative learning and again, mindfulness and those guys, but trying to get a balance between. And then I talk about three main approaches to teaching: transmission, which is one way, that's what I'm doing now. Transaction, which is interactive and focuses on, and then transformation. And a holistic teacher will use all three of those. And again, I think some people think a holistic teacher has to be just transformational all the time. No. You work out a balance between the three that fits you and your curriculum. And then finally, the most important part is connections. And this reflects some of the Eastern thought. So I talked about 6 connections. So a connection to the earth, having experiences with the earth, experiences of community, that the classroom and the school are community, a connection between body and mind, bringing experiences that allow for the connection of body and mind for young people. Again, making connections in the curriculum. And at this easier at the elementary level, there's much more work in like integrated curriculum, right? Yeah. And then thinking connections, connecting, again, from the Dante quote, connecting instinct and intellect, or intuition and intellect. So, and that's what the Equinox School, they took these 6 connections and they sort of built their curriculum around these 6 things, right? But it's really the idea, the whole idea of the holistic curriculum is that the fundamental reality of nature is that it's interconnected, that we're not separate. And so the curriculum should reflect the interconnectedness so that so students see that they're in relationship. And if they think that they're not in relationship, they suffer. And that is so much of the suffering that we're seeing now from young people, because they don't understand that they're part of an interconnected whole. And that's what really the holistic curriculum is all about. And again, the school that you talked about today, obviously you have a lot of these elements. Okay, so I'm not saying people that have to follow you have to develop your own like organic conception for yourself, and then live from that and work from that. And then it's not something that, and then when, just like that, the general today, when he talks, it's so powerful because it's coming from his soul, from his heart. And when people talk from that place, and again, more educated, and again, unfortunately, a lot of people in the university world don't. I'm sorry. They're totally in their heads. And again, bringing the love into it. Like Bell Hooks talked a lot about, she wrote books on love, right? And again, in terms of social justice, but she said when she started talking about that, her friend said, you need a therapist. You talk about love in the academic world is it's very difficult. It takes courage. But I think people at some level, they resonated with, if you can talk about it the way the general talked about it, they're going to love that. They're going to respond to that. Yeah. So maybe I've talked enough. You have other things going on, right?
Welcome, everyone. It's such a beautiful, beautiful morning. Firstly, just thank you for allowing me to be here with you this morning and to say a few words. I'll try not to consume the entire time, leave some time for questions and answers, right? Get my timing down here. Thanks for the music this morning, both in the hall, in the other building, and with the drum beats. Let's give all those a round of applause, please. And it's such a beautiful remembrance we just had. So thank you, Lisa, for guiding us in that work. It's always hard to determine how best to give an address for such a distinguished group of people who certainly believe in the power of spirituality and the way in which it impacts our lives. So I'll just going to provide some insights, some vignettes, a series of episodes that kind of establishes this a little bit differently. Sunday morning, think about that. It's Sunday morning. The irony of us being here together on Sunday morning, I do feel the presence of Wallace Stevens with us. So those of you who have read Wallace Stevens Sunday morning, and I wonder what he might say about our experience this morning. When I was young, my mother used to demand that I go to Sunday school. So I went. My mother was tough, so I tried not to argue with her. We grew up in a Southern Baptist home, but I got into more trouble in Sunday school than I did at home or in regular school. It's not that I didn't believe, that wasn't the case. I just kept asking questions, and asking questions, and which interrupted the lessons of the day. I eventually left Sunday school and started spending more time in the Olympic Mountains near my home in Olympia, Washington. And I found that I could have a pretty good spiritual experience there as well. The spirit of inquiry. There's a certain kind of spirituality and calling to question aspects of life. Is inquiry itself a spiritual exercise? We wonder, we ponder, we question for answers to things that may or may not be within our sphere of understanding. Yet the ability to question feeds us. The process of inquiry allows us to realize things about ourselves, discover new horizons, and create something better, more realized, true sense of self. I once taught a student at a school in Boston and asked him what he wanted to do with his life. This young man was a talented artist, musician, athlete, engineer, and writer. His answer was very short. I just want to create. Never forgot that one moment. It captured it all. I just want to create. Now, I could have very easily called this talk the inquiry of spirit. Is spirituality itself a form of questioning? How many of us truly think about God, our place in the world, our connection with something bigger than ourselves in the affirmative? Is often a question. Hope and belief are deeply interconnected, like a rope we're holding on to in the middle of this vast landscape of existence. And when we look up to see who or what is holding the rope for us, we may lose sight of it in the sky. I once fell off a sailing boat into the sea. I was under some rough and turbulent waters, reaching for anything I could find, and I found a rope. Tried to open my eyes and look up above the surface of the water, see where it was coming from, but I couldn't tell. I just held on to it. Think about that rope. Think about our ropes. Here's a takeaway this morning. The process of asking the question is spiritual, whether we acknowledge it or not. Embrace the question. Live within the space of knowing and not knowing, the space between knowing and not knowing. Let spirituality exist as inquiry. To know the absolute nature of it, to know the absolute nature of the answer may not be possible or even relevant. Exist within the space of inquiry. Early in my career, I realized that my students kind of liked philosophy. When I sanitized it and framed it through engaging questions instead of convoluted theories, they ate it up. And it gave us fodder for rich conversations and discussions throughout the year. Teaching poetry provided a similar experience. And within the topics of our discussions, be they emotional, existential, or metaphysical, the kids began to see themselves in the work the more we embrace these abstract frameworks. The question of how to teach introduction to poetry was always fascinating to me as well. Some of my colleagues were geared towards teaching the structures of the poetic verse first. They would say, teach the structure of Frost, Shakespeare, and Dickinson first. Let the kids better understand the classical frameworks first, and then allow them to go beyond the structure, if necessary, and find their own creative paths. Others saw it a different way. Others felt beginning with a structured verse, like a sonnet, villanelle, or haiku, only restricts the creative instincts of our students, forcing them to wade through formulaic teachings of the past in order to finally imagine something undiscovered and innovative. This cohort felt that teaching kids the association of language and feeling, of empathy and expression, were the true vehicles to one's poetic voice. And the structure was merely a tool that came afterwards. Team A felt that true creativity is possible within the context of the structure. And it makes what comes after more legitimate because of its being grounded in something more universal, tangible, and historically relevant. Team B felt that the culture of poetic progress is stifled if the only vehicle to create this through the lens of generations of the past. An assignment from Team A would be, go and write a sonnet or villanelle for your poetry project. Team B would say, go write a poem. Personally, I saw the merits of both arguments. As a teacher of poetry, I felt that the true art of transcendent poetry meant that you had to actively and consciously actually transcend something, meaning you had to know the history of what has come before you to know what you were creating, to know if what you were creating was unique, original, or real. Having said that, my own creative and poetic writing disregards a structural consciousness, as you might probably tell from this talk. And it loses itself in the immediacy of my stream of consciousness. Later in my teaching career, I began to peek over the summit of philosophy and bring more theological and spiritual perspectives into the classroom. As I processed my own preparation for these assignments, I immediately began to sense the comparisons between poetry and spirituality. I used to have a constant debate with a friend of mine, Father Tony Jarvis from Roxbury Latin in Boston, about how one should teach religion and spirituality. I felt that one's sense of spirituality had to come first, and that the foundation would inform any sort of religious or theological identity that might develop. He claimed the exact opposite, saying that not only is our religious identity established long before we have any sort of spiritual consciousness, the sequence is appropriate because spirituality without religion is frivolous. He felt that we must begin with the doctrine. Our kids have to know the structure of the verse first before they can transcend to spirituality. I love those debates. Even though I felt that I disagreed with him on a fundamental level, I love those debates. That disagreement created a deeper conflict within me, though. If truth be told, I felt the opposite on the spiritual side of the fence, meaning that students should learn verse first because exploring any sort of students should learn verse first because exploring any sort of creative or free verse writing is hard to do without understanding where you're coming from. Now, I'm saying that spirituality and poetry aren't the same. I'm not saying that at all. But how we teach them, there's certainly similarities within that. And so we grapple with that every single day. So I ask you, where are you in this debate? Would you begin teaching Frost or Ferlinghetti, Dickinson or De Prima, Wadsworth or Whitman? Do you begin with the structure of religion or slightly more spiritual analysis of the soul? At one point in my career, I thought it might be cool to figure out how to bring the conversations of spirituality and religion into the curriculum, kind of in the back door, because we couldn't really do it much. I started teaching in non-denominational schools, both public and private, where no reference to religion was ever allowed. And very few people were able to disassociate spirituality from religion. But philosophy allowed me to engage the existential questions that give the context to most spiritual and religious yearnings. Yet every time our conversations got close to talking about God or a higher power, I had to figure a way to redirect the discussions so no one felt offended, threatened, targeted, or shamed. So we got used to having the conversations without ever really being asked to volunteer our view on God. And it actually was a game changer. Whether you say yes or no to the question of God, it's a spiritual exercise. Within my teaching environment, I began to realize that getting the class to a collective, trusting, and vulnerable state of inquiry was the point. Only then could the kids truly engage the questions of self and connection, of who am I, why am I here, why do I love and fear, hope and hate, and how might all of that relate to the question of God that no one has asked me yet. I felt that in those settings, the answer to the question wasn't the point. It was a process of even conceptualizing an answer. It was the journey of inquiry that became the spiritual exercise. Now, I understand that answering the question is important on many levels. It helps all of us situate ourselves into a comfortable space of faith, belief, and understanding, and an acknowledgement of this place and our place in the world. Do you believe in God or not? Do you believe in heaven or not? Are you religious or not? In time, however, the answer became less and less relevant in our classroom. It was a process and point of the discussions. I love teaching American Transcendentalism, so I always had a heavy dose of Ralph Waldo Emerson. The Transcendentalists often provided a philosophical or literary entree into many of these topics that we're talking about. One of Emerson's quotes from Self-Reliance, which on its base has very little to do with spirituality, frames this issue quite well. He writes, "The voyage of the best ship is a zigzag line of 100 taxed. See the line from a sufficient distance and it straightens itself to average tendency. Your genuine action will explain itself and will explain your genuine actions. Your conformity explains nothing. Act singly, and you have already done singly. Justify you now." Emerson. Now, in my classes, we took literary liberties, as we called this quote, the zigzag principle, essentially saying that whether you are right or wrong, you're right. Whether you're right or wrong, you're right. The point of our work wasn't to conform to a defined righteousness or way of thinking. It was to follow the zigzaggy undulations of our own path of enlightenment. Whether you were writing a poem or thinking about the question of God, you had to follow your own path to get there. And that experience, most principally, was the answer. Most of the students I've taught for most of the students I've taught, the heart of the exploration into spirituality is a philosophical inquiry. The questions give them the space to manage the uncertainties of life, and the students engage these introspective discourse to some extent. And while I didn't ask the students if they believe in God, I did ask them to categorize themselves as spiritual and religious, or neither. Again, spiritual and religious, or neither. And regardless of how they identified themselves, they began with the same script of questions about life, existence, and the meaning that seemed as natural and ingrained in them as a love of food or play. There's a fine line between the existential and the spiritual, and this interplay created the capacity for enriched conversations with the self. Here are a few things the kids had to say. Quote, I think to make a choice between one or the other is a really deeply spiritual thing to do. Even if you go the there's no God way, that's still a spiritual move to say that I'm alone in the world. There is no higher cause. And I think it's a tough decision that some people shy away from because the answer to that question takes a lot of self-examination. And I'm not sure a lot of kids my age are convinced either way enough to make that decision. They haven't seen enough, or they feel they haven't seen enough, that either way, the decision is the right one. I know that many of us adults in the room possibly struggle with that same thing. It's not just the kids, it's all of us. And I've been struck over the years about how salient, how kind of enriching their perspective has been on this topic. And many of us feel adolescents don't have the capacity to kind of dig in and explore at this level, and they do. I have a Jesuit friend who often says this to me, and I like it: in medio stat virtue. In the middle stands truth. This Aristotelian proverb seems to come into play quite often in my life, and it helps me make sense of that zigzaggy logic of our journeys. This next student seemed to capture it without even trying, which makes the insight even more remarkable. Quote, I think being in the middle is also excellent because you're not shoving your mind to either half of a reality or the other side of consciousness. It's kind of between both sides. I think it just leaves you more open, more willing to observe and not just say that I know what I'm saying. Once the classes got going, I would slide the question, do you think there's a difference between spirituality and religion? Do you think there's a difference between spirituality and religion? Just see what the kids would say. One would say, church is like sitting in the pew. You're listening to someone talk to you the whole time. They just tell you this and that and what you should do and you shouldn't do for God. That's not really like spirituality to me. That's just religion. So you don't have to have a religion to find spirituality somewhere. End quote. Another would say, spirituality is definitely something you connect with. Not completely understand, but at the same time strive towards understanding it and carry yourself through that. So there definitely has to be a sense of connection. The conversations were alive in these classes. The kids would lean in and engage without fear of being told they were wrong or that their sense of belief was under scrutiny. One kid said, I feel like everyone's trying to ask the same question and seek that answer. And no matter what we say in our lives, or no matter what we pray for, it's always related back to that question, which we'll never know the answer to. Why? That's it. Why? I mean, we'll never know the answer to that question, will we? Why are we here? Why am I alive? We have no idea why. The fact that I realize that I'll never be able to answer that question is why I'm a spiritual person. End quote. Every time I read this last quote from that student, I think of a passage from Moby Dick. It reads, there is no steady unretracing progress in this life. We do not advance through fixed gradations, and at the last one pause, through infancy's unconscious spell, through boyhood's thoughtless faith, adolescence doubt, the common doom, then skepticism, then disbelief, resting at last in manhood's ponderous repose of if. resting at last in manhood's ponderous repose of if. Sometimes I would ask the students, what does spirituality mean to you? One would say, I think the what does it mean question brings in more emotions. How do you define it? Is a very much sort of a, I'm going to analyze the moments where I felt spiritual and figure out figure out a definition from that. When have I felt spiritual? How can we figure out a definition from that? So that's essentially what we tried to do. When I decided to do some research on this topic, this is the definition we constructed. Spirituality is the capacity for meaning, identity, and purpose. It facilitates a sense of becoming through belief, values, and self-knowledge. And it activates the disposition to ask the ultimate questions in life. Spirituality harbors the transcendence of everyday experience by inviting inquiry, imagination, and intuition. It cultivates an awareness of others and the world, and it connects the self to something divine. Writing this definition felt like picking up a flower and immediately letting it blow away in the wind. While it felt good and necessary to have something somewhat concrete to hold on to during the context of the research, I felt defining spirituality for others was a lost enterprise. One must exist within and embrace their own spirit of inquiry in order to feel the answer to the question. The last reference I'll give is a passage from Walt Whitman's Song of Myself. He writes, I tramp a perpetual journey. No friend of mine takes ease in my chair. I have no chair, no church, no philosophy. I lead no man to a dinner table, library, or exchange. But each man and each woman of you I lead upon a knoll. My left hand hooking round the waist, my right hand pointing to the landscapes of continents and the public road. Not I, not anyone else can travel that road for you. You must travel it for yourself. I can't answer the questions for you. No one can. I feel that I've been able to create an environment for questions to be realized and asked. That's why I love being a teacher. The presence of asking the question and the process of asking the question is spiritual, whether we acknowledge it or not. Embrace the question. Live within the spaces of knowing and not knowing. Let spirituality exist as inquiry. To know the absolute nature of it may not be possible or relevant. I hope that by embracing the spirit of inquiry, we can find self-awareness and connection in this world. And I hope that this talk has given you a bit of the landscape that has helped some of me and my students find a sense of that as well. I haven't asked you to take ease in my chair or philosophy, as Whitman says. I just wanted you to see the hills and the valleys of spiritual inquiry that have fascinated me for so many years and my students. If you decide to explore those trails yourself, to discover and to create, I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. I certainly will, yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for this rich and beautiful, what came to mind, non-materialistic manifestation of spirituality. As context to my question, I'm the co-founder of the Question Project. And
perfect.
So, yeah, exactly. And I like to say that in our program, we don't ask leading questions, but we also don't ask questions that don't lead anywhere. And my question, which intrigues me, is particularly in the context of this movement and trying to understand what it means to bring spirituality in education, is we have part of what you're expressing is the power of really not leading students in a particular direction. At the same time, as a movement, we all care for students to have qualities like empathy, connectedness, all of those things. And sometimes I see teachers bring their own values and ideas and give them to students. And I don't always feel, even though I kind of take a position that I don't encourage that to happen when, when we train teachers, I don't always feel, sometimes I feel it's a beautiful thing as well. So, but I also feel there's a high risk that we take away from students' agency and deep thoughtfulness when we do that too. And I think there's obviously age-appropriate ways to do that as well, so that's a factor. But I'm curious what your thoughts are, particularly for all of us as a movement, to straddle that line between bringing spirituality to them versus creating the space for their own spirituality to unfold.
I think the values, thank you for the question. I think the values that hold that space up, the values that frame that space, are the values of spirituality. So you don't have to say a religion or even a phrase. You talk about empathy, you talk about connection, you talk about respect. You bring in literature, you bring in poetry, you bring in pieces that allows the kids to kind of get lost in those ideas and then process that. And then from there, the questions come, right? And so they're engaging in the values and the qualities and the essential kind of the DNA of these issues. And then you're constructing this notion of they're constructing this notion of spirituality for themselves, right? And so rather than saying, analyze this, rather than saying, go write this kind of poem, just go write a poem about these values. And then that, if they find a sense of self-expression and self-connection, that then leads to their spiritual understanding.
Thank you so much for this very thoughtful presentation. One of the issues that I'm aware that we haven't mentioned much at all these 2 days, which have been fabulous, is the whole issue of social media. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that in relation to how the obsession with social media really preempts much reflection time, and whether that's on the part of students or adults. And I was thinking about that yesterday when we kept using the word connection and interconnection, and how we don't think about how COVID has dramatically made us aware of our connections and interconnections, throughout the world in such painful ways, but also in ways that can indicate that a germ that we can't even see with our naked eye has changed the world. And how does that same reality, how can we translate that same reality into how the kind of thing that you're talking about can also change the world? So I guess I'm asking for some indication of hope. But I'm also, as a teacher, interested in how you navigate the social media world with encouraging students to deeply reflect on the kinds of questions that you're raising.
I'll situate the answer in the context of how I frame spirituality: inquiry, connection, and self-awareness. Inquiry, which we've been talking about; connection, which we talked a lot about yesterday; and self-awareness. For us, when we were growing up, we didn't have social media, right? And so we found other ways of kind of realizing those things. What I try to do is, when I sit with adults, other teachers, and the kids, is kind of have that conversation with the kids. To what extent are they realizing a sense of connection in that social media space? To what extent are they seeing a mirror of themselves, either rightly or wrongly, in that social media space? So becoming more self-aware in some regard, right? And to what extent does that space allow them to ask questions that they otherwise wouldn't ask in a live setting, right? And so how healthy is this new spiritual space that some kids find themselves in? And is this just a new version of it that we're just not comfortable with? Or is it unhealthy because it feels just distant and foreign to us? So I kind of have those conversations with the kids. And so how are you actually digesting this vehicle to answer those questions? How are you using TikTok and Twitter and all these things to connect, to be self-aware? Is it a healthy vehicle for self-awareness? Is it a healthy vehicle for connection? Is it a healthy vehicle to ask these questions? Right? And then they process those answers. If they feel like it's unhealthy, then you ask them why. Right? And so you kind of digest the vehicle itself with the kids, and then the process of kind of figuring that out for themselves, then they take some distance from it. And then you can ask a deeper conversation around the distance that they've taken and why. Does that make sense? One more question, yes. Was that the last one? Okay, sorry, that was the last question. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to all the participants here. So we have also been associated with the Teachers College, Columbia University from 2019. And we are from India, and which is a seat of spirituality, actually. And we would also like to greet the participants in a very, indigenous way, which is connected to spirituality. It is Namaskar. Basically, Namaskar is an appeal to the spiritual self that each and every individual really has within himself or herself. Be it a child, be it a leader, be it a team player, we see in them when we are appealing to the spiritual self as people of India, we appeal, we greet them. We begin with the greeting to the spiritual self, thereby actually rolling the ball from our acknowledgement that we are not our material self only, but our spiritual self. And I have with me our very esteemed Mrs. Momita Rokshit, who will be my team player today. And I believe that she is very spiritually awakened, and she will surely give you glimpses of the topic, which is the spiritually awakened leader and team player in schools, practices and principles, in quite a bit of density and depth. Now, why about a little bit of history about why we chose this topic, because it is about the awakened schools this year. The entire convention, the conference is on. But we believe that in schools where we have so many of kids coming, children coming, as well as the administrators and the facilitators, the faculty members, all of them basically need a lead of what is an awakened school. And if there is a lack of a leader, or there is lack of understanding of what is spirituality or awakenedness in the leader who is leading. Who is a leader? Who is a leader? If we go to the very basics, a leader is an individual who drives us towards the right direction. Towards the right direction. So this setting of the direction becomes extremely important whenever we are running any organization, and especially schools, where children come with the expectation of getting the right direction. Now, the spiritually awakened leader. Who is a spiritually awakened person? What is spirituality? We have heard in the last session also about spirituality and religion. We will try to give a very a definition of religion, which is really beyond, the definition of spirituality today now here, which is not touching religion at all. That is spirituality when one realizes the presence of a consciousness. That is spirituality when one realizes the presence of a consciousness other than the material self. When I start to realize that I am not only my material self, who is full of desires, who is full of greed, who is full of only honing, only grabbing things and not giving. That is the texture of my material self. But that is spirituality when I start realizing that I'm not merely that. That is there, but there is also another consciousness there is also the presence of another consciousness, which is not my material self, and starts to live more and more under the guidance of that self, which is not material. We don't deny that we have a material self. We don't deny that we have desires. We don't deny that we all we have to face the challenges of our life with our material self. But when we really need to operate on the right direction, our material self is not only the helper. Because these are some profane values, like if values can be part of our personality, then these are some non-spiritual values that come in the way of making us more and more spiritual. We believe, this conference, this movement actually believes that spirituality is getting back to our real self and living more and more under the guidance of that self, because that will give us the awakened direction which the leader needs. We can go back to a very actually a lore which is very prevalent in India about the texture of our mind, texture of our personality. It is basically fluid, which is like a monkey in the forest, full of desires, moving from one branch to the other branch, jumping from one branch to the other branch. But with habitual desires, and we have so many desires. My little child, when maybe she wants a toy. She gets a toy. The next moment I see, around 10 minutes, she's happy with that toy. But after that, the other 15 minutes, she just loses interest in that toy. And now she has another desire. It's just like that. One desire, jumping from one desire to the other. If I, for example, want something at this moment, material things, I get it. I'm happy. I'm happy for, like 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, 4 months. After that, there comes in another desire. And if that desire is not satisfied, I'm angry. My anger moves towards destruction. I become desperate. Why? Because I am not appealing. I'm not living more and more under the guidance of my real self. What is the texture of that real self? This lower self, this texture of my mind is like a fluid, always moving downward. But what is that real self? We are talking in the definition of spirituality. More and more under the guidance of that consciousness other than the self. When we say my body, then that means that there is something else which is not the body, which is I. What is that I? That is my spiritual self, the spiritual component in every individual, every being on earth has that spiritual component. And to live more and more under its guidance is actually spirituality. That is exactly why, am I properly audible? Thank you so much. So that is exactly why we have to appeal to spirituality, because that will give me the right direction to move. That is the hallmark of leader who will actually guide the children towards the direction or their team members in the setting in the correct direction. So connection to the spirituality becomes extremely important. What are the characteristics? If we are connected, then what are the characteristics that surface? We can see the entire role before our personal self. Even if we don't get something personally, 20 clothes to wear, 2,000 cards to move, to move from one place to the other. These are all absurd desires, but we have them. But what is the hallmark of a spiritually enlightened or awakened leader? That he or she will see the self, keep the self at the backstage, and see the role that I am playing. The role of a mother, the role of a teacher, the role of a leader, that comes first. Giving mode rather than in the grabbing mode. Regular practice of intuitive wisdom. What is wisdom? Knowledge is gathering of information. Wisdom is to see beyond knowledge, to unite everybody together. Seeing myself in you is wisdom. That the same spiritual self which is within me is present in all the participants. So if I can see that, I unite with you, even if I'm from other communities, even if I'm from another country. The spiritual component in us unites us. That is wisdom, which is not my material self. My material self is different from you. But my spiritual self is the holistic component. Next, silence versus solitude. So more and more of practice of silence can also help us. Then a cosmic connection. Cosmic connection, both within and without. And power and humility practice. Now, this is extremely important. For a leader, whenever we move up and up the ladder of hierarchy in our organizations, we tend to be more powerful. We tend to exert power, our ego, as well as our arrogance. But this and control of these can come only by practice. That is why we have also highlighted upon the practices and principles. It is not enough to come and say that I am born with leadership qualities. When I am to hone the energy of so many children and so many team members in my setting, I have to practice leadership qualities every day. Mrs. Rakshit will now highlight upon the ways in which we can try to practice, or what is the necessity of the operational part of leadership. And if you have questions, you can surely keep the questions reserved. We will give you some time for exchange.
Good morning and namaskar. Once again, it's really an uplifting and awe-inspiring sight to see so many school leaders from all over the world. Your joyous faces are the best testimony of the divine concept of leadership, which you all are receiving from the enriching talk on awakened leadership model by Dr. Banerjee. As was mentioned, our subject this morning is the spiritually awakened leader. This subject is very pertinent for all of us, the school heads, academic leaders, because we all aspire
to be an awakened leader, a sheer leader, a human value and ethics driven leader. In Vedic India, the gurus or spiritual masters were considered as the source of the universe, who freely chooses to appear in a living form on earth. These spiritually awakened leaders from various professions and vocations not only reveal divine knowledge or teach specific skills, but they adhered to the straight path of liberation as an obligatory duty and a selfless service. These spiritual masters, they believe that there is no shortcut to leadership. Yet, the straight path that they adhere to is the shortest cut that they believe. The concept of power and leadership are interconnected. When we think about the power of a leader, we immediately think about the control that the leader exerts from the position atop the organizational hierarchy. This absolute power of the leader often goes underutilized or unrecognized. This unrecognized power of control leads to absolute corruption. But holistic power that Dr. Banerjee was talking about is ultimately divine and spiritual. It is suprahuman. It inspires. Rather than controlling, it inspires. Mahatma Gandhi, Abraham Lincoln, Nelson Mandela were such inspiring suprahuman leaders. If a leader at any level, in any walk of life, can first appreciate the holistic power and discipline him for true empowerment by connecting with his inherent power, then he will become a pure channel. Today here we are going to practice it. A clean instrument for flawless, fruitful application of power in his own sphere of responsibility. Sheership, which we are all aspiring for, can be achieved only by disciplined operations of principles. Even in the midst of all uncertainties and pressures, we leaders are also many a time under many pressures and uncertainties. But it is possible because this holistic power is surrounded by us. It is within us. So we have to just need to recognize it, tune it, and trust the power that we have within us. The conscious practice again and again will unblock our channels and we will come to our real self. Swami Vivekananda, one of the greatest awakened leader of the world, said on the leadership values that it is a very difficult task to take on the role of the leader. One must be a servant of servants and must accommodate 1,000 minds. So leadership is not very easy. It may sound very vast, but it is possible in real life. Only when we will very consciously practice the drills for upward journey of mind and soul. Vedic gurus practice it rigorously because the natural drift of mind is downward. In one of the Upanishads and in Gita, our body is represented as 9-door mansion, 2 ears, 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 1 mouth, and 2 apertures in the middle of the body, considered as 9 doors, which open outside, are incessantly impacted upon by external turbulences. These external agitations confuse our mind, and involuntarily we drift to the dungeon. An awakened leader's most indispensable quality should be self-control, because practicing self-control will help us to conserve psychological as well as physical energies. how can we practice it? By controlling speech, which we say, vak sanyam. By controlling what we see, drishti sanyam. By controlling what we listen to, shruti sanyam. A leader should have a control over his speech, over what he sees, over what he listens to. We have to practice it consciously and voluntarily to calm our mind. To again, we have to come back to our real self, to check the dissipation of energy. Then the leaders can bring themselves to order of higher self. We all are striving to be awakened leader. We then only can bring ourselves to that higher order where we can recognize the higher self. We are always driven by the lower self, where it is full of greed, jealousy, pettiness. We have to get rid of it by consciously practicing self-control. Decision-making will become now clearer and precise. If a leader is secure from within, and it will be, if we practice self-control, we will be highly secured from within, and we will never hedge against the insecurity of position, power, and money. Then we will be truly an awakened leader, a visionary. Renunciation, like self-control, renunciation is another greatest quality of a leader. In the pursuit of leadership, we often come under the spell of ego. It dangerously damages our values and ethics. It causes our loss of sense of proportion, of balance, and of propriety. We started prioritizing the egoistic goals, which again bring us down almost at the threshold of complete collapse of leadership qualities. Only one way out is left for us. It is to renounce ego and practice only humility. If we study the life of any leader, we will find that renunciation is the commonest quality of all of them. Swami Vivekananda once advised his monk brothers during the formative stage of global Ramakrishna Math and mission that do not try to lead your brothers, but serve them. The brutal mania for leading has sunk many a great ships in the waters of life. A leader should always practice renunciation through conscious process of quality mind practice to arouse the dormant higher self. An awakened leader will always receive reverence and obedience of team players, which is a major requisite to steer the ship. The practice of self-control and renunciation will obviously add charisma in the personality of an awakened leader. His radiating and magnetic personality will make his team players his habitual follower. Warren Buffett, one of the greatest industrialists of the century, once said to the graduates of the University of Florida that I see people entrapped in their self-destructive behavior pattern. So get rid of it as early as possible, because most behaviors are habitual. Habitual drift of mind behavior is downward. It is we who can change the drift from downward to upward only by self-control and renunciation, and can become an awakened leader. With this, I end my talk and thank all the leaders who have already embarked upon the journey to awaken leadership for patient caring. Over to Dr. Anupurva Banerjee.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Rakshit. Actually, when I was hearing, I could see the awakened spirit in you. Actually, that is what now we therefore believe that this leadership qualities or the spiritual qualities in a leader, not only that leader has those, but it is a matter of constant practice of some very simple operational ways, through very simple operational tools, which can give us this, which can come back to that upward journey. We can bring back our mind, whose habitual drift, according to Buffett, is towards the destructive mode, can be brought back to the upward movement. But that needs sincere practice. And we have sayings in the spiritual literature that this sincere practice, why the sincere practice for a leader? Leader has attained everything. Leader has attained the position, power, the money, the CTC, everything he or she has. In order to constantly keep garnering the energy of the team members, a leader is constantly under the scanner. A leader cannot err, err, in private also. And it is a very difficult task. Swamiji says, Swamiji was a great leader. I think if we are talking about spirituality, from any community, forget about religion. If we are talking about spirituality, Swamiji is one of the greatest leaders. And in case of schools, he has set up many schools throughout the world. So we can also consider him as a leader of the schools. Here he says that one has to become a dasasya das, which actually means a servant of servants. Why? Because unless we have that humility, unless we surrender to the audience here, that we have come with some limitations also, we will not be able to build a comprehensive platform and network for leadership or awaken schools or spirituality, because spirituality presupposes humility, and that is a practice, because automatically a human being is prone to arrogance, to anger, to not adhering or not respecting others. The automatic journey is not upward. That is the texture of the mind. Unless we remain connected to spirituality and keep on practicing. And there is also a saying that Swarat Samrat Bhavati. Samrat actually means a leader of leaders, an emperor. And Swarat means a person who is the leader of himself. So unless I lead myself, I will not be able to lead so many other people. So this practice that we will do for 5 minutes today is actually a practice of becoming the leader of one's own self, which we will expect that if we practice for 5 to 10 minutes every day, we will flower and we will be able to maintain our leadership positions, whatever may be the allurements. Because the more we are moving towards the material benefit and luxurious lives, our allurements are increasing. So the more necessary it is becoming to remain connected to our spiritual self. This activity that we will be having requires the detachment from as far as, as many as all these small kind of paraphernalia that we have, like spectacles, watches. May I request the participants to also, if you can, if it is possible, to remove some of the, these accessories so that the the effect, the ultimate outcome of the entire process is maximum. And it is also, which we are not doing now, because you will not be able to see me. But if it is possible, if it is at least, if not entirely dark, if the lights can be dimmed, and if we can sit on the floor with a squatting position, and loosen our clothes as much as possible. You should be in a position which is very, very comfortable, and if in case your knees pain, you can also sit on a chair or a sofa or a stool, whatever, but parallel. Each leg should be parallel to the other. Thank you so much. And just the first step. This is we call it a quality mind process, which is basically aimed at flowering of spiritual leaders. The first step, as Mrs. Rakshit has told us, is about controlling ourselves. It is a conscious process, and imagination plays a very important role. We believe that imagination precedes realization. If we can see ourselves as an integrated, awakened spiritual leader, we will flower into that. First step is control of self. How? That is, we are talking about the lower self, the material self. So we will just keep our eyes closed. Before closing our eyes, we will use the thumb to press our right nostril. And we will breathe through the left nostril and locate any one quality that is a disturbing quality for you or me. It can be anger for me. It can be arrogance for you. It can be, ungratefulness for somebody else, which we want to mend, which we wish to fix. So for now, I will take anger, which I feel is a destructive quality or characteristic. And consciously, when I'm pressing the right nostril, breathing in through the left, we will consciously say to ourselves that we are basically breathing in particles of humility, which is opposite to anger. We do it and we keep it to that. We press from the nostril with which we are breathing in. We will not breathe out through that. We will press it with the pointer, right pointer. We will breathe out anger from the right nostril now. Now again, breathe in humility, opposite trait of anger, from the right nostril. Press the right nostril. Breathe out anger from left nostril. Again, breathe in humility from the left. Press left. Breathe out anger. When we will breathe out anger, we will imagine that all the cells are being purged out of anger. My entire consciousness is being bathed with the purity of humility. I'll practice this. We'll practice this. And if we can close our eyes, then it will be best. I will just give the instructions. We are on the first step of the quality mind process, the leadership process. We press our right nostril with our right thumb. Breathe in particles of humility, through the left nostril. Press your left nostril with your right pointer and breathe out anger from your right nostril. Now, again, breathe in particles of humility from your right nostril. Press your right nostril with your right thumb and breathe out particles of anger from your left nostril. The entire process should be very subtle and conscious. Breathe in humility. Breathe out anger from the other nostril. Breathe in humility from the same nostril. Press it with your right thumb. Breathe out anger from the next. You can continue this process for half a minute. Step 2. This is the step which is actually concentrating on the spiritual values. We will imagine that our spiritual values are seated deep within the cave of our heart. And only with our consciousness, try to travel to that location, connect. Breathe in. While breathing in, connect to the spiritual self. That is not my material self. The self that orients me to giving. That self that orients me to humility. That self that orients me to kindness is seated deep within me, and I'm getting connected to it. The self looks like a blue flame, which is steady, not moving. And that is my true self. Next is the practice of renunciation, the third step. Now, closing our eyes, we will give an auto instruction to our mind to let go. Let go. Let go. Let go. Silently within yourself, keep giving this instruction so that the knots of your life are let go. We move into an arena of awakenedness where we are connected to the true self, the spiritual self, and the awakened self. That is my true self. The self that I meet every day is not my true self. Thank you. Due to constraints of time, we will end the process here, but we will expect that it is an appeal to all our participants to keep practicing this. And I'm sure, see, our ancient seers were great experts. We can now put on our specs, etc., our watches, everything. Now, they were experts. They integrated this process with our basic concept of breathing. Because breathing now, in this process, the quality mind process, the breathing becomes physiological. It is not merely biological then. We are consciously breathing. And that is also helping us to collect the self which is, moving here and there. So integrate to give us a holistic, it is actually joining all our parts. We think only the body is our part, but no, I am connecting with you today with my spiritual self. If I can show my empathy and kindness to you, that will be because of my spiritual connection. I see myself in you, and you can see yourself in me. So this much for today for us. If you have any specific questions, you can just ask us and we'll try to answer them. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. And we are really grateful to Teachers College, Columbia University, Dr. Lisa Miller, Dr. Amy Chapman, Miss Lisa Rosenstein, and our very, very, greatest support from the technical team, Natasha and her team.
Everyone.
Hello.
Hi, so let me just first share my screen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Okay, there we go. So let's take a deep breath and say good morning to ourselves for a second. I like to use silence as a way to transition from one to another. As I'm introducing you to today's topic, supporting teachers during restorative justice implementation, you'd notice that the focus of this study was about what is the role of silence, reflection and dialogue within any kind of change that we're trying to make, but in this case, supporting teachers while they are implementing a new practice. So take a deep breath, try to leave behind for a second all the beautiful information that you have just heard of and that has probably most likely really stimulated your thinking, and place yourself in the room with us here, transitioning from one to a new topic. So my name is Dr. Nicole Minting-Wilson. I am a professor at Damon University, upstate New York. And I conducted this study supporting teachers during restorative justice implementation in 2021. And this is what we're going to be sharing with you today. I didn't do this study all by myself, and so I want to introduce you to my amazing team. The first person that I'd like to introduce to you, and Lori, if you can kind of maybe unmute yourself, say hi, and maybe wave to us. So Lori DiCarlo has an impressive professional background in the field of education of over 35 years. She was a classroom teacher, director of curriculum, a principal, and a superintendent. And recently is the president of Restorative Justice Education New York. She is a training consultant and was part of this study to support the circle process. And then the second person, which is Dr. Erica Fanning. Erica, if you can wave at everyone. She is a nationally certified school psychologist with over 10 years of experience serving the public school system. She completes psychoeducational evaluations and school-based counseling services, and she works within the school setting, improving school climate and student engagement through restorative justice. And so I met these wonderful professionals during my dissertation study, and they joined me in the study. Erica was in the school where we implemented the study, and Lori supported me while we implemented the study. And so in today's session, you're going to learn about the study, what we did, the outcomes of the study. And I hope you take a lot from this.
We wanted to ensure common understanding before we dive into what the study, the specifics of the study. So just to establish what we mean by restorative justice practices in education, it is first and foremost a relational approach to school, one that really values relationships in terms of transforming school culture and changing school discipline. There's two big buckets of restorative practices. The first are the proactive practices that intentionally help to build relationships between people and build a sense of community where everyone has a sense of belonging and there's a strong sense of trust and safety. The other big bucket are the responsive practices, and these are used to respond to wrongdoing or when harm has occurred. And these practices truly transform the way the school community responds to typical school disciplinary matters, and namely bringing people together, the people who've been affected by what happened, and using a structured response that helps people acknowledge the harm that's been done, how they've been affected, and come to agreement on what can be done to, first and foremost, repair relationships that have been damaged, but also to take other actions to meet needs and to make things right. So it's a real game changer in terms of how schools traditionally operate. When a school works to implement restorative practices, it is really a work of transforming school culture. And it follows this rather predictable evolution. You know, first starting with defining school culture as being a byproduct of the values and beliefs that we hold dear. So the process starts with identifying what those values and beliefs are. And the next step of the evolution is to really assess the current school culture with appreciation for what's working well. So using that appreciative inquiry process to preserve the assets of the current school culture, while envisioning what could work even better. And in this project, the envisioning centered around envisioning a culture of care in the school. And then, you know, finally, a team develops an actual plan to take steps to create that culture of care that's been envisioned. And the byproduct or the outcome is to really meet the needs of the whole child instead of just educating the mind and measuring that with test results, but to create an overall sense of community that values people. The implementation process is a collaborative one where leadership shares power with a grassroots leadership team comprised of students and staff who take an active role in planning what steps will be taken to create this transformative culture. The result of this co-creation process is really high buy-in, because people have a big investment and they own the results. So it's quite different from a top-down implementation of anything new. And I refer to it as being built top-down and bottom-up, because certainly implementation of restorative practices involves leadership, but the process is very collaborative and a co-creation process.
So when Nicole first called me, we were in a bad spot. We were doing circles with teachers. We were trying to do community building circles just once a month during a PLP time when we were getting together. But the problem is we didn't really use a restorative approach in getting there. And so, you know, in 2021, coming out of COVID or in the heyday of hybrid learning, teachers were exhausted. And this felt like the next shiny new thing. So it was one more thing they had to do. And if it was too deep, it was inappropriate. And if it was too fun, it was a waste of time. So we were really struggling when Nicole called us and saved us. And so that was before COVID. So we were already there. And she called, and what we did was we slowed down and we took volunteers and created a small group, and we went through this process that Nicole's going to tell you about. But really what the silence and reflection did for us is what we did at the start of this meeting. It really took us out of our busy day, because we met at the end of the day. We were able to really focus on what was happening. And then we were able to talk about our culture and how toxic it really was. And people who didn't know each other very well realized that even in our different roles in different schools, we had a lot of similar thoughts. So it really made us feel connected. And then because that in turn came to, well, what can we commit to doing? What can we do, even small steps between now and next time? You kind of left feeling re-energized and like you had a purpose. And this brought us all together to the point where we kept going after the study was done. Everyone was really into it, and that buy-in was there. And we'll talk more about that as we continue.
Yes, so first of all, thank you for that sharing so far. So when I did the literature review on the implementation of restorative practices in public schools, what stood out to me was that it was very clear that doing circles with students in school really created a sense of community in the classroom. But there was also a little bit of a question as to, will this be one of these new shiny things, and what kind of support is needed to really carry it through so that there is buy-in and that there's consistency. One of the articles that I read, one of the quotes in the articles stated, the kids know how to do this better than we do. And that was a quote from a teacher. And that kind of captured my thoughts. And I said, well, what if we would create a circle process that is just for the teachers, so that it's not the teachers implementing it with the students. It is the teachers having an opportunity to take moments of silence, to dialogue with other colleagues, and to reflect on what it is that they're learning about school culture and about their role or their perceived role of bringing about change. And so that's kind of became the frame of the study. And so I reached out to Erica because her school is right next to me. It was very convenient. And so we started the study in October. It ran through March 2021. This was a study based on volunteers, and I basically met in a staff meeting and asked for volunteers. 7 teachers and Erica, who is a school psychologist, volunteered to be participating in 7 circle sessions. And so the sessions included mindfulness, they included dialogue, and they included journaling. And they were all focused on the current culture and creating and transforming culture. So my questions really was, what would happen if I give teachers this opportunity? what would they say about having these moments of dialoguing together and taking moments of silence and reflecting? And if I asked them after these 7 sessions, what kind of experiences did they have? Did they feel that this was transformative? Was it transformative on a personal level? Was it transformative on an interpersonal level? Did they see any change by participating in these circles on how they place themselves in the school as a teacher and as a change agent? And what I also did is I kind of looked at the steps that teachers were willing to take as we were progressing throughout the sessions in actually taking action. So a circle session, what did a circle session look like? So what Erica was sharing, I was very conscious that teachers are very, very busy and their mind is pulled in many, many directions. And so what we did was the first minute, we took a moment to just be mindful of our breath, to just be placing ourselves in the room, to allowing ourselves to transition from one to the other. And then after I got the sense that the teachers were kind of with me in the room, I then guided them in a meditation that was about school culture. Each session it was a little bit different. One session might have been about the culture in general. The other might be about the culture from the point of view of the student. Another session might be the culture based on the perceptions of the teacher. After that guided meditation, the teachers and the participants were allowed to journal a little bit about their experience. Sometimes we gave them the question of the first dialogue round so they could think about that in quiet. And so at that moment, they had transitioned from their busy day into a moment of silence, into kind of taking their minds towards the topic. And now they are writing about this topic. And then we started the circle rounds. At the end of the circle rounds, they had another opportunity to journal. And this journaling session was more about what did you take from all the different things that others shared? What stood out to you? What were you really surprised of? What did you learn new? And what is one thing that you really would like to take with you and try between this session and the next? And so then we inspired the participants to continue to journal in between the sessions so that they had something to bring back with them for the next session. And a session then closed out with a checkout where participants would share in one word what their experience was of the session. And so we did this for 7 times. Now, circle questions were not just random questions. I looked at the work of Peter Block, who created a framework of community building and transformation. The book actually is called Community, the Structure of Belonging. And in his book, he posed that the questions that you ask are actually really important. And he suggested that we focus the questions for transformation around 5 areas. The first area is the questions about possibility. So those are questions in which you kind of entice people to think about what is the hoped for vision? What would you like to see in the future? And so one of the questions in our study was if you would be part of creating a school of your dreams or a school that has a culture that's really caring and supportive and is catering to the whole child, what would you leave behind of your current school and what would you take with you? The second type of questions that we used in the circle were questions of ownership. So once the teachers had created a vision and kind of looked at what it is today and what it is that they are aspiring for, we kind of had them look at what is it that you are doing that is creating the current condition? What is it that you want to let go of? And what is it that you want to continue to do and take with you? The third type of question are questions of dissent. So what are your doubts and fears about creating this new vision? Do you think it's possible? What is holding you back? The fourth type is are the commitment questions. So what commitments are you willing to make? And the fifth kind are the questions about gifts. So those are questions really about strengths that maybe you perceive you have, or you've seen others contribute to make this hoped for vision for the future happen. So what we're hoping to do in the next session is share some of the clips of the teachers and Erica sharing after the fact about their experiences being part of this study. And within that, I would highlight a couple of the key things that came out of the study. And I hope you can hear the audio.
I think that there's a lot of things, not just about our school, but sort of about a lot of public education in general, that I would leave behind. One thing, and I'm not really exactly sure how to say it, or just the feeling of like somewhere along the way, we started to make policies in education that assumed that teachers were automatically going to do the wrong thing, or like we were playing to the lowest common denominator.
Like I would like to leave behind some of like the disorganization and the lack of follow through that we have to live with, because I think that also goes with the negativity, and it makes it really hard to do anything meaningful because so much has failed.
You know, we're trying to work through the flavor of the day. You know, this is what we're doing today, and then you've got to get all of this done right away, and then, oh no, we're not doing that anymore, we're doing something else, and now, oh wait, you know, we're finished with that, and we never do anything, we never complete anything, and we never do it well. We're constantly catching up, we're constantly, this is the next thing to do, this is the next, and if they would just, if I could take something, it would be, okay, we're teachers, we want to help, we want to nurture, we want to do, can we just do that?
That some of the bureaucracy of public education, if I could leave behind Regents exams and testing scores, and if teachers could teach their content in a fun and exciting way that excited kids about learning and they enjoyed doing it and not feeling like they had to fit in all the curriculum to be able to get to that Regents exam at the end of the year, I think that would be something I would absolutely leave behind.
I would leave behind this constant need to like rank students and put numbers on them and judge them. And if in my ideal school, everyone would walk in on day one and you would say, oh, you want a 100? Okay, you've got it. Now let's start learning.
For us to actually really communicate more with our colleagues. You know, our days are incredibly busy. And I think the culture of care would thrive if we knew each other just a little bit better, if we were, you know, a little less frazzled, a little more time to just relax and just be.
I think that the biggest thing that I would bring, or what I would try to create to make a difference, would be this environment of discussion and hearing each other, because there are a lot of other things that we could do, I think, but it all hinges on this foundation of communication and being on a page, not even on a page where we all need to agree with the policies and the procedures, but that we've all communicated together.
So, you know, just to summarize, what the teacher said about school culture, the current and you know, what it is that they wanted to create. And one of the things was that what they experienced, how key relationships are and how important it is for the creation of a new school culture to build those relationships. Some of the other things that really came out that they wanted to leave behind was the way how school is currently structured, and the feeling that students are more than the grades that they receive, and how can they embed a practice that creates that a sense of being micromanaged, things being thrown at them all the time. And so teachers had a lot to say about school culture and how to go about changing it. So the next one is what the teachers said about participating in dialogue and having an opportunity to engage in dialogue during those sessions.
Stands out to me with dialoguing with colleagues is the camaraderie that it builds.
The dialogue has been great because it also definitely builds camaraderie. Like, I had an eval and I didn't talk to the teachers ahead of time, and I felt like because of our time together, I could reach out to Kelly and Deb at the last minute and ask for their help without feeling like I was putting them out, because I feel like we have that now.
I worked with some of the people in the circle a lot, so just building those relationships and hearing what other people have said has shown me that we have a lot in common.
Perspective sometimes is just so powerful. Like, maybe I have a thought, but it's not articulated. I don't know exactly what to say, but you know what I mean. And someone else says it so clearly and succinctly that then it's like, oh yes, that's what I meant, but I didn't even realize that's what I meant. So the dialogue has been awesome.
It's like a nice support network. Being able to like see how your colleagues are interpreting different things and different feelings, and then when they have similar feelings to you, it makes you feel a little less alone.
I've been thinking about, as everyone's been talking, is thinking about how powerful it is. I find myself like thinking like, where did it go? Why does it take, not that I've loved this circle, it really has been really wonderful, but like, since when did we need a circle to like talk to people? Like, how did that ever go away?
And I'm almost feeling a little bit bad that we're not part of the whole process, because just listening to them, it's bringing back some of the feelings and some of the community that was built as the teachers were dialoguing. And I'm hoping you're getting the gist of that. But some of the main highlights when we brought these teachers together was that it really broke isolation. They did not realize how isolated they were as they were teaching the students and were building, as they were teaching the students. So breaking that isolation and coming together and talking about something as simple as school culture really allowed for them to find common ground, to build those relationships, to get a sense of community. But it also helped them to reflect on and learn from where they were at as a school, started to germinate some of these ideas of where they wanted to go as a community. So the findings about silence are next.
I think that the silence centers me. It gets me like out of the frame of reference that I was in before and everything that's going on, and like allows me to focus on what is going on.
When I can let my brain relax, it does calm me down, and it is very helpful and guide. It does help, but it's hard for me to go shift gears so quickly from one thing to being totally on task to like, now you have a minute of silence.
And the visual that came to me as we were sharing is like, you know, when you chuck a rock or a stone into a pond and you hear the kerplunk, but there's more. So silence for me, it deepens as that rock goes. And I find silence, especially in classrooms, when it's employed purposely, to allow me, but also to allow students time to get in touch with the more, like the other stuff of projects. Like,
I think that we're actually given time in our day. If you find time, it's because you've grabbed it somewhere on your own. It's not really, we have an awful lot that we're expected to get done.
Do I think it would be amazing if every single one of us had like 10, 15 minutes to just be like, whew. Absolutely, it would benefit everyone.
Moments of silence change my entire being. So I come in rushed and frantic, and this is the charm of me. But when I have that 30 seconds to breathe and slow my pulse and get in the moment, it changes the whole tone for me in how I am. So I think this experience has really made me focus on being more comfortable with pausing, breathing, and silence.
So as a researcher, these findings actually touched me the most. I, throughout the study, built such an appreciation for teachers and how busy they are and how much they are supposed to do in one day. And hearing from teachers, even though it was difficult for some and it was new for some to engage in moments of silence, how appreciative they were of having these moments of silence that they could not find during the day, really inspired me to really become an advocate for silence in school systems. So the silence for the self, but also what I was hearing very strongly throughout is that how important silence really is for learning and reflecting. And if we do not give time for silence and reflecting, will really deep learning occur? And is there really enough space to marinate the information embedded in the way how we do education currently? So silence was, the findings on silence were really stimulating, but also raised a lot of questions about moving forward for me. The next one is the findings about transformation. So in this section, we asked the participant, did you experience any change for yourself, maybe in relationship to your colleagues or professionally, organizationally, as you were participating in the study? And so what I was really trying to hint on with this is the practice of restorative justice on its own a catalyst for change? Can silence, reflection, and dialogue as a practice trigger transformation?
Really have appreciated the feeling of solidarity, you know, of camaraderie, of being in this together. And there's such power, I find, in being part of a way of being, and the circle way of being with others is life shifting, I would say.
I definitely felt the change of just feeling more connected to some people at school. Just, I don't know, like you've all kind of said, just feeling that sense of camaraderie and solidarity. I think Tracy said, it just lets you know that you're like, oh, okay, like I am part of the group, getting to know people in that way. So that felt good.
I was happy and pleased and proud of all that we've said here over the last couple of weeks, because now it's like we have a little army that's ready to go out there. But I don't fool myself into thinking any of this is going to be easy, either change for myself on a personal level, because it's too easy to slip back into the patterns that I had before, or how we're going to face other things.
I felt like the mountain was almost too big to climb, but I actually think that it's not too big and that there is some hope. So I think on an organizational level, I see the possibilities and I see the hope and the chance that this could catch on.
I think it kind of gave us a real insight into how this can be and will help inform what we do in those groups moving forward. And I did hear Erin say about how this group gave her hope, because it does feel insurmountable a lot, a lot. And this has changed that.
So the study outcomes shared so many different forms of transformation on personal, interpersonal, and professional levels that they were just too much to all share here. So I just had to kind of highlight some of the top ones. There was definitely a sense of camaraderie that you could observe develop throughout the sessions amongst the participants. And the first two sessions were a little bit dark in the sharing of what the current was, but throughout the sessions you could see the hope and the trust and the courage and the power develop amongst the group, where people were really propelled towards change. Some of the things that I also really noted was that how important it was for the participants to learn about restorative justice by being in circle themselves and to experience what it is like to take these moments of silence, to have opportunities to dialogue, to have time to actually really reflect and sit with others. And the final thing that really stood out is that the teachers themselves said that in order for something like this to be successful, we need to have these circles and we need to take this kind of change slow. So we don't necessarily roll out something all at once, but we kind of build a small community and then kind of spread out as the community kind of forms and takes root.
So I'm sure some of you could see the emotion on my face watching these circles back. Initially, we had envisioned being there and kind of taking some of you through this so you could actually feel what it feels like. It's hard to express, especially in such a short time. But I came in feeling alone and I left with a team, which was really incredible. And so what we did, this was so powerful, we felt like we wanted to share it. So Nicole gave me access to her questions and we replicated it. So I put out there a Google form, who wants to do a voluntary circle. I was hoping to get 5 staff members. I got 35 staff members. So we did 7 circles. We have built-in PLP time. So it was like 30 minutes in the morning, or we have a kind of an extra period at the end of the day for extra help. And so some teachers signed up for that. We did it random. So sometimes it was middle school and high school together, or some people requested to do it by department. So like grade 8 stuck together and the PE department stuck together. Either I facilitated or our principal facilitated. So it was really great for teachers to have the principal in the circle being honest about the things and realizing that they could trust her and that she had a lot of the same feelings that they did. And having that leadership buy-in has been huge. And out of the 35 participants, it happened again. Like each circle was a little bit different. The PE department had a lot more humor, so there's things like that, but it was a positive experience for everyone. And everyone came out feeling closer and like there could be some things we could do. And it was really amazing to see. And we had to change a little, like, because the time was so much shorter. So sometimes a session would be 2, or we would take out a question if it seemed a little bit redundant just for time. But it worked again. So we had over 40 people in a relatively small school. So that's 50% of us right there who were now open to something that they were completely shut off to before this process. And then we took the circle and modified it into one session for students. And we did it with high school and middle school students and their answers about what we could do to kind of make the change from where we are now to where we want to be were so profound that we actually created an anonymous list and sent it to the school board, because hearing from students was so incredibly powerful. And sometimes I think that's where it's at, because they're a little more flexible than some of us who are set in our ways. So really, this has been, as Nicole said, transformative for our school, for me personally, for us professionally. And it really allowed people, for example, we have a social worker who's hired by the county, but lives in our school, works in our school. And she felt completely isolated until she joined one of these circles. And now she has comrades and people who she can go to, and she and I have a much closer working relationship, which allows us to then service kids better because we can collaborate easier and we both feel better about things. And so that's just one small example. But I feel really lucky to have been in almost all the circles because now I have a close connection with half our staff that I didn't have before.
Nicole and I were very interested to know if this study would have the same impact in another school. So we did have the opportunity to replicate it in a small city middle school, and it followed much the same progression. You know, it was very cathartic to have honest dialogue about how the school culture was far from a culture of care. But in the end, envisioning that caring school culture and resulted in the district or the school and the district making a multi-year commitment to empower a team of grassroots leaders to implement restorative practices throughout the classrooms in the building. So that work continues just as it does at the school where the study was first conducted.
Leaders that we have go to their leadership position with a deep sense of care, not only care for themselves and their own interests, or the interests of their institutions or the interests of their nation, but had a deep sense of care and respect for the large living world. So the Earth Charter Initiative, one of the purposes I think it has over the last, we have been working on in the last 2 decades, 3 decades, is to really expand and deepen, awaken our consciousness with regards to how we relate to one another and how do we ought to relate to the large living world. How are we relating to one another as humans, to ourselves, to other human beings, to humans from other cultures, but also to the large living world? So we have been working a lot in that intersection of leadership and ethics and how to internalize not only any ethic, but a global ethical worldview that is really anchored in an ethic of care and respect for the community of life. So most of us in our upbringing, through family and our culture, or even the schools, we are pretty much everything that we receive is anchored in a worldview that emphasizes a more anthropocentric view of life, you know, the well-being of people, like we humans. We take care of nature because we need clean water, for instance, no? But what if most of what we receive around us in our upbringing actually expands our notion of care to the fact that we belong to a nurse community. So, as you know, the Earth Charter is a document that was launched in the year 2000. But after the Earth Charter was launched, the question is, okay, how can we educate about the Earth Charter with the Earth Charter? How can we cultivate, not teach, but cultivate, nurture that more life-centric or eco-centric worldview that is articulated in the Earth Charter without generating a vertical process or a process that we are imposing values? So how to address that, right? So much of our work has been around engaging, empowering, and educating young leaders and educators to really enhance their capacity to be ethical leaders that have a deep sense of care and responsibility with the large living world. So many of you have heard of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that's focused on the rights for human beings, but the Earth Charter builds on that and expands that from a point of view of responsibility, a sense of universal, what's our sense of universal responsibility with the well-being and the common good, not only of human beings, but also not only humans from my own community, but expand that sense of ethical responsibility with the common good and the well-being of humans from other cultures, other nations, but also with other life forms. But then it doesn't stop there. It's an invitation for us also to think about our responsibility with well-being of the future generations. So it's kind of there are different layers of our worldviews that the Earth Charter is trying to address. So when the Earth Charter was being drafted, some of the questions that it tried to address was, in the midst of this rich diversity of cultures, is there any common ground? Can we find common ground in the midst of different religious tradition, different life forms, different culture lenses? What can be our human shared values? So the Earth Charter tried to address that and make it visible. No? What can we see independently of where we come from in our culture? What could be those human shared values, but also values that could guide humanity towards a more just, sustainable, and peaceful world? At the heart of the Earth Charter, there's a very strong sense of spirituality. Of course, the preamble crafts this notion of being more, how to cultivate the sense of being more rather than having more as humans. It also articulates a very strong notion of the importance of expanding our sense of reverence for life. What does that mean? And how can we bring that to education? A sense of reverence for life. So the question that we have been asking over the past 2 decades has been, how can we bring the Earth Charter to education settings, formal and non-formal education settings, in a way that it's not vertical, and it's not just stays in a cognitive and theoretical conversation about the meaning of values, but rather it sinks in our deeper sense of being. So that's what many people call using the head and the heart and the hands, looking at these different spheres of our learning. And I just want to close with maybe something that I lived. So 20 years ago, when we were drafting the Earth Charter, Stephen, who was chairing the Earth Charter, we had a conversation, and there is a principle there that states care and respect, care with understanding, compassion, and love. And I was having a conversation with Stephen to say why understanding is first in this principle. Care with understanding. Can't we just care with our love and that's it? And he explained to me that understanding is very important because it guides on how we are going to care for the community of life. So how can we instill in children, in young adults, in educators, the sense of care if we don't care for the community of life, if we don't experience nature, if we don't experience and awaken our sense of that human nature connection that is really within us? So much of the focus of our work has been to engage young leaders and educators in enhancing their capacity to feel that connection and to instill this ethic of care and respect, not only among human beings, but the large living world, the whole notion of community of life and Earth community. And how can that be translated not only in our cognitive selves, but also in our lives, in our decision-making process? So you asked me, so how do you do that? So asking questions, engaging young leaders and educators to connect Earth Charter principles and core ideas there with their lives and their stories and their life stories, because it's one of the key ways to make a theoretical principle become alive is through our own life stories, right? And through our own experience. So we use a lot of storytelling, sharing and connecting these concepts and principles through our life stories, but also through a dialogue, and by bringing people to nature just to experience nature and to strengthen that sense of connection with nature.
Wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Thank you. Beautiful.
All right. Well, I will share a little bit about what we do, and I'd love to show you an example in a moment of the kids. So millennium.org is a nonprofit based out of San Francisco. We work closely in partnership with the Fetzer Institute that's made it possible for us to be in existence and do what we do. We've had the benefit of learning from Dr. Miller and her brilliance and her research over the last 7 years now. And so I offer all this acknowledging that we are standing on the shoulders of giants and those that have come before us, and we see ourselves as a small player in an incredible Indra's web of wisdom and love emerging in the world, and we're very grateful to have this opportunity. The organization was formed with a mission to create and disseminate research-based methods of whole self education. And the opportunity that we saw in the creation of a new entity, why do you need to create a new one, was we saw incredible research surfacing around the planet in the field of neuroscience and well-being and consciousness. And we simultaneously saw that sometimes it was challenging for educators to know how to translate that into something they do practically in the classroom. You know, what I get the research, I've been on the retreat, I've read the article, what do I do? And how do I do it in an environment where others aren't doing the same thing? Because it can be very lonely. You know, you can feel quite isolated in your mission. And so we created two entities. One is a lab school in San Francisco. We have 108 middle school students, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And the lab school was designed as a playground. Where can we have a sandbox and take all of these different techniques, try different contemplative practices, try different instructional methods? Where could we create a space to be playful and creative and try a lot of different learning methodologies? Because the mission, again, is not how do we snap on mindfulness or snap on SEL to an academic program. The mission is how do we create whole beings grounded in spirit? So it even asks the question, well, do we need to teach math? Do we need to teach Spanish? Is that integral to creating whole self? What if we don't teach those things? What would you teach? And so we ended up with a design of the school that I'll summarize as having a what, which is what are we teaching? And what we're teaching is whole self development. And then everything else is secondary. It's important to be ready for high school, and it's important to be ready for college. And the kids get all of the academics. In fact, you'll hear from them, they get it in spades, but they get it from the context of self-discovery. Who am I is the first question they're asked. The second is, how do I relate to others? And the third is, how can I contribute in the world? Now, let's use the academics to answer those questions. Let's use the academics to empower you to go out into the world to be an agent of change. The academics are tools to serve a higher purpose. The purpose isn't to teach you the academics and then you're done. The purpose is the self-actualization, that you're a light being on a human journey. How do we help you stay connected to that awareness and then give you the tools you need to do good in the world? So there's the what are we teaching? The second would be how are we teaching it? And again, if you are able to take out a blank piece of paper and design a school from the student out and ask yourself, what are the experiences that foster that whole self well-being? Well, you know, you're probably not racing from class to class to class to class where you're stressed in the hallway, you sit down, you got 15 minutes with a new technique and you're learning, and then you're back in the hallway and you're back. That's not necessarily the design. If you had a choice, you would probably say, you'd say, well, sitting in nature makes a difference. Connecting with other human beings with space and time, having authentic opportunities for imagination and creativity. You would probably create it. So we create a completely different schedule. Longer blocks, movement breaks 3 times a day, working in small groups. So one of the hows is we have a 6-week term, And each 6 weeks, the students work in a team of 3 on a social impact project in the world. And every project has an inner and an outer goal. The students have an inner and outer goal planning sheet for themselves, competencies, internal competencies and external competencies. So they write their own goals. They work on those goals through the term. They self-evaluate at the end. So the grade isn't a grade in math. The grade is a grade in self-compassion. The grade is a grade in knowing how to resolve conflict in a healthy way. The grade is, a grade in, demonstrating how you have looked at problems from multiple perspectives as opposed to just your own. So the development of the competencies, the assessment process, the learning process has to be integrated around this wholeness. The third aspect of our program would be the role of the teacher. And we, in our mind, differentiate teaching, delivery of content, to guiding, which is development of the whole self. And so our guides have a background more in counseling. They teach their craft, their academic subject, but they're really, for the most part, being oriented toward being a coach. So each teacher serves as a mentor for 10 students for 3 years. And those are their 10. They meet with them every day. That group of 10 meets every day as a group, 30 minutes, 4 days a week, and 1 to 2 hours on Wednesdays. And that's the program I want to share the most about in this video. It's a circle method that we call Forum. And so imagine being in a cohort of 10 other students, mixed gender, for 3 years where you talk about everything. You process everything: issues, stress, family, high school, pressure, depression, whatever is in your space. This is your sacred Sangha, right, for 3 years. And they go so deep and get so close. And I think that that's a part of the design, which is there's an intimacy lacking in education. There's an intimacy missing. You're in rows, you're in classes. You could get all the way through high school and not have a deep connection to people you sat next with for 3 or 4 years. And so we have that through this forum design. The design was so successful, we got invited to share it with San Francisco Public Schools. And what we figured out as soon as we tried to go outside of the school was that educators needed this first. So we created an educator program, and now we have hundreds of teachers across the country in these forum circles where they meet and connect and develop themselves. And now we're doing it with parents. And so the ultimate design is, think of it as a whole self-delivery method that aligns the practices of the students with the practices of the teachers, with the practice of the parents, so that they're all modeling for the students to see. So what I'd love to show you is in research that we did with the Learning for Wellbeing Foundation, we integrated their core capacity research into our method, our forum method. And this is a video of the students talking about how they themselves have internalized the core capacities as a part of the forum process. Okay? Okay.
When you're stressed out, when you have no idea what's going to happen, or you're worried about something's going to happen in the future, or you're worried about something that happened in the past, and you're worried that you did something wrong, or you got a really bad grade, or you flunked a test.
Millennium.org is a nonprofit organization dedicated to whole self-development. We operate a laboratory school, a middle school in San Francisco that we call an innovation lab. The heart of Millennium's developmental program is a small cohort circle method that we call Forum.
Forum is with your advisor, which is a group of about 10 people that you're with for all 3 years, and you really go deep with them and you learn a lot about them. You meet for about an hour a week.
We've talked about really personal things, and we feel really comfortable talking to each other, and I think that's very important.
It's going in deep about checkups, how each other are doing.
Problems that I've had that I bring to the forum, they usually give me really good feedback, and it works.
Well, it's my pleasure to share with you in some of the students' own words exactly how they've internalized these core capacities through the forum method at Millennium.
Listening is engaging. You're actually connecting with this person, and you're actively listening to what they're saying.
when someone's actively listening to me, it feels like they're encouraging me to like keep going and keep sharing my thoughts, which is something that's really important to me. So I feel like actively listening is just feeling like you're safe to be yourself.
I try to give the speaker like my entire intention, not doing anything else. I mean, like eye contact and like kind of asking questions after they're done.
When someone's really, really listening to you, it's kind of just like, you can't, like it kind of filters out a lot of things around you, and you can really feel like you're just present there with the person that you're talking to. If you want to build like a strong connection with someone, to be able to empathize with them and like understand where they're at and what they're going through.
Not pushing your views or your problems on them.
Try to understand the best of your capability. Like, what is this person going through?
Like feeling whatever, like what they're feeling, try and put yourself in their shoes.
But just trying to imagine yourself in their place and like seeing the world around you through their eyes.
I think that empathy might probably be like one of the most important things for like teenagers to learn like in formative years, because like that is something that you will like carry on for the rest of your life.
Wait, so the hot krill.
It's like expressing your curiosity. It's like not just asking like what something is, but it's like why.
Well, we have these things called open, honest questions that we use in forum mostly, but you can also use it in your actual classes.
Learning about inquiry has really helped me listen more to other people and what they're actually feeling and not just what I think that they're feeling.
When people get taught to ask more questions, they'll be more comfortable with like being more curious about things.
I feel like when I'm with someone who's like very curious, like it makes me want to be more curious as well.
After like a year of doing mindfulness at Millennium, I started to use it in my everyday life. Taking those breaths and like just acknowledging everything around you, it like just solves like the Rubik's Cube and makes everything just feel like aligned again.
For when I'm stressed or something, or when I'm really nervous, sometimes just focusing on my breath can really help me kind of be recentered and be calmer.
So say I have like a lot of homework, just do like a quick little mindfulness, take a deep breath, and I'm back on track.
A lot of times, like when I'm trying to like remember like a choreography, I'll find like my mind completely like thinking about like earlier in the day, and I'll just like take a moment to like recenter, and it helps me.
Whenever I feel like, oh my God, I have so many things to do, I'm never gonna get this done, I just take a moment, like a minute, like maybe even just like 30 seconds to recenter, and just it helps so much.
Do mindfulness, like even for 3 minutes, even a minute maybe, you'd learn like maybe twice as much because you're focused.
We use it every single day, and even not in school, we probably use it, we just don't even notice it.
The unexpected. Lean into the unknown and embrace.
The core capacities that we learn in Forum have really helped me personally, and I know that they've helped others to become a better person.
I feel like I've learned like a lot more than I could have learned at any other school.
I feel that Millennium has given you the right tools for you to be able to reflect inside yourself and understand what's wrong and how you can make it better.
We learned the same as any other school while learning these fundamentals on how to recenter yourself, how to listen, how to empathize with someone. It helps you focus and brings your attention span way up so you can get 10 times more out of what you're learning in the class.
I think that this is gonna help me like later on, because I'll be able to like connect with people in a better way, I guess.
The way we do our academics, it doesn't really work without these human fundamentals. I think the benefit of Forum, it's just like a safe place where you know you can share. No one will tell anyone. You don't get judged. And you can really feel like you're cared for and your needs are being met.
It's like a whole nother family, basically.
Thank you. Any reflection?
it's just so much better when the kids are sharing it in their words. You know, we do our best as adults, but the embodied experience of the youth is what makes me come alive. So I'm just happy to share it with you all. Mhm.
So we're off? Okay. Hello. Shall we move? This is a round table to discussion. Shall we start? Thoughts, reflections? Do we have a mic on? Great. Thank you. Great.
I'm going to stand up because I always looking for who's talking. So I was talking in the hallway with Amy Chapman, and I was telling her, this is for you, Marion, right? I'm also involved in a group called the NAAEE, which is the North American Association for Environmental Education. And we need to bring the two organizations together. And so that was my comment for you. But then, Jeff, after I listened to your work, I thought we also need to do more of that, bringing the ideas into action. So that was, thank you, all of you.
Hi there. Thank you all for your work. It's beautiful. There we go. So I was, I've been thinking about this I versus thou discussion that I've heard a lot about over this weekend, and what it means to be an authentic leader, and what it means to be part of the ecological web, and Dr. Miller, the wave versus the point. And I feel like to be authentic and to, you were talking about Holden Caulfield and his sort of disdain for the phoniness of the clergy, and how there's this gulf, right, between the I and the thou in that situation, and how there's a gulf between us and our environment and our earth and the other living beings we share our planet with. And I think that I wonder how you, and I don't know who to direct this to, so whoever feels like answering it, because we is, I think, being we with the thou, right? So we're not separate, we are together. And that is seems like the connective material to both be part of the ecosystem and one with the person that we are trying to connect with and guide. And I'm wondering how in leadership we foster that we-ness.
Well, I can address one way that we do it, I think, is through the embodied practice of bringing people together to be in fellowship with each other. That I think that's a missing system for us culturally. I think we're so busy and we're on our phones or on our iPhones or we're on our screens, and maybe you come together in a meeting with other people and it's all about the business, and then you rush off. So I think we're missing a dojo, where we come together for the sole purpose of fellowship, and to connect. And so I encourage people to reflect how in your life you might have an intention to be in community and in fellowship, because I think that's where the healing happens, that's where the growth happens, that's where it's through relationship with each other. And you can't do that if it's transactional and maybe it's some friends over a coffee once a month. That's just different than an intentional practice.
And may I add to that? I think we are living in a crisis of perception, that we are disconnected to other human beings from other cultures, but also disconnected from nature, as if nature is there and I am here, right? So instilling the sense of, again, care and respect for Earth or the large living world or the community of life requires us to use spaces of nature as our classroom, not teach nature in the books, right? Like just teaching nature in the book and then in a theoretical context of nature, but experiencing nature, sharing and relating, building bridges of what the air that I breathe and the water that is in my body, how even the iron that is in my blood here, it comes from the stars. Just that invitation for us to think, reflect, and feel that the water that is going through my body and the air and the iron in my blood system is interconnected with a large whole that I am part of. So there is little space in the conventional education system for that, but we can create that. And sometimes we don't even need a national policy on education to make that happen, right? It's just the creativity of a teacher that is sensitized about that to create those spaces. It could be a mathematician teacher or language or science. It doesn't matter what is the subject that is there, but I do have a strong feeling that we need more and more to instill in us that sense of connectedness. Not only we as humans, beyond our cultural differences, celebrating our cultural differences, celebrating the richness and the value and the beauty of our cultural differences, but at the same time, looking at each other as we humans, like through those lenses of we belong not only to this human family, but we belong to the Earth community. So I think it's just a matter of creating more spaces for us to have the opportunity to reflect, but not just reflect, but to feel that.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And I think connected to that is to commend individual contemplative practices to people. So there are communal contemplative practices. Forum seems like it's one of those, or council or things like that, Quaker meetings. But for a person to bring a depth to those groups, an individual practice helps. And that to me, I come from a religious tradition and I get my practices from my religious tradition. There are other traditions that have other deep practices. But if you're not engaged in any kind of practice, then I think the talk about connectedness can be a little bit shallow. It can be a concept as opposed to something that's deeply felt, transformatively felt. So we don't test teachers. There's no measurement of you get an A+ in your contemplative practices this month with teachers, but we do commend it to people because without that, I'm not sure where the depth really comes from.
Hi, thank you all. Always inspiring. Jeff, this is for you. I'm a middle school guy. I'm a dean of a middle school. And it sounds like the kinds of things you're doing at Millennium are the kinds of things I would love to do, or we would love to do. Without this kind of wholesale transformation of how we do middle school, do you find that there are other schools that can adopt some of what you do and use them to kind of grow organically towards what Millennium does?
Well, I appreciate the question, and I'll answer it with a lot of humility in that we're, again, experimenting with things. There are a lot of amazing schools here doing amazing things. So I think an important aspect to the answer is continuing to have convenings with awakened schools where we all continue to learn and show and share in perpetuity with each other. So I think that's really important. In our particular case, we've shared the forum method with other schools. Tomorrow I'm spending the day in Brooklyn. We're launching a whole school implementation of forum at this other school. And so that is a transferable program that's usable. And I don't know, anyone who has an advisory could do it with their kids. You don't have to have a whole school initiative. It could just be I use my advisory time, and this is the technique I use. I think that probably one step deeper than that is something we've been playing with, which we don't have yet, but we're kind of prototyping, would be what would a whole self certification or leadership education program look like? Is there something out of Lisa's research in combination with Learning from Wellbeing Foundations, pulled together? What would we create together as an institute for? I think you're already doing it through your master's program here, but is there something that's an in-service program that we could share that integrates the wisdom of this group out to others in some way? I think that'd be a cool idea. Because I think there is something needed like that, that we bring lots of disparate ideas and practices and techniques and views, but we find a way to align them in some way that then can serve other people. So it's not so disparate.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for being part of our Awaken School Sangha. I love that you use that word. My question is about, as educators, as guides, we may want to bring things to the students, add something to the classroom. How do you balance that with also getting out of the way? The idea of the intimacy and also getting out of the way for them to blossom as they see fit. That's for anybody.
I'm not so sure if I understood well, but I would like to share that I think every educator should have a dropper in their pocket. A dropper, because a dropper helps us to dosify how much we bring in. Right? A dropper should always be there because we tend to be so passionate about our content, and then we have the pressure from the school or the government to fulfill the content of the curriculum, that we flowed with information and we take a lot of space, right? So the dropper is when we think, oh, let me take the dropper and dosify, because if I give less, then I give room for them to come out. If I use too much this space, I'm not giving this space for creativity, right? If we are talking too much about the world's challenges and the climate change and the environment degradation and social injustice, we are filling the room, right, with the world problems. Are we giving the space for people to think about the future, envision a different future? Not me giving them a vision of the future, right? But giving the space for them. But of course, I think the dropper helps, that if you drop a few things and then it germinates, right? Coming from them. So I would just think about a dropper so that it helps me not to fill too much this space in terms of what you should be thinking. You should respect, you should care, you should be responsible, you should address the problems. But dropping helps, okay, here are a few challenges, here are a few options, what would you do? And then give them the space, enhance their capacity to address a lot of the world challenges, but also instilling them the creativity, the capacity to envision that a different world is possible, envision that a different society is possible, but also envision what is their role in building that and contributing towards the building of this more just and beautiful world, right? I like that challenge. Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm always careful in not. That's why when we talk about bringing values into education, right? Values-based education. There is always a perception or an assumption that we are bringing something in a vertical way and teaching people what they should be thinking. So but on the other hand, I'm also thinking so much about the 100% student-centered approach, where you get the content out, the teacher out, and it's just nurturing a student-centered approach. I like to think about spaces that are more holistic and systemic, that brings the knowledge, invites the knowledge of the teacher or the content that the teacher, just that doesn't take too much space, but it doesn't put it outside the door. Like it's the existing knowledge is outside the door. It's just fully student-centered in dialogue. So it's more like a combination of exchange and dialogue. Not only teacher-student, but among students and again, a dialogue with nature, right? Bringing in not just the teacher, the content, and the students, but how about students having a dialogue with nature?
Hi, thank you so much for being here. You're all incredibly inspiring. I have a sense of human nature that we find it hard to meet other people's needs if our own needs are not met. And that when our primal needs are met, whether they're to be seen, to feel belonging, to be acknowledged or validated, we are much more likely to go out and be willing to meet the needs of others. And I'm curious if each of you might be able to articulate what sort of maybe the three things, it's almost like the buttons, I am seen, I am known. What are the three things that you believe the needs we need to meet in our children that are going to make them feel that they are motivated, inspired to go out and be advocates in the world, so they feel whole and feel they want to share that? Because if we are not, our needs aren't met first, I don't think we're as willing to go out and meet the needs of other or the broader needs of the environment.
Okay, I love the question. I think there's an aspect to the question which is about the role of the educator. So our theory of change is that the educator is the catalyst for the development of the student. It's not the curriculum or the pedagogy, it's the educator. And it's the modeling and the embodiment of the educator that translates, the information and the energy and the way of being is what the student's picking up. So that connection. So I'd say first off, the educators have to be able to embody what we're talking about. It can't be in a teacher's manual alone. In terms of the questions that we ask for wholeness, or what are the human needs that need to be satisfied, we teach a framework that talks about 4 mindsets. And the first mindset is a need to be socially secure, so to feel like you belong, and that need needs to be met. The second, that's kind of a physical, I need to feel socially safe and secure in my body. The second is more a mental capacity around the need to achieve. So people need to have a sense of I am worthy, but not be attached to the accomplishments and the achievement, but I feel worthy in and of myself, and I have the capability to achieve things if I want. The third would be in the heart, which is I need to feel loved. So I need to feel secure, I need to feel worthy, I need to feel loved, and the loved often comes in relationship. And then the final one is the one we try to ground all of our orientation to, which is the spiritual domain, which is simply I am enough. And if you can begin with that one, I am, and I am enough, then it satisfies all the other three. And the work for us is to make sure that the educators are teaching from that perspective, and then the kids feel complete in the others.
I would just note on a very sort of practical level that after the pandemic, so really starting a little bit last year, but really coming into this year, we had to shift our budget to provide more direct resources for students and for teachers. That means counseling support and also certain kinds of training to, create, to help students regulate in ways that we took for granted before, and now teachers needed to have deliberate training that they didn't before. So it is like a hierarchy of needs. If your kids are so anxious and so leaning towards depression that they can't do their work or they can't take care of their own bodies, you have to take care of that first. I mean, and Lisa talks beautifully about the way that, anxiety and depression can be gateways into growth as well. So it's not necessarily you do one and then you do the other, but I do think we have to be practical about this in this time. These kids have gone through a lot. And this sort of relates to the other question too. I find today's teenagers pretty fierce in a wonderful way. They've been being told for a decade that the adults are not dealing appropriately with the climate crisis. And so more and more kids are like, okay, so what are we going to do about it? And really have no time for, adult hypocrisy at all. So I have a lot of faith in the right environment. I think we create kind of a holy impatience in the kids, which is a good thing. But we do have to adjust the programming in pretty practical and specific ways, I think, depending on what's going on medically and so on.
When you have the question about needs, I think about my daughter in her teenager times, right? And there's so many different perceptions of what are our needs, right? How can you shift away from this very strong push and bold marketing about consumerism, the needs of having things, right? That is so strong that everything that not only the teenagers, but the young generation, everything that we receive from the movies to the advertisements is actually selling us a narrative that we need a lot of things to be happy, right? We need a nice car, we need a nice telephone. So there is a lot of information that is being received from everywhere, like literally. And I think children and teenagers are certainly very targeted to that marketing-oriented narrative that we need a lot of materials to be happy and successful in life. So that's the reality. And actually, if we ask many people, why do you go to school? Oh, because I want to have a big car. Why do we want to go to school or go to the university? Because I want to make sure I have a big house, for instance, no? Not why do I go to school and learn? Because I want to serve my community or I want to contribute to society, really. So I think that we need to work on a counterculture of the dominant culture that is instilling in the narrative of this world that needs a lot of material life. But we can do that. I think there's a lot of movements that are contributing towards challenging that predominant worldview and mindset. It's so focused in the havings, that needs is based on havings, not in the being a better human being very grounded, So anyway, it's a very good question on the needs.
So we're coming up on time. Was there a question I heard from over here with no mic? Yes.
Yeah,
please,
there's a
go ahead.
question online.
Thank
So
you. Please.
there's a question that asks, when we look across the world, there are instances of political will that center this work. With the many higher level institutions and administrations that are charged with teacher education, can the system be authentically powered across that existing network? So that's the first part. And the second part goes, can we revisit the Department of Education teacher evaluation that also centered this work? Very loaded.
Thank you. Thoughts?
I think from what I could hear from here was something about strengthening that at the education policy level. Yeah. Well, I think we are living in a very beautiful moment of opportunity in terms of transforming education. And we need to take that wave and surf on it. So I invite you and myself to just surf on the wave of that is being generated. So just a month ago, the United Nations General Assembly, 19th of September, opened, and that first day was all about transforming education. So leaders, heads of states, they were all focusing on transforming education. So I can really assure you that UNESCO and many governments are looking at different approaches to reorient education, asking ourselves really, what's the purpose of education? How can we have more ecological, literate citizens? How can we address that vacuum of unethical leadership through education? So there is a lot of work being done, and specifically UNESCO, it's promoting new education agenda and policies at the international level, either through climate literacy. I mean, 2 weeks from now, the COP27 will take place in Egypt. And part of the agenda is to strengthen the importance of climate literacy. But also in the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda, there's a very strong emphasis on the need to rethink education or reorient education policies in national agendas towards sustainability, to incorporate sustainability and global citizenship in education. So there is a wave at the UN policy level to reorient education. We just need to surf on it from our different contexts.
Beautiful, beautiful. So when we first convened in 2015 here, there were path breakers, weed whackers, people doing things already. Spirituality in American education was alive and well, but everyone had yet to realize that we're a field. I look at us now, we are absolutely a field, and there's ongoing growth and innovation and iteration matched by a public square, which 40 years ago threw out spirituality and right now has bottomed out and is looking to find it again. So never has your work been more important and more desired. There's an old joke amongst psychologists. I come to this field through clinical psychology. How many therapists does it take to change a light bulb? One, but it has to really want to change. The field wants to change, and you have built what the field needs. So we're ready. So thank you. It's true. Okay. A closing word.
Oh, I didn't expect the closing words, but I think just to close, many people have a perception that the Earth Charter is only a document that was drafted and launched in the year 2000 and that's it. But I want to invite you to think and relate to it as a movement. So it is indeed a document that can be considered as an ethical compass, but is also a global movement that any individual or institution or school or university can feel part of it if you make use of the Earth Charter as an ethical reference, as an educational tool in many different ways. So it's a document, but it's also a movement. And of course, we have the institution that is based in Costa Rica, where I am. So it's an invitation to, if ever you want to create bridges, because our focus is really, and our vision is to enhance the capacity of young leaders and educators to become ethical and ecological literate leaders.
I'll just say, let's stay connected and let's all be ready to surf. If the waves get bigger, we're the ones who are not going to be frightened of that, but energized and excited by it. So let's stay connected and ride the wave.
I think for me, it's about just embodying it, showing up, putting yourself out there. You know, to the degree that we're quiet, we're implicit. right? Whether that's racism, genderism, pick your disenfranchised minority. We have to lean into the discomfort and be courageous enough to put it out there and use the word spirit and talk about what we mean and show up and embody it in a way that others will follow us. I think if we do that, then things will change.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I grew up in the middle of the country. When I was a child, we visited a log cabin, and it was the log cabin of Abraham Lincoln. And when he was a boy, he said, "I will prepare myself, and perhaps my time will come." Here's your time.
Thanks. So lovely. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could all Spirituality Mind Body Institute students stand up? There has been throughout our weekend, joyous, devout, all of them up here, all spiritual, right now, please, please come up. Come up, all Spirituality Mind Body, please come up, come up, come up, to the front, all the way to the front, please. Come on up, thank you, thank you. Come on up. Thank you, all the way up, all the way up. Okay, all the way up. There we go. Beautiful. All weekend. This who has run the show. We're so grateful to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. Sir?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and begin. We're coming up on the end of our time together, and I don't know if you're like me, but at this point in the time, my mind starts to kind of move to what's next. Catching a lift, making my flight, making sure everything's in order, catching up on email, whatever that might be. So now is a good time for us to take a minute and just pause. So I invite you to take that pause in whatever way is comfortable for your body. You might put your feet on the floor. You might begin to notice just whatever you're feeling in your body. You might take some deep breaths. We've had some wonderful work in deep breaths during our time together. And so I'll invite you to breathe all the way into the fullness of your breath. And you might send that breath to any place of tension that you might feel. And as you continue just to center on your breath, I invite you to notice what comes up. Maybe it's a person or an image or a phrase, an insight, something you want to take with you, or something you want to make sure you leave here. I invite you to just hold that in your mind and take another deep breath of intention. And then as you're ready, come back to your center in this space. You are welcome here.
You belong here. Thank you. As Amy said, my name is Catherine McElvin, and I'm the executive director at the Center for Courage and Renewal. I feel like I represent an organization that's kind of been on this block for a little while. 25 years ago, the Center for Courage and Renewal was started as the Center for Teacher Formation, where we worked with K-12 educators to help them rediscover, reconnect with their spiritual core, something that we often refer to in our work as the inner teacher, and also to build communities that are based on the kind of relational trust that we need to build anything else that's going to be sustainable in our lives, in our work, in our world. Before we were the Center for Teacher Formation, though, we started as a program of the Fetzer Institute called Courage to Teach. And so I want to just say a deep word of gratitude to the folks who are here from Fetzer. I hope you'll bring it back. It's incredibly encouraging to me to know how long you've been invested in this space and to see the kind of deepening commitment that you're making here. And I hope that it gives all of us hope, actually, to be able to see that many people have been working in this space, just as Linda said, for so many years. And now we've come to a really particular point in our journey. Now, at the Center for Courage and Renewal, we serve people from all walks of life. We serve K-12 educators, folks in higher ed, clergy, people in healthcare, social justice activists, leaders in businesses and nonprofits, people from all walks of life who want to find ways to show up more fully for the people, the communities, the causes that they care about, and for themselves. Our work is happening in countries all over the globe and increasingly in different languages. Recently, I was a part of a course that we've started offering, which we offer on Zoom. And so it brings people from all over the world. It's called just Foundations in the Courage and Renewal Approach. And it's a way that we help to introduce people to the things that undergird the experiences that people have in what we call circles of trust. So this course is a place where we talk about the values and the principles, the ways of perceiving and seeing the world that we teach. Things like everyone has an inner teacher, or our lives move in cycles like seasons, or a hidden wholeness underlies all of our lives. We also talk about the practices that help us build these spaces of reflection and connection. Practices like participate by invitation and not demand. Your soul knows your needs better than we do. Practices like honest, open questions that we've heard referenced here already, deep listening. And in the context of this course, there were a number of folks who had experienced the immersive form of this work that we call circles of trust. And they were reflecting on how transformative their experiences had been. And a person in the group asked me really directly, he said, "Why do you think that this is so powerful?" Now I know I could have just told him it's alpha waves. It's brain entrainment. But I hadn't gotten that far in the book yet. So what came to me was really simple, because it's real, because it's true, because we are made for this. Howard Thurman, towards the end of his life, in an address to a group of graduates at Spelman College, chose to give them this. He said, "There is in every person something that waits and listens for the sound of the genuine in herself." And then he went on, "There is in you something that waits and listens for the sound of the genuine in yourself." This fundamental reality that we have all been talking about is, of course, what Thurman was speaking to. Our work at the Center for Courage and Renewal is not often with children, actually. Most of our work is with adults. And in our work, there's kind of an assumption, and it's an assumption that I have heard reflected here. It's almost kind of a given, that since we're working with adults, we're working with people who are trying to find their way back on a journey to wholeness, away from the dividedness that they feel in their lives, the division they feel from themselves and from each other. And so it always begs the question for me, how did this happen? How did this divided life happen for so many people? It's an important question. If we have a capacity for spirituality that is innate, if it's our birthright, how do so many of us find ourselves separated from a spiritual core? It's an important question, and it's one that too often I hear reduced to the personal, to personal trauma, to personal failure, in some places to personal sin. Here, we've been talking about the relationship of personal wholeness and societal wholeness. We believe, I've heard this echoed throughout our time together, that this work that we're doing with children will not only change their lives, it will make something else possible. So I think it's also important that we be able to acknowledge that societal division and personal division also are related to one another. The wholeness that we're talking about here is not happening in a vacuum. Far too many of us live under the influence of systems and cultures that are predicated on division. White supremacy, patriarchy, other forms of oppression create false hierarchies, placing value on certain aspects of human identity and devaluing other aspects of human identity. These forces get their power from the violence that we do to ourselves and to one another because we have absorbed these hierarchies. Racism, misogyny, ableism, religious hegemony, nationalism, homophobia, transphobia, classism, the list, it goes on and on. So it's important for us to recognize during wholeness, we are actively pushing against these forces, these ways of being that divide us, these ways of being that divide us from ourselves, that divide us from each other, that divide us from everything that gives us life. There's a kind of refrain that I've come to almost expect in the spaces where I work. After people have had a profound experience of reconnection with their own souls and have borne witness to other people who are also living from this grounded place of soul and spirit, they say, I didn't know that it was possible to relate to myself this way. I did not know that it was possible to be in relationship with other people in these ways. But now that I do, I can never be satisfied going back to the way things were. I know another world is possible, and I can't go back. Parker Palmer, who founded the Center for Courage and Renewal, talks about how in spaces like that we learn just how abnormal violence is. One of the most profound things I've actually ever heard Parker say, he's quite quotable, as you may know. I noticed one of his quotes is on the a flyer that's in our handbook, the Holistic Education Review. But one of the most profound things I've ever heard him say is that violence is what happens when people don't know what else to do with their suffering. Violence is what happens when people don't know what else to do with their suffering. That was what came to me when I saw the opening video for this conference the first time. That reminded us of the epidemic of suicide and self-harm. Violence is what happens when people don't know what else to do with their suffering. And we know that when spirituality is nurtured, that people find the inner resources, are taught the inner resources, are redeveloped in the inner resources to help them navigate suffering and brokenheartedness. And more than that, that people also are helped to live into the deep joy that is also a part of the human condition. To both centeredness and connectedness. And in these spaces, we can learn to hold these tensions, not as either brokenheartedness or joy, but as both, and these are both conditions. And we can hold those tensions of centeredness and connectedness in ways that are life-giving. I wanted to talk about the larger context in which we're doing this really vital work for a few reasons. And one of them is the fact that where I live in South Carolina, social emotional learning and mindfulness are under direct attack, especially in the public school systems where my children are being educated. And I think about the people who aren't in this room. And I hope that our work will also serve them, because my children's teachers are on the front lines of these attacks. My school board officials are on the front lines of these attacks. And they're very real, again, because this work threatens something, threatens very strong forces that have had a lot of power in our world. The second reason that I wanted to talk about this in relationship to the work that we're doing is that supremacy cultures are so pervasive that even when we are doing the work of nurturing the spiritual core, of helping people to connect with what is real and true inside of them and helping them connect with each other in profound and life-changing ways, those forces are also in our spaces. These transformative spaces that we're trying to create and are creating, these forces are also there because we bring them, because they're in us. Because we've been swimming in this water and breathing this air, or drowning in this water, suffocating in this air. And it's important for us to reckon with these realities. In this space, there are dynamics of power. There are dynamics of privilege that are here. And these forces can, if we won't look at them, undermine the really important work that we're doing. They can sabotage it, and have over and over again. It's one of the reasons why we think spirituality is just personal. It's one of the ways that these ways of being have been relegated outside of our schools, outside of our workplaces. Oh dear. Thank you. So the last reason I wanted to talk about this is to remind us just how important spaces like this are. Just how important each person who's in this room, just how important each of you are. We need everybody. We need all of us doing this critical work. There's power in this movement, and a lot of people have spoken to it. Because when we hear it, the sound of the genuine in ourselves, within us, between us, around us, not only are we doing what Howard Thurman calls cutting the strings that somebody else pulls. If you cannot hear it, the sound of the genuine in you, you will all your life be on the ends of strings that someone else pulls. That was Howard Thurman's message to the graduating class at Spelman. We cut those strings, and we also build the fabric of a more viable, a more healthy, a more just, a more loving, a more peaceful world. May it be so.
That's okay. Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that part of my presentation is a video. Is the screen still there? I'm afraid it will come down on our heads. Well, I'm so happy to be having an opportunity to talk with all of you. I'm Linda Ryden, and I've come from Washington, D.C. I am one of the only public school teachers I think we've heard from. Thank you. And part of what I wanted to be able to say to you is that this work that we've been talking about is possible in public schools. It is happening in public schools. And as Catherine said, we are under attack and we need you to advocate for us. And I hope that that will be something that people will take away from today, from this weekend. I wanted to talk about the work that I'm doing in Lafayette Elementary School, which is the largest public elementary school in Washington, D.C. And over the past 20 years, I have been creating what has become the Peace of Mind program. And it's a program, a curriculum that teaches kids about mindfulness that is then a foundation for learning about brain science and conflict resolution, and most importantly, social justice. And we are, I've been teaching peace class, is what my students call it. I'm the peace teacher at my school. That's my official title, can you believe that? And I do get paid by the city. My class at my school is a special. So the kids have art, they have music, they have gym, and they have peace. And so every child from pre-K to 5th grade is learning about mindfulness and learning mindfulness practices and learning about how to work out conflicts peacefully, learning about how their brains work and what happens in your brain when you get angry and what you can do about it. And also then learning about the larger world that we live in and how they can affect change in the world. And we have, I started this program in my own school 20 years ago. And after a while, back then it was very weird. I mean, people thought mindfulness was very weird. People weren't talking about it back then. I was sort of, like that weird hippie teacher. And then, but now, as they said in the last panel, like the moment is now. Like it's finally people are really realizing that this is something that we need. And at the very same time, this work is coming under attack. It's a very frustrating and exciting time. people started to come and hear what we were doing at Lafayette and visit. And so I partnered with this wonderful person right here, Cheryl Dodwell, to write a curriculum that we've been sharing. We started a nonprofit about 8 years ago to share the curriculum. And so now this Peace of Mind curriculum is in schools all over the country and even internationally, and in all kinds of schools, in public schools and private schools, in after-school programs and camps, all different ways that people are trying to bring these important skills and tools to kids. Can we show the video? I wanted to, whenever I go, oh, we're good. Would be a sad way to end, really. And it all got dark. This is a video. I like to bring my students with me whenever I can, and it was a bit far to come. So this is a video that just shows some of my students talking about what they learn in what they call peace class, and also features one of my colleagues. So we will have 2 public school teachers, who's going to be talking about what she sees in her students who have been exposed to the Peace of Mind curriculum since they were really little. This is a video that I made myself, so it's not going to be as beautiful as the other videos that we've been seeing this weekend, so be gentle.
The world is so stressful, especially now, and sometimes you just need a way to just escape and calm down, and mindfulness can be that way.
I think that the more people who learn peace when they grow up won't be necessarily in the situation we are today, where the world is a lot of hate. And I think that the world can be more peaceful if more people in the next generation learn peace.
I don't like peace class. I love peace class. In the past year, I've probably been the most calm I've ever been in my life. So peace does work.
It's really stressful sometimes, but with peace class, there's someone experienced who is teaching us how to deal with that stress of everyday life and how to take care of our mental health.
Without peace class, school would be chaos.
There should be peace class at every school because it teaches you something that most people don't know. It teaches you how to control yourself when you're angry.
I love technology. It's so fun.
Because when people are angry, we do a lot of things we shouldn't, like argue, and wars are caused by being angry. But if you were to learn from a young age how to control yourself, it probably wouldn't happen.
Mindfulness is something you feel, and most kids at Lafayette can feel that energy inside of peace. But other kids outside of Lafayette don't think of it as just a relaxation. But it's bigger than that.
This is my experience with the greatness that is Peace of Mind. On January 6th, I sat in front of my television watching as the Capitol building was overrun by insurrectionists. I wasn't aware how much this attack on democracy, the obvious disparities, affected me until I sat with my students the next morning. I turned on the computer and listened as my students rehashed the previous day's events and then turned to me for answers. Every question they asked chipped away at the mask I wear each day, a mask that people of color wear each day. The answers, appropriate and inappropriate for children, lodged in my throat and tears ran down my face. But I turned from my camera and two of my sweet girls started a mindful moment on their own. These two beautiful girls possess the emotional intelligence necessary to read the room and lead their classmates. I know that what our children are learning each week with peace of mind, they are preparing our students, our children, for a time such as this, a time to calm themselves as the world seems to come undone. A difference is being made each day as we integrate mindfulness into our classroom.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's just nothing like bringing their voices into the space, and they really get it, and I think they understand as that they really need this. I never have kids complain about coming to peace class, and people are often surprised. They're like, "Really, you can get like 11-year-old boys to meditate?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it's they like it. They like it." And I had a new kid to my school recently, and every time we'd start a mindful moment, he'd kind of look around like, "Are we really doing this?" And I said, "Oh, we're going to talk about empathy today," and he said, "Oh, God." And I was like, "Well, you're not into empathy." And he said, "No, it's just at my old school, we always had to watch this video, and it was just so cringy." And I was like, "Yeah, I know." I said, "But that's not what we're doing here." I said, when we're talking about empathy, I said, in this class, this is messy, difficult, radical work. Like, there are no rainbows and unicorns in this class. Like, we're going to do something hard. And I said, what we're doing in this class is we're trying to change the world. And he said, "Oh, okay, well, let's do it." And he was ready, and he's on it. So I think, as we heard yesterday from Lisa, like, we are in an emergency situation. Like, we cannot afford to wait a second to start this work. And so I think wherever you are, it's time, and the kids need us. They're depending on us. As I said earlier, please help your local public school teachers. Go to the Board of Ed meetings. They need protection. They need people to speak out and say that this work is important, and not to buy into the lies that are being told about the work that we're doing. It really, really matters. I think I'll stop there and let's see.
That was wonderful. Everything, this whole conference has been wonderful. Thank you so much, Lisa. And thank everyone for coming. I'm Sam Kroll, and a lot of my work over the years has kind of meandered along. And I have two particular threads I would like to share with you today. And one of those threads is designing and creating a program in holistic and integrative education at a state university at a time when those things were not very common. And it was a master's degree program. And the second is my work with the International Earth Charter in working with teachers and schools from around the world. And in every situation, I think, in life, we are somewhat created, at least co-created, by the wonderful people we work with. And I have to give shout outs here to a friend and colleague, Bob London, Bob, you can raise your hand. There he is. Don't take him too seriously, though. But Bob was a co-director with me with the holistic program at Cal State, and a wonderful teacher and a wonderful person and human being. And Miriam Vilela, we co-teach together a lot with the Earth Charter, and she's been such an inspiration and a teacher for me in so many ways. So I want to really acknowledge that. My work in both of these areas started out with trying to translate the neurosciences when it was just trying to be translated into education and into learning. And a question that we began with, working with schools and public school teachers primarily, was what if, I like that, what if we created a classroom or a school built around how we learn and not how we teach? Well, that seems like an obvious thing, doesn't it? Why not build an education system around how we learn? But anyway, that took us into various areas about how we learn as human beings and what it means to learn and what it means to consider and ask what is most important to learn. So those questions started to really guide us. And as we started to look at that, we found that when they were placed in a context of students loving to learn and loving to think about what was most important to learn and what they were most passionate about, things changed, and they changed rapidly. They changed rapidly not only in achievement, but in who the persons were. So I give you this bat story because for me it was quite important. And it started to change because I started to realize that information processing is not the basis for an education. Information processing is just sterile. It has no value to it. It has no purpose behind it. And we know from just the facts of teleology and teleonomy and biology that no organism can stay alive without purpose. It dies. So where is the purpose in meaningless information? It's not there. We have to give it some purpose. And yet I started to wonder, I said, okay, yeah, I can give it purpose. Hey, humble yourself just a little bit. I can give information, but I cannot give meaning. None of us can give another person meaning. That has to come from within. Now I'm on a whole different journey. Now I don't know what I'm doing. How do I now facilitate and guide the process of meaning making, and what kinds of meanings are most significant in the people, the students, and the societies that we're part of? So that began my question and my search in these areas. One of the things, I'm going to stand up because I'm going to ask you to stand up in a minute, is that we've started talking about peace and peace of mind. Well, when we talk about peace, it comes across as an abstraction. And in holistic education, you want to get down to experience, to embodied learning. So that's why I'm going to ask you to stand. You learn least sitting on where we sit. Our memory systems don't work there. Our memory systems are really guided by our large muscle systems. You will remember better if you're dancing along. Okay, so the idea of learning is to be receptive. Ah, what a term. To be receptive to what we're thinking, what we're feeling, what we're intuiting, and the information we are also receiving. So I'm going to ask you to relax, to be at peace, but here's how I'm going to ask you to do it. Shake it out. Shake. Yeah. Now shake your arms. Yes, and shake a little bit more, and the whole body. Now we're talking about peace and relaxation. Yes? That's where we're going with this. Now, what about, holistic education? What is that? It is a sense of connection, but it's connection to myself, to my body. All right, I'm feeling into my body. Now I'm in a readiness state to learn, to listen, to engage. So we have to get ready. And so what about the community we're beginning to have? Well, if you're a kindergarten teacher out there, you get some movement going. So here's the kindergarten greeting that I use, and I've used it before, but I use it everywhere because to me it speaks volumes. And it goes like this. Down is the earth, up is the sky, there are my friends, and here am I. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Now, I want you to get into that kindergarten voice and do this with me. Are you ready? Okay. You can join hands. Down is the earth, up is the sky. There are my friends, and here am I. Good morning, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. There you go. Yeah. Now, but wait, that's just not play. But we have to be in a playful state in order to be creative, to imagine. We can't get burdened and then imagine ourselves out of it. It's a playful, imaginative realm. You can sit down. Thank you. So this down is the earth, our connection with the earth. It's so important. Our connection with the heavens, with the cosmos, our connection with ourselves, and our connection with others. So we have the message of the Earth Charter right there. I don't have to teach anything. I started wondering about that. I don't have to teach anything. I need to create a culture, and culture teaches everything. Everything. And the kinds of things that you've been exposed to throughout this conference are these wonderful, inspiring programs. These programs that create a culture of kindness, of care, of respect, of love, of concern, of empathy. They create a culture that we want to take agency in the world. There's a need for us. We can't live in the world without taking agency. And when we create a culture of agency, we create a culture that communicates with one another. We create a culture then that embeds information and values and questions and understandings all in it. So when I work with teachers who say, I can't do it, they won't give me the time to do this. And I will say that in the US, we probably are less restricted in certain ways than schools in Europe or in Asia or even in Africa. They are on a tight, the teachers say, I can't move out of that. So what do you do? As teachers, we know I want to move into this. So this is the idea. I want to look at a note here because I don't want to miss it. Are you familiar with threshold concepts? Threshold concepts. The concepts that change our world. They help us see things in a completely different way. They shift us. And this whole conference is not about just doing things a different way. It's about how can we shift the way we perceive ourselves in the world? And how can we act on that perception? That is the way the brain works. It is an action, perception, action model. We cannot learn and not take action on it. There is a term called grounded learning or ontological learning, where the learning becomes so deeply embedded, it becomes part of who we are. That's the learning I'm concerned about. That's the learning that can change the world. And in my experience, when you bring music to a classroom, and that music creates a sense of peace and relaxation, but there's also a social message in that to think about, to talk about. When you create a parallel meta-curriculum is what I'm talking about, that goes along the classroom. I create emergent assignments. Emergent assignments are where learning is learned from the bottom up, not from the top down. Here's an assignment. Go explore this. What did you find? What did you see? How did you feel? What was intuited? What are we going to do with it? And it's amazing how students start to and self-organize and group organize around things that are important to them. There's a term in Spanish we were talking about, a chifladura. It's the chifladura is our great passion. A holistic school I'm familiar with, as I interview students, say, what are you passionate about? And so this connects us with ourselves. I'm no longer interested, actually, in disciplinary information and education that only deals with disciplinary information. It's great stuff. I love it. I get excited about it. I can dive into it. I'm thrilled by it. But I feel like we're complicit in creating a world that's separated from itself. I love the notion that we are separated, and the threshold concept is that we are not separated. We are not. Literally, we cannot be. This is the world of quantum mechanics. This is the world of systemic notions, systemic thinking. We are not separated. We cannot be fragmented. We are whole beings, and our threshold concept is to explore what that means, to have conversations around what that means in all of our differences, in all our uniqueness, in all of our capacities. Because a threshold concept is transformative. It integrates everything else around us. And it is irreversible. Once you see the world as connected, once you see us as part of nature and nature is part of us, you can't turn that around. It's done. You'll never see the world differently again. Because your concept now, your perception, your vision, it is the way we see the world. Right now, we are in a transitional phase. We are shifting from knowing that the world that has been built around a separate machine perception of the world is not real. It is a delusion, not an illusion, a delusion. We're deluding ourselves. And yet, we don't know what this other world looks like. So my challenge and my with everything is, let's go find out. Let's go find out, and let's create a world that builds upon these principles and understandings, and challenges us all to our very core. And we don't have a lot of time to just play around with this. It's my granddaughter needs you. Her generation needs you. So I get emotional about that. Thank you.
thank you all, of course, first. This is working. Is it working? Okay. Linda, could you share more about the social justice aspect of the peace work that you're doing?
Yeah, thank you. A few years ago, I was reading an article by a really wonderful and important thinker and activist named Dr. Dina Simmons. And she was talking about how social emotional learning is so important, but that if we don't teach kids about the forces that are affecting their lives, that it's almost like gaslighting, especially if we're talking about, is this really making a lot of noise? Especially when we're talking about children who are living in violence, who are living in poverty, who are dealing with racism, who are dealing with trauma. And that if we just go in and say, here, we've got some great mindfulness practices that will help you to calm down. And if we just try to help kids to deal with the trauma, we're really doing them a disservice. And that we have to teach them that there's a reason why they feel angry, and there's a reason why they feel triggered, and there's a reason why they might feel unsafe or anxious or depressed. And it's not, there's nothing wrong with them. Like, there's something wrong with the world. And she said that if we are not careful, social emotional learning can just be white supremacy with a hug. So when I heard that, I was like, oh, and I had taught some lessons about racism, about sexism, about all kinds of things in my classroom, but I had never really connected those things as much. And so then I thought we have to dive in. And so we wrote a new curriculum that was a social justice curriculum with mindfulness as a foundation. And we use mindfulness to help kids develop metacognition skills so they can really see what they're thinking about themselves. They can see, like, oh, if I see somebody who looks different from me, what am I thinking? And why do I think those things? And where did those thoughts come from? And really challenge those thoughts. We learn about stereotypes. We learn, the kids do skits and, it's a very experiential curriculum, but really trying to get them to be able to face those challenges in the world, wherever they are. So yeah, thanks for asking about that.
I don't know if I should ask this, but I'm going to. I've always wondered, why are we calling spiritual work in schools SEL? Why not spiritual? I mean, I know the answer, but let's get it right.
Well, I mean, when I started doing my work, we didn't call it SEL either. I mean, I think these words change. When I started working, I was creating a peace program, and I still call it a peace program. I mean, I really think that that's what it is. And it can be inner peace, it can be peace within the wider world, it can be peace with, among other human beings. But, as I said, public school teachers are already out there on the front lines being attacked for basically anything we do. So that's not, we're not going to add to the fodder, give them more, more fodder. Yeah. Thanks for asking. Last question. The last question. She's got the cards. I'm looking.
Maybe a question to the three of you, and one about mindfulness. What are the barriers that you're finding in spreading mindfulness in education? What are the lenses that people see that they don't want to engage with mindfulness? So that's the three of you. And then Sam, you talked about embodied learning. Can you expand a little bit on what you mean about that, and how does that relate with this notion of head, heart, hands, the whole being? So what's the approach of embodied learning, and how could we make more use of it?
Sure. One thing I was so thrilled that I start all my classes with the shaking practice that you were doing too. I mean, it really matters. It really helps. And kids don't get they don't get any time at all during the day to shake it out, to get a little break. I would say with children, there aren't any barriers. I've taught thousands of kids over the time that I've been teaching, and I've had a child, say like, eh, and then the next time they're willing to try it. So like they're completely open to it. They might think it's weird, but they do it anyway once they experience it and they realize how good it makes them feel. I certainly had challenges with my colleagues early on, but this was 20 years ago, so people weren't really talking about mindfulness. And I think sometimes people have cultural barriers where it's just not something that they're used to. It's not something that they feel like is for them. And I usually say that I didn't think it was for me either. I mean, I learned mindfulness because I felt like there was something missing from what I was teaching my students. I was trying to teach conflict resolution, and it was good. I was teaching a good quality conflict resolution method. The kids really were learning it. They could act it out and do it in class. And then when they went out into the playground, they would start fighting. And so I was like, I didn't know about neuroscience back then, so I learned a little bit about that. I explained to them what was happening in their brains when they got angry. That was good. But then what do you do about it? And so often people would just say to kids, you really got to calm down. And, and I knew they wanted to calm down. They didn't want to get in trouble. They didn't want to end up in detention every day. So I just started trying to figure out what would be something I could teach them that would help them learn how to calm down. And mindfulness seemed like a good thing to try. It wasn't something that I was really that familiar with. So I took a course, I started practicing, and then I just said to them, we're going to learn something together. Let's just try it out. And so I've learned with them. Turned out that my mindfulness practice completely changed my teaching practice and my life. And so and then I was able to sort of model it and say like, well, the kids always say, oh, Miss Ryden, you never get mad. And I'm like, oh, I'm mad right now. I'm like, you just can't tell. I'm not screaming at you because of mindfulness. So they see it working. They teach it to their parents. Sometimes then their parents are like, oh, great. Every time my husband and I are fighting, my kids are going, you need to do mindfulness. And Miss Ryden says, So, but I think it's person to person. You have to keep working and talking to people about it. I try very hard not to make it look like something that isn't available to everyone. I could go on and on about that. Did you want to talk more about the embodied?
I'll talk about embodied learning a little bit. We are physical creatures, so everything that we do is embodied, and at least in terms of our physiology. We have neurons not only in the brain, but we have neurons in the heart. We have neurons in the gut. So we're accessing thought processes in ways sometimes that don't have language, which is a wonderful thing, isn't it? But we don't always connect with those places. How do we connect with heart? How do we connect and feel and notice and become aware of our gut? When we are out in nature, we're not just thinking, we're imagining, we're playing in a different realm. When I take students out in nature and we pick up a leaf, I say, you might just imagine if this was the last leaf that fell in the fall. What would it have to tell you? It's really interesting when we do these intersubjective aspects. It's an embodied physicality there, but yet what is translated goes beyond physicality. And I think we're trying to understand there's a mystery in that, isn't it? What is visible and invisible? There is always the non-visible within the visible. And so there's always the space that is lurking, but that space is not empty. That space is full We know that not just with us, but in the entire universe. And that space is not full only with just stuff. It's full in a networked, a webbed aspect. And that webbed aspect, scientists tell us, is reflective of other webbed aspects. We live in an awe-inspiring world. So part of my work is trying to find a heart-centered approach and an earth-affirming. What is a heart-centered and earth-affirming curriculum? And it's interesting that the heart is in the center, and it is the most spacious organ in our body, isn't it? There's space around it. And there's movement, there's action, there's energy, it's moving, which means that we live probably in an event-filled world, not a static object-filled world. Just, that sounds all nice, but try to imagine it. There's nothing that's static. It's counterintuitive, isn't it? But that's a reality. So how do we live within that perception and start to create understandings of the world and ourselves and our relationships built around this flux and change and movement and cohesive coherence and beauty of this world? So I went too far, I'm sorry. But that's what embodied learning means, that we pull it together. We are embodied. Even our meditation starts with a bodied practice. And we start to understand and feel the energy filling our bodies. But there's an invisible process. What is visible and invisible? Can we return to those spaces before our consciousness even existed? Anyway, my questions are kind of weird sometimes.
We're going to be led by Linda Lantieri, who is my friend and our friend and SMBI's friend and pretty much anything that to do with education. She's their friend. She's been in 50 years as a classroom teacher and assistant principal, director of a middle school in East Harlem. She's a core faculty member at SMBI. She's a founder of TEL, Transformative Educational Leadership, of CASTLE. There's probably lots and lots of other things, but I will say if you're in education and you don't know Linda, that's surprising and a bit your loss. So I'm glad you get to meet her now.
Thank you.
Welcome, Linda.
Thank you. Thank you. You didn't think I was going to go up there, did you? So we're kind of the remnant in a good way. You know, there's a wonderful sort of idea I learned from Native American tradition called the Kiva process, which is that when a small group of a larger group comes together, they are representative of the larger group. And what we do here now is important in the process of where we are. So I'd like us to imagine that right now for ourselves. I know you didn't think you were going to get that assignment, you know, but, and it's an important one because each of you represents probably, and all of you online as well that have stayed here to the end, represents somebody, more than one person that has been here this whole time. And when we end our process right now, we're beginning to help integrate it for everyone that's been here, believe it or not. So I'd like us to imagine that right now. And the second thing I'd like to simply say is that, yes, I have done all of those things, but I would say it sort of was inconsequential to the thread that I had throughout, which was how can we welcome every part of a child, leave no part of a child behind. You know, that amazing sort of legislation that those of us in public schools, and I was 50 years in public schools, by the way, that legislation, Leave No Child Left Behind, first of all, was stolen from the Children's Defense Fund, which was 25 years before, who I deeply honor right now and worked with for many years. And then after it was stolen, of course, we know that the legislation did hardly that of leaving no child behind. But when that happened, I thought to myself, you know, what we really need to do is leave no part of a child behind. Why do I think that the spiritual domain is going to stay outside the classroom door when that child comes into the room? And so we slowly allowed the social and emotional, you know, that question, you know, why are we calling it different? Because they are different, by the way. And you know, so we slowly allowed the emotions to come in. That took many decades, by the way. And now, as we are hearing, it's under attack. And we slowly allowed the next thing to come in. But literally, they've been there all the time, right? We're here. We're right here. All of us are here. A child's whole being comes into that classroom every single day. So does a teacher's. So we heard a lot of dismal things, and we heard a lot of good things here in these last several days. The one thing I want to say is we think about the dismal things, and we need to hear them, by the way, at different times. We need to sort of resensitize ourselves to the reality, a certain reality. However, I think we have to remember this is not normal. As somebody said recently in one of our TEL statements and talks, what we are experiencing cannot keep going on. We are not going to survive. There's another possibility that we need to bring forth. And it really does have to do with children and our spiritual core being front and center. It really does. I'm reminded of one young man that I'd like to share about. Then I'd like to simply share a little bit of Parker Palmer. I feel he's very in the room, and I think he has something to say here to us about this movement that is happening. And then finally, I'd like to do an activity with you, a real ritual with you. So very quickly, let's start with Eugene. Eugene was somebody who was part of one of the initiatives I co-founded, the Resolving Conflict Creatively program. He went to the Satellite Academy in the South Bronx. Some of you who are New York City people know it's the last place before prison. He turned his life completely around. He was a mediator. And one day I was at my desk. At that point, you know, Linda, I could identify, I too was called the Peace Lady. I was called the Peace Education Coordinator, believe it or not, for the New York City Public Schools. And they only needed one, even though we had 1 million kids. They just needed one, you know. Let's be efficient about it, really. Why waste any more money, you know? It's the truth, by the way. So this was my actual position. And so I get a call from his principal. And she said, I have horrible news for you. Are you sitting down? I said, yeah. Well, what is it? Please spill it out. Tell me what it is. She said, well, Eugene, you know Eugene, right? Of course. You know, he said, this weekend he was on the corner in the South Bronx with his girlfriend, and he realized there was a drive-by was coming. And he pushed his girlfriend to the ground, and he took the shot. And I was like, no, 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 don't tell me he's dead. She said, he's still alive. He's still alive. He's at Metropolitan Hospital, but he's paralyzed from the waist down. And, you know, I just know you wanted to know about this. It's like, oh, yeah. I mean, where do you have in a reservoir to handle that, right? You have to have had some things that went on for me and you when that kind of thing happens. Honestly, it took me 3 days before I went to Metropolitan Hospital. And when I walked into that ward, there were about 40 young men in wheelchairs that looked just like Eugene. And I saw him over in a corner, though, with a group of other young men who were in a circle in wheelchairs. And he saw me. And he looked up and he said, do you have a minute? Do you have a few minutes? Sure, 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 I said. You know, we kind of communicated. About 10 minutes later, he wheelchaired over to me. And he said, oh, thanks for staying, thanks for staying. I said, what were you doing, Eugene? He said, oh, I was kind of doing an RCCP lesson with them. Now imagine that. No, but it gets even more intense. So I said, Eugene, could we find a place where we just talk a little? He said, sure, sure. So we go over to the corner and I say, you know, I sort of don't even want to hear the answer because I know this is pretty much that he's paralyzed from the waist down for the rest of his life. I say, how are you doing? He said, I was doing terribly, terribly until this morning. So, you know, it's the same hospital, whatever. So what happened this morning? He said, this morning I got up and I decided to forgive the guy that pulled the trigger because I could have been that kid if I didn't know there was another way. That can't be the exception. That's possible for our children and for our young people to be. They are ready to do that. But we have to be ready to give them what it is we need to do, what our job is to open that door for that to happen. That can't be the exception. That has to be the norm. Finally, Parker talks wonderfully about what it means when we're in the midst of a movement. And some of you may know this, but you know, I reflected on it last night and I said, you know, I've got to remember it again. Hopefully it's helpful to you again. And he talks about the first stage of a movement. And by the way, when I talk about these movements, and I may need to look at my notes, when I talk about these movements, you'll notice that you may be in different parts of these stages. You know, they're fluid. So the first stage he talks about, and he says it's the Rosa Parks stage. And he calls it the Rosa Parks stage because most of you probably know, hopefully by now, that Rosa Parks was part of a whole movement of many others who were upset with what was happening, more than upset, knew they couldn't keep taking the inhumanity that was going on. And so when she did what she did on the bus that day, there were many other people that were around feeling the same way and being prepared in the same way. And when she did that, the first stage of a movement is this. The policeman comes over to her and he says, if you don't move, you are going to jail. Do you know what she said? You may do that. You may do that. Because she knew the jail she was already in, with the racial oppression she was experiencing, was nothing And she no longer could take it of what prison was. And so that first step is to say, no, this is not normal. We have got to stop. We've got to stop in our tracks, and we have got to do something differently. Stage 2, he talks about as communities of congruence, where we begin to find each other, as many of us have done here, and we are here finding each other, and we say to ourselves, oh, I'm not so disillusioned. Oh, Linda, my teacher here, you know, others feel like her. Wow, you know, there's lots of other people out here thinking like this. We are a community of congruence. And the more we do that, of find communities of congruence, the better off we're going to be as we keep on to this struggle. And then he does say, look at your notes, Linda. So you do it, you do my work correctly here, and I will. He talks about this stage of congruence, and then it's beginning to realize with meeting others in the same way that we are. And he talks about this stage as being very vital to our survival, very vital. So meetings like this, times like this, the fact that you stayed so long, all of that is critical to the survival of what's going to happen, without a question. And then it's going public is the third stage. And when we go public, we're going to reach resistance, which is what's happening with the SEL and the mindfulness movement. It's a normal stage of a movement. And we need to just look at it that way, not go into anything big about it, realize what we have to do, and begin to find the words to talk about what we're talking about. And I have to say, Lisa, and I think I've told you this personally, that your book is clearly an example of bringing us to that public space. Would you agree? For those of you that have read it? No question about it. It was a big jump in helping people to talk publicly about spirituality in a different way. And the fourth stage is what the actual organized structure does. What happens in the fourth stage is that the very structure that prevented you and us from doing what it is you felt you wanted and needed to do says, oh, I think this is a good idea. Why don't you do it here? Does this sound familiar, Lisa? Does this sound familiar? 10 years ago, when Lisa started and co-founded the spirituality mind-body here at Columbia. Now, I didn't check with you whether I could say where we might be going with it. Yes? 10 years later, this may become the first in the world actual master's program in spirituality, mind, body. Give that a hand. And that's that stage. That is that stage that it's possible. And the very people who prevented us from doing what we wished we could do, the day when I was brought into the Central Board of Ed, and all of a sudden they found loads of money for me as the peace education lady. And loads of money simply meant 5 less metal detectors in 5 less high schools, by the way, that then supported what I was doing for about 100 schools. Literally, the money was like that, you know. That starts to happen, and that's good news. So here's the ritual that came through me many, many years ago now, and I did prepare this for this group in particular. And now you even are more special of those that have stayed. And for those of you that are online, I am going to be including you in this, so be listening up for it. So those of you that have an envelope right now, start to pass the envelopes around, and when you receive the envelope, simply take out a quote, don't look at it yet, and put it down. And I'll explain what we're going to do. Go ahead. You have an envelope. Let's do this efficiently. We're going to pass it around. Don't take them out of the envelope. Don't take them out of the envelope. Leave them in the envelope and keep passing it quickly to somebody else. Somebody else. And let's do this silently. Keep it flat down. Don't look yet, and keep it moving. Keep it moving. Who needs a quote? You have quotes back there. We need quotes over here. In front, please. And in the back. Front and in the back, please. Wherever you have them. And just take a quote, take an envelope and pass it. Who else needs a quote? That whole group in the back, please. There's plenty of quotes, that's for sure. And keep the envelopes going, keep giving them back to, just take one quote. Not looking yet. I know this is like the marshmallow test. Probably some of you started to look already. I know, it's okay. You won't ruin it. It's okay, it's okay. All right. Does everybody have a quote in the room? Yes, almost. Keep going, keep going. All right, now, there were 360 quotes. And those of you online, this is how you're going to get your quote in a minute. So stay with me. There are 360 different quotes. So you could imagine the synchronicity right now of the one that you got. Just for you. You get to keep it, by the way. So you're going to turn it over and read it to yourself silently first. And I would like an envelope, please. I realize this is a new set of quotes and I need to do it. Okay, I got a little excited there. Okay, so now is a second layer to this. Nika, give me a number from 1 to 8. 3. 3, wow, okay. Okay. In a minute, I'm going to ask, look at your quote again, whether this is a quote that we all may need to hear. And don't think too hard on this. Just think with your intuitive, awakened brain. And when I count to 3, you're going to raise your hand, and I am going to somehow discern which 3 need to come up. And I'll explain what we're going to do. So when I count to 3, if you feel you have a quote that we all need to hear as we leave here today, trust it and raise your hand first, and then it'll get discerned. 1. 1. 2. 3. Hands up. It's okay. It's okay. 1. Yes, you know, the one behind you. And then you, 2. And then the third one is over here. This gentleman right here, 3. Could you come up? This is when I need the microphone, folks. And I'm going to ask you to line up without seeing the others. Without seeing the others. This is going to be the first one. and you're going to line up. So sort of intuit yourselves. Are you the first to speak? Are you the second, or are you the third? And it looks like, oh, you have just this. Good, thank you. So you think you're the first? All right. You feel you're in the right spot?
No.
You think it's there? Go ahead. Come closer together. Come closer together. Okay, great. Now, this is the stream of consciousness that we need to hear as we end today. So let's listen up. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to tell us your name, where you're from, what you do, read your quote, tell us who it's from, and if there's one sentence. Now, there's 360 quotes. I don't think there is a repeated quote, but you could imagine if it happens up here, we need to really hear it. It's only happened twice. No, more like 5 times. Sorry, I'm not telling the truth. But I've done it about 100 times. So when that happens, like, Spirit really needs to say something. So trust it if that happens, okay? Here we go. Tell us who you are first.
My name is Dave Feldman. I run a nonprofit called Virtues Matter with my lovely wife over there, Dara. And we help people bring out the best in themselves and others in many ways. We have the Virtues Cards app, which, by the way, we're going to gift everybody who's attended to this.
Wonderful.
At this time. And my quote is, "A loving heart is the truest wisdom," by Charles Dickens.
Anything you want to say about that?
You know, this has been, I'm not an educator, although I do some work in education, and this has been one of the most phenomenal experiences here. Just hearing everybody share their hearts and coming together. My work is working with nonprofits and leaders, and the hearts of people here of changing the world and doing things good for others and looking at supporting each other and the future. It's a loving heart. And thank you all for including me and making this a special part of this program.
I'm sorry, I realized when I was looking out that I had also chosen you, and somehow you didn't get up here. So I'm just trusting it, okay? Just trust me. I have no idea why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Colkin. I'm with the Shades of Compassion Foundation, and we do a lot of initiatives around the world promoting compassion. I'll leave it at that. Live part-time in Washington, D.C. area, part-time in North Carolina, and in other parts of the world. How we spend our days is, of course, how we spend our lives.
Who is that?
Annie Dillard.
Anything you want to say about that?
I think the main point is that we only have the present. The past is past, the future is yet to be determined, and the actions that we take at present are the only things that we have control over. We can't control everything that happens around us. We can only choose how we will respond.
Hi, my name is Vyashti. I'm an SMB student. My quote was, "When you realize nothing is lacking, the whole world belongs to you," by Lao Tzu. And I think it's just a beautiful quote that just allows you to step into your fullness, allows you to step into your power, and you don't limit yourself. You can access whatever you want when you trust in yourself and you realize that you are enough.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tisha Smalls Brown. I'm here from Charleston, South Carolina with my husband, Michael. I'm a PhD student at Antioch University's Graduate School of Leadership and Change. The quote that I have says, "We all have the extraordinary coded inside of us, waiting to be released," by Jean Houston. And what this means to me, this really spoke to me. We all have the extraordinary inside of us, coded inside of us, and that is spirit. And we all have it, and we all need to remember that we have it.
And it's waiting to be released. Thank you. Give them a hand. Okay. Those of you that are online, I meant to say to you, there are 4 people up here And if somebody could make sure we know which quotes are which, 1, 2, 3, 4. Choose a number, and whatever that number is that you're thinking of right now, that's your quote, which is up here. Okay? And I'm going to need somebody to get these quotes to the folks online. All right? Thank you so much. So we're ready to end, and I'd like to ask you to stand up and to make a circle, and the circle probably should be right there. You're going to need to be as close to each other as possible, that you could at some point actually touch each other. Okay, doing great. How we doing? All right, we got to have a full circle though. We've got to have a full circle for this to work. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Well, the remnant got bigger or something, I don't know. Keep going so everybody has room. You see what needs to happen? It needs to shift that way. It needs to shift that way. And you'll have it. Keep going. Keep going. You got it. You got it. I was in the Philippines celebrating the first anniversary of the nonviolent revolution, and somebody got up on the microphone because people were getting crushed in the back. There are 2 million people, and said, each of you is going to take 2 steps back. Speaking about a community that works together, everybody took 2 steps back, and everybody was included. So let's make sure we all are, and that we could be touching the next person next to us. Okay? So with that, I would like to show you how connected we are. Hold your hands and touch that last one. Oh, somebody's not connected. Somebody's not touching. Oh! You thought you weren't needed? No, you signed up too. Anybody back there think they haven't signed up? No? Oh, yes, you did. Okay, you too. You too. Oh. Okay. So, we are all connected. We are all connected. And we're going to lean down and think about what we know is possible and what we realize is not normal and what we know we are ready to do. And we're going to lean down in a minute and have our hands raised up, and we're going to say yes as loud as possible. Ready? Down. Yes! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, for those of you that don't have a clue of why you got the quote you got, I just want to say one last thing. The Appalachian folks say, instead of saying, hi, how are you? They say, what's been learning you? What's been teaching you? So sometimes you get a quote and you say, I need another quote, please, you know, and like, this is not my quote. Be with it a while, and it may take a day, it may take a week, it may take a year. 30 years ago, I was walking the halls of this university right here to meet someone, and I heard an audible voice. I never told you this, Lisa. You are going to teach here someday. This part I really never told you. When I left my doctoral program, I remembered that audio message, and I said, well, that will never happen. And here I am, the 8th year. And when Lisa called, I said, oh, she didn't really take a good look at the website. I'm not Dr. Lantieri, you know, and that's all I'll say, you know. But that was 35 some odd years in between those two things that happened. Those exact halls. My room was 138, and there it is. So we did some good work just now. We've really begun to integrate what happened. You represent at least 6 other people minimum. And we did it complete. We did a good completion. So give yourselves a hand. Blessings. Blessings.